Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fight Night Legends EU. We're back after the new year. My name is Scarzig, and we're here with the best players across EU and one of the best casters across EU, ImpetuousPanda. Welcome back, my friend.
Great to hear your voice once again, and great to be back. It's a new year, it's a new meta, new decks, new cards, new things to explore, but same old Runeterra, and for the most part, a lot of the same old players that have been dominating all of last year as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the same game, the same great players, but a slight change to Fight Night Legends EU because we've got a new sponsor, Metafy. They are a service that does offer the ability to find a one-on-one coach for a game of your choosing. Runeterra is just one of the many games that they do offer services for. Find that coach, get some clout, get some help with improving your gameplay, and then maybe you can rise up and join Fight Night EU as well. But yeah, they've been a great sponsor. They've been a huge part, I think, of the Runeterra scene for a long time. So I think that this was certainly certain to come down the line. But I'm really happy to have them back once again sponsoring Fight Night EU. And it's been great to see what they've done for the competitive Runeterra scene. But for those of you who have, since it has been a long time, we do need to remind you of the format for today's event. This is a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. All matches are going to be best of 3 today. Players bring 2 decks that cannot overlap regionally, and then to win a match, the player must win with both of the decks that they brought. And because of the double elimination, we have the grand finals from the lower bracket. The winner and the two top players will fight in the grand finals, and then if the lower bracket wins, as they often do, the bracket reset will occur, and then they'll have to play another best of 3. The players are also fighting for that exclusive, tried and true $200 prize pool, split amongst the top 4. The remaining 2 players will also be invited back for the next Fight Night EU.
And checking out the players for today's tournament, a lot of the big names we've seen so often on this stage and at the official Riot stage. Sir Donald and Fresh Lobster, 2 of the guys that have been the most, kind of on the hottest form the last few months in seasonals. We have Gamebreaker, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Maestro, and also just one of the best tournament players in Runeterra. We have Dyna, someone that we love to see him on certain decks like Nightfall. Maybe not so much nowadays, but definitely a big name from Finland. We of course, no introduction needed, one of the biggest content creators and players from France. We have Kurashi, the seasonal champion, or the Masters Europe champion actually for Germany in the latest edition alongside Teddy and Kobachi. And Tomb Simon, a player that we don't know very well, but we have a bit of an introduction. He is a Magic the Gathering professional who's been playing since beta, but hasn't been as involved in the competitive scene until really the last week. He won a tournament last week and is now invited to Fight Night as well. And very excited to see what he has to bring to the table as kind of the new face. New to us at least, but definitely not new to card games. So definitely going to be excited to see how he performs today.
The new players that join the Fight Night EU brackets always get that nice, first time challenger buff. So I am looking forward to seeing Tomb Simon really show us how it's done. A player to come across from another card game, carry some of those skills forward. It's always proven to be a very successful formula.
Yeah, definitely excited to see, again, he is from Denmark, which is a country that we don't see that much representation from as well in Europe. So maybe he can spearhead that, Danish pride, both in this tournament and maybe in future EU Master tournaments as well.
Yeah, I mean, Denmark, I believe, is a really big name in the League of Legends scene. So it's nice that, they're still keeping their esports clout going, carrying it over to Legends of Runeterra as well. But I think now is the time that we can take a look at the players that we have selected for the first round of the bracket. We're going to jump in and take a closer look at Fresh Lobster, a Metafy coach as well. You can, if you like how Fresh Lobster has played in the past, you can get some direct one-on-one advice from him. But of course, as you already mentioned, one of the best players from Germany. He's done some tournament casting as well as longtime Fight Night EU viewers will know, and he's just been crushing it lately, as you said.
And Fresh Lobster will be up against Gamebreaker. This is the civil war of all civil wars. 2 of the best players in all of Runeterra, up until this point. Both from Germany, of course. They've been, kind of teammates in the past. They've prepped together for so many tournaments, but in this case, they will have to face off against each other in the very first round of this tournament. So quite a way to start things off for this new year and for this tournament, Scarzig.
A very storied matchup coming from Germany, who was, especially in the beta. I remember when Runeterra was just breaking into the competitive scene, Germany was far and away the best region. And now Fresh Lobster and Gamebreaker, even if they aren't able to participate in a tournament or they get bad luck and they don't place like in the top 4 of a tournament, the winner of that tournament always gives them the shout out as having them prepped for, you know, they helped me prep for this tournament, or they helped me refine my deck, stuff like that. So they always have their hands and their influence in helping out other players across EU and the German scene.
Let's check out one of the decks that Gamebreaker is bringing to the table. He is bringing Zoe Diana with Bandle City, of course, a region that since its inception in the game has been kind of all over the place and taking over as a support region for decks that weren't quite there before. This is the deck that we used to see with Shadow Isles. Shadow Isles, of course, is not in its brightest spot in the current meta, although maybe it's coming back into it with some spider decks right now. But overall, this is a shell that I think Gamebreaker is very comfortable on. It used to be the Aphelios waiting room when Aphelios wasn't yet in the game. Aphelios came and went, and now we're back to the waiting room. But this is a new version with Bandle City instead of the usual Shadow Isles. And Gamebreaker is definitely one of the better control players, I think, in the game. So excited to see what he can do with this deck.
There are the style of control players that have the tried and true, I know how to navigate aggro, get to my win condition very consistently and effectively. And then there's the flavor of control players like this that play these sort of toolboxy, incredibly flexible kits. And it's always such a difficult task to get a read on how these lists are going to fit into the metagame, because there's so many varieties of how these things can play out. So I'm really curious to see what win condition a deck of that nature can even put forth.
Yeah, like you said, a toolbox approach similar to Zoe Vi in the past. Really anything with target, I think, is something that very good players and very good control players especially just want to have a lot of decisions to make and a lot of versatility in their answers to anything, so they don't have any polarized matchups. So they have kind of these really wide spread of okay to good matchups, and that's in the hands of a very good player that can kind of, you know, use those odds and you know, try and get them even higher. In the win percentage, it means that it's a lot of trouble for most people to deal with. It also means drawn out games, and it means just, again, a lot of decision making for Gamebreaker in this series, especially against someone like Lobster, who's going to really rope him out every turn they can.
We know that these players definitely take their time. There's so many different lines of play to consider, and they're just focusing on playing as efficiently as possible, right? It's the classic quote from What Am I? Playing a beautiful game, and not focusing so much on the results, but just making sure that you play clean, evaluate all of the different things that can happen in Legends of Runeterra. So overall, this is shaping up to be a very drawn out, but very impactful, very spicy game one.
All right, we're seeing it here. It's going to be, or just going over the first Lobster's lineup first, he has Ari Kennen, which is to be expected. We're going to be seeing a lot of it today. It's a deck that hasn't been touched at all by the recent patch, which means that it'll be very rampant, both on ladder and in tournaments like this one. And then we have Feel the Rush for Lobster, which we're seeing at the top there, and Gamebreaker, as I mentioned, also Ari Kennen and Zoe Diana. So Kennen will be in pretty much every single lineup today. That's, I think, expected. But we're going to see here how First Lobster can navigate this with Feel the Rush.
This deck is honestly, it's just a new coat of paint on an archetypal matchup at this point, right? Elusives, a kind of a swarmy deck trying to aggro down this control pile before it gets too late into the game, gets to its win condition. Fresh Lobster playing a revitalized Feel the Rush. There was the buff to Vengeance, now it's 6 mana. The buff to It That Stares, the ability to deal 3 damage AoE, means it's a much better board clear as you head into the late game. And even without Feel the Rush landing, we still just have straight up Tryndamere or Ledros Atrocity being as playable ideas for the list. So overall, I like the concept of the read of going for Feel the Rush, and this could be the new resurgence of the Shadow Isles Freljord archetype that a lot of tournament players have actually been missing.
And for Ari Kennen, with the nerf to the Wayfinder, you know, some changes have occurred to the deck. It has evolved a little bit over the last month, with more 1-drops, with Dancing Droplet, with the Mourn, with Ari, of course, instead of like Ezreal, which is the very initial shell. And we have things like Faye, Blade Twirler coming into the meta as well to really benefit from those stuns and those recalls. But overall, a list that I think most of these players know very well by now.
There's only a couple flex slots in the deck. We did see previously some of the Ari Kennen decks trying to splash Demacia, looking for that rally. But nowadays, it's just a couple copies of Absolver. Being able to split the buff is much more effective for your elusive units. And then you have the Overwhelm to just have a nice combo turn with Ari, and it's fantastic in the mirror match, right? Having that elusive, but with Overwhelm. God Willow Seedling, now going to come down on the Kennen, just working on that win condition, getting the board clear with Marks of the Storm. And Fresh Lobster still feeling pretty comfortable here. The double Withering Whale is just something that Gamebreaker has to account for. And at the highest levels of play, we get to see these decks that have almost no HP to them, where all of their units get wiped by one card, and you have to consider all of these AoE options at all times. This level of play is where you can see the players make the miracle happen.
Yeah, you can't just play out Wayfinder here on curve, because obviously Lobster's deck is really tech with so many different board. We're seeing in hand right there, the Blade Ravine and both Withering Whales. Going to really hold Gamebreaker hostage for a large part of this game, at least until we have the actual threats from Lobster coming down. Like you mentioned, the Tryndamere and the Ledros able to kind of almost OTK you in 2 turns, really, with the amount of power they have. So you can't really stall that much if you're Gamebreaker. You have to look for more of a combo-oriented turn. With maybe Deny backup, for example, would be the thing to go for here. Has an Obifies, but really not useful against the spells that Lobster has.
There is just one copy of Deny in Gamebreaker's variant of this deck, and without an early Ari setup, we're seeing the struggle to get that chip damage that sets up for the combo turn that's going to be so important for closing out here. And as Trundle starts to swing in on you, who was also buffed, he's a 4/6 again. So here comes Kinko Wayfinder, now that there is no mana up for Withering Whale or Blighted Ravine. And this is maybe where things start to come together for Gamebreaker. Fresh Lobster can just win on board, right? Because Gamebreaker is in a position where you don't really want to sacrifice your board.
You're going to have to, though. I think every point of damage here is going to end up mattering. There are some decks that are control decks that really don't, damage doesn't matter too much until the very end. But in this case, with things like Tryndamere, with the Overwhelm, with things like the Ledros, I think it will be somewhat relevant. It's not just a full kind of control deck that ends the game, by an OTK kind of thing, like the Watcher did back in the day, for example. Damage does matter in this deck. So you can't play it, too nonchalant if you're Gamebreaker.
And I think that this sacrificing the Shadow Assassin and not the Mourned here maybe showcases that there is no combat trick in Gamebreaker's hand. Like, you're giving away a little bit of information there, because I feel you can just Frankenblock, where you just put the elusive unit out and then recall it, so you still get that that ghost blocker, and then replay the Shadow Assassin and draw another card. But by not taking that play, Gamebreaker may be giving away a little bit of information there.
Definitely going for the Kennen. Level Ups is well on his way now with the Wayfinder, with the recall effects, able to slowly get there while still not committing to some kind of massive attack that Lobster can punish. So really taking his time and doing things very slowly, very calculated.
As we get later into the game as well, Fresh Lobster is going to be in an awkward situation where you need to keep a lot of mana open to respond to Gamebreaker's combo. And if you try to make a big commitment to a Ledros or a Feel the Rush, you stand the chance of just getting massively punished, right, by a Deny or a Homecoming or something, and maybe Gamebreaker finds a through line to victory there. And so Fresh Lobster has to strike this balance of maintaining this reactive playstyle that he's enjoyed up till now, but keeping the pressure up. Trundle, without being leveled up just yet, means that there isn't any true pressure coming through onto Gamebreaker at this moment.
And the Homecoming will be great on the Tryndamere if it is played from hand. The one thing that you're going to have to be very careful for if you don't have to Deny is going to be the Feel the Rush. Because the moment that comes down, if there isn't a clear answer in Gamebreaker's hand, the pressure from that is going to be, I think, too much for Gamebreaker to handle at this point.
There's a few points of elusive damage to be had here. Gamebreaker is thinking, do I want to just clear the board? Plays the Shadow Assassin. Again, still no Deny in hand. A Withering Whale could come through. We have Absolver at the very least. Grant a point of HP to save here. Hopefully Gamebreaker can level Kennen soon. I do like this, trying to get that win condition, trying to activate the Absolver as quickly as possible, and also maybe trying to get the Kennens leveled up. Generating more Mark of the Storm gives you defense as well with the stuns here.
Lobster commits the Ravine here, so now the Withering Will would be kind of overkill, which is a green light for Gamebreaker to go in and attack and say, you know, if you're going to Withering Will as well to stop the attack as well, then you're kind of wasting the board clear from the Blighted Ravine, and that's 2 board clears out of the way.
I think what Gamebreaker would ideally like to do is maybe use this Lightning Rush, try to get the Univore Conspirator back in the hand, cycle this Kennen once more. The Godwillow Seedling is going to summon a Kennen at the start of the next round, so that will be the level up.
But for now, this Ravine will be killing everything in its path at the moment, at least on Gamebreaker's side of the board, weakening the Tavern Keeper as well.
Yeah, so it looks like that is going to be the play. Lightning Rush maybe hits the Tavern Keeper, that way it gets wiped as well. Then you're only taking 4 damage on a potential open attack from the Trundle. And you can see the decision-making here with Ari Kennen. It's a very strong, very popular deck, and I would go as far as to say it's one of those classic lists where the higher you climb, the higher the win rate also climbs, just because it's so specific around, okay, am I focusing on Droplet? Sometimes it's obvious, I'm going all in on cycling my Droplet this game to level up Kennen, and sometimes you have to cycle your Kennen. With no Ari, missing out on that early pressure, and in a matchup with so much board wipe, you can see that the gears are really turning in Gamebreaker's head in order to play out this matchup properly. One mistake could put him irreparably behind.
Yeah, I think any aggro list or any elusive list against, you know, Freljord, when they have the board clears, they have the avalanches, the Blighted Ravines, you really have to be much more careful. You can't just obviously vomit everything out and just, you know, play out your tempo game plan as usual, because you would get punished for it, for going all in, and it has to be a much more calculated approach. Gamebreaker, fortunately, I think, is very good at this game, and he's able to really know, you know, how much to overstep into the board clear territory.
Also really cool to see the interaction of when the landmark countdowns happen, because the attack token goes back to Fresh Lobster. Blighted Ravine happens technically and resolves before the Godwillow Seedling, so this Ephemeral Kennen does survive and is able to be recalled. But now we have Trundle leveled up, and this is where the pressure really starts to double for Gamebreaker. We've got overwhelmed targets now coming through. 15 HP feels comfortable, and if this wasn't an Atrocity variant, then Gamebreaker probably could take 1 or 2 turns of damage from this position. But with no deny in hand, things are still getting pretty dicey. This Homecoming is the final domino holding up Gamebreaker's chances of victory here.
The Noble 5 will be massive here, denying the Vile Feast once it does come down onto the Droplet to try and deny the Homecoming. So as usual, you know, a chain of spells will go on the stack when you're playing a Ionia. For better or for worse, that is the case most of the time. And Gamebreaker will come out ahead here. You know, stopping a lot of this damage. You know, 9 damage coming from Trundle. Pretty much lethal damage, essentially, with the overwhelm on both. But like you mentioned, it's not over yet. Then you have Atrocity, then you have Feel the Rush. There's so many things to think about, and Deny still is not in hand. So how far are you really from kind of, you know, going through with your own game planning for Gamebreaker?
And there is 3 copies of Homecoming, so we're still missing on Deny. We're missing on 2 copies of Homecoming. Still no Ari, which I think is actually leveled up, or maybe only 1 off of leveling up at this point. And
Absolver from the Dancing Droplet, but still no Deny. So the top deck here is going to be massive for this turn and for the next one as well.
Here we go. 15 HP. You feel safe, but Ledros just comes down and says, there you go. Because there's no Ari in play, because there's no Kennen in play, Fresh Lobster is in a position where after the Blighted Ravine board wipe, this is where you can take that big commit turn with the Ledros, in my opinion. And Fresh Lobster just has a great read on the metagame. Probably looked and said, you know what, there's a lot of Ari Kennen, but they're a little bit greedy right now. They aren't running Deny, so my Feel the Rushes, my Atrocities are a lot safer to play. And maybe this is the shift that happens where Ari Kennen does have to start running 2 copies of Deny, 3 copies of Deny again, in order to stop things like this from bullying them. Do you tech, or do you just take the bad matchup and shore up your lineup elsewhere?
But even with just 1 Deny, is Lobster really going to commit to Feel the Rush, knowing that he can get, you know, 13 mana essentially negated by just 4 mana from Gamebreaker, and that kind of tempo loss at this pivotal stage of the game? Just the idea that it's in the deck, it might be already enough to dissuade Lobster from pushing on that line.
Yeah, and we can see the calculations already starting to happen from both players. where it's like, okay, we've got a lot of elusive damage coming through. You're accounting for absolvers to maybe go for one potential swing. If Ledros does indeed come down and Fresh Lobster is tapped out, now things are looking a bit more dangerous. And there's the pass. Gamebreaker recognizes that it doesn't matter if I deal my 5 damage here, if I waste my attack token and then allow Fresh Lobster to safely develop post-combat.
Gonna be Ledros coming down instead, so no Fuel the Rush at all. Instead, Ledros comes in, the Recall comes in onto Dancing Droplet, continuing to cycle, maybe trying to find these pivotal spells that he's currently missing in his hand.
One more Homecoming? Oh, it's just a Kennen.
No Fearsome Blocker here, has Absolver to change that, of course.
We can go for Kennen, and then the other Kennen turns into a Lightning Rush, try to cycle the Droplet one more time, but yeah, you're gonna have to use a... No, I think it's done. You can't stop the Trundle anymore.
It's Trundle, it's Ledros, it's Atrocity. It's just, the problems are stacking on top of each other, and you don't have an answer to any of them, essentially.
So I think with the Absolver, you can buff up the Kennen with +1 HP, so you survive against the Trundle Overwhelm. Then you have to use the other part of the Absolver. The other Absolver to get a Fearsome Blocker here to stop the Ledros. No, because of the pillar. Yeah, no, it still works. Okay, I'm trolling, but
there is also mana for the Avalanche from Lobster, if there's any kind of overcommitment from Gamebreaker, but he only did play the Kennen here, and at this point, Lobster can't pass. He can't just priority pass once again. He has to commit to the attack here and try and go for the lethal. Trundle's going to be at a whole lot of attack. 14 attack coming in. Yeah. That's already lethal right there. I'm like, wait, no, you can block like this and that, and I just completely was like, oh yeah, that's right. Trundle has the effect that he buffs himself when he swings on you. There was 3 different problems, and at 7 HP with Ledros spell, it was just too much to handle there. I would have loved to see the World Breaker Trundle skin in action in this game, but someday we'll get these players to actually use cosmetics in tournaments and make things more. I don't think we've ever seen an actual champion skin in Fight Night, but game 1 goes to Lobster. I think at this point with this matchup specifically, we could see it from the very beginning. Gamebreaker was held hostage the entire game, and his entire game plan of going wide and using tempo to his advantage is really just directly countered by the amount of board clears in Lobster's deck. And this is just a fantastic meta read. Of course, that Ari Kennen is strong. Riot even said that the reason it really wasn't touched in this current big patch was simply because it's really risen to prominence in the last couple weeks when they were on break over the holidays, and so it just wasn't accounted for in their data at the moment. But we'll see how this deck continues to go, because with Freljord Shadow Isles back in the mix, maybe it just gets bullied enough and falls out of favor. But now we've got a much better opening hand, right? With Dancing Droplet on 1, maybe an Ari top deck? No. This is, of course, now Fresh Lobster playing his version of Ari Kennen, different from Gamebreakers and Gamebreaker, swapping now to Zoe Diana, the deck that we highlighted at the very beginning of this series. And we're seeing a Zoe coming down on turn 1 that is going to be great. Conchologist 2 to get some card advantage in hand, some more options. But other than that, a pretty late game hand there with the Star Shaping, which now only heals 4, of course, and the Mini Morph for what is going to be a very tempo heavy deck from Lobster. And this is going to be another list that's just going to struggle to get over the hump. It's like a reverse of the matchup where you've got a lot of elusive threats. You're trying to go for this big combo turn, but Gamebreaker running this Targon Bandle City has the pings, has the healing, has a copy of Hush and 2 copies of Blinded Mystic, which allow you to silence a follower. But the only problem is not many board clears. It's kind of the opposite of Lobster finding this perfect matchup with his control deck really, catering to his opponent. But in this case, you have more big target, removal, like Mini Morph, for example, or, Star Shaping to out heal, but you don't have that much of a tempo answer unless you're just, playing out your own very cheap units like the Zoe, like the Conchologist. We'll have to see how it goes. I think what it's going to come down to is Gamebreaker is just going to sit back, work on this Zoe, maybe leveling up, trying to find a late game win condition with the Celestial. And that is a missed allegiance on Mr. Fresh Lobster's side. So already definitely not a good start We saw it with Plunder, and we're seeing it with this deck now as well.
We did see that. We did see the Allegiance whiff in a 39-1 variant of Ari Kennen. They had I believe it was Badge Attack, had one copy of Golden Aegis in the deck as a Demacia Splash and missed the Allegiance. It was terrible. But there's both Absolvers in hand. And even with that tempo loss, it's not that big a deal, right? There is some elusive damage coming through. You're feeling a little bit of pressure here. But what I was trying to say before was just that Gamebreaker is going to be kicking back, looking for a late game win condition, and it gives Fresh Lobster a lot of time to put together a big combo turn. There's only one copy of Hush in Gamebreaker's list, so if you miss out, then Ari maybe does set up a big swing turn on you.
And if you fall, you have to get back up and try again, and the second Wayfinder does actually hit this time around. So a second dud would have been, I think, game over. Would have probably been a surrender for many players. Maybe not Lobster. I think he's a more cool, calm, collected fella. But I know a few players who would have instantly surrendered the moment a second Allegiance missed.
So I like this Pokey Stick going onto the Morange. You're stopping some elusive damage, and you know that if Fresh Lobster does have a recall, he wants to use it on the Dancing Droplet and draw a card. So you're putting it on a slightly worse target, just to prevent Fresh Lobster from getting that payoff.
This is the problem here with this tempo-heavy start. The lack of tempo from the first Wayfinder missing, the matching tempo from kind of elusive blockers here from Gamebreaker, Diana as well, means that all of a sudden, Lobster's hand is empty. It has just the cards for a big swing with a Absolver, really. It has a recall on the Dancing Droplet, so you're able to get some card draw that way, but you're going to have to find ways now to cycle and find, once again, value in hand, because you're going to need it to outvalue Targon Bandle City, the king and queen of value, basically.
Yeah, the card generation is OP. I love that both players have brought Ari Kennen, but then their second deck is meant to counter Ari Kennen, but they're approaching it in different ways. Gamebreaker's list just having some responsiveness on board thanks to Diana, and Zoe helping out in that front with an elusive blocker, generating elusives and challengers, and also triple group shots. Fantastic against a lot of 1 HP targets that are in the metagame right now, maybe even slightly accounting for Poros. And I think the only thing that Gamebreaker's maybe missing in the list that would normally be expected is Loping Telescope, but Solari and Lunari Priestess cover that beautifully.
And we're seeing here the tempo matched perfectly from Gamebreaker with a much better late game hand. We see double star shaping. The healing itself not going to be extremely relevant. It's more the invoke and the chance of finding those win conditions, which is kind of what this deck is all about. You get all this insane amount of value to match your opponent really in any strategy they have in the early to mid game, and then you're able to really step into the invoke package for the late game win condition.
And we can see now the dead end sort of presenting itself for Fresh Lobster. The Dancing Droplet was taken out by Diana there, and without Godwillow Seedling, without Shadow Assassin, Navori Conspirator, that sort of line that presents itself very often with this list that allows you to continuously cycle cards, things do get pretty awkward. So Fresh Lobster is now going for recalling the Kinko Wayfinder and trying to fish another Dancing Droplet out of the deck and try to get some more resources.
Gonna have a pretty big combat presence from, the Absolver with quick attack, able to really kill everything depending on the blockers that Gamebreaker decides to commit to, and also the recall here that he can really utilize to buff up the Blade Twirler even higher, for example, or just get a recall on something like a Wayfinder yet again.
So Fey Blade Twirler is sort of a new addition to the deck with just the amount of recalls. You just have this additional threat, this attacker and blocker that can really help you out, slow down your opponent, run interference. We've seen this overall time and time again in Runeterra, where if your deck is able to slot in some additional side threat to just eat a couple cards out from the opponent, the amount of value pays such strong dividends, especially in a combo list like this. If you buy yourself as much time as possible, you're eventually going to assemble all the pieces and OTK potentially.
And the moment that Fey Blade Twirler was added to this list, Yasuo, a single tear rolled down his cheek. He still does not see any play, but all his support cards do. A sad day indeed for any Yasuo mains out there.
Oh yeah, and also big shout out to Yasuo, because Fresh Lobster's variant of this deck Does have one copy of Concussive Palm as well.
Blockers
So Gamebreaker looking at the map, thinking about how much damage do I actually want to take this turn? Is it worth it trying to block? He knows that with the Kinko Wayfinder whiff, there's at least one copy of Absolver in Fresh Lobster's hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this information is obviously for players at this level. Any single thing that happens is immediately just ravished for what information it can give. Any single action that happens. And Gamebreaker already has that information. Of course, he is. As a control player, you're definitely on top of all of that.
The Great Beyond, snap pick.
We were talking about invoking those win conditions and finding something to end the game at some point, and Gamebreaker seems to have found it there.
So Recall is being used right now in the Kinko Wayfinder, getting both of these back in hand. And again, the change to Kinko Wayfinder means that it always brings out 2 different 1-drops. So now we're getting Kennen and the Mourned. No Dancing Droplet found, but we do get the Kennen here to take down Zoe right before she levels up, I think.
And of course, the initial versions of this list with Ezreal were running just the Kennen for the consistency. With the Wayfinders, you do shuffle them back into your deck. But in this case, because you have to opt into different 1-drops, and because you have to have, again, to replay them multiple times like we're seeing here, we're going to see both the Mourned and the Dancing Droplets finding their way into the list as well.
So Zoe is taken down. That's just one threat put away. But again, Fresh Lobster has drawn this very swarmy line and hasn't really had a lot of cycling potential. And so Ahri and Kennen are nowhere near leveling up. It's just a matter of trying to go very wide and beat down against this list. But Gamebreaker is meeting Fresh Lobster in kind. Now with Diana and the Serpent in play, just being able to react to the board, keep it under control, means that Fresh Lobster is once again in massive danger of running out of resources.
Yeah, Notify was not the top deck that you wanted to see if you're Lobster against Targon and Bandle City. Really a bit of a dead card. Most important spells are going to be things like Star Shaping that are going to be at burst speed anyway. Many more, for example, you can't really do much with Notify in that regard. I guess Group Shot will be the one answer.
And we'll see. I think that Fresh Lobster knows. Says, okay, well, Gamebreaker hasn't played any group shots yet. I need this Notify to save the Dancing Droplet that I'm going to get off of Kinko Wayfinder, because you need this to start drawing cards. You're going to need a second copy of Ahri now. You're going to need to find probably Homecoming to try to stop something in the late game. Great Beyond does have Spell Shield Mind, but if, Immortal Fire or something like that is opted into.
We're going to see the battle here to save this Ahri. We have the Absolver to buff with health, but we also have the Pale Cascade and double Group Shot in hand for Gamebreaker. So there might be quite a few spells going into that fight to see if Diana can actually take down the Ahri with a quick attack and the Challenger.
You can see Fresh Lobsters reconsidering the line, hesitating. If there is a punish here with Pale Cascade, Group Shot, etc., is that worth it for me to get those cards out of Gamebreaker at this point? Or...
It looks like he's going to just accept there. Could be saving the Absolver for some kind of all-in attack with trying to get the extra attack on Elusive, for example. But with things like Minimorph in the deck list for Gamebreaker, and I'm going to assume Hush as well, I think that might be too much of a Hail Mary.
And Fresh Lobster is in a weird position as well, where you're so reliant on Kinko Wayfinder finding you the Dancing Droplet so you can start drawing cards, that you actually need your board to die. You have to create room. So we've got another full swing coming through. Gamebreaker honestly could just block the Blade Twirler, the Fade the Fade Bay Twirler, and then just call it a day.
If you want to call it the Beyblade Twirler, I'm down with that.
The Beyblade, block the Beyblade.
I can get behind you on that one. Don't worry. Yeah, like you mentioned, just the Fade gets blocked down to 9 HP. Doesn't want to block the quick attack on the Kennens. Doesn't want to get those loss of the value trades there, and has the Star Shapings to heal back up anyway. So I think you don't feel too much pressure right now for Gamebreaker.
Because despite the very, very awkward hand that Lobster has drawn, despite the Kinko Wayfinder failing on round 4, the pressure that's currently in play is just for the sake of controlling things. Like, Diana's been putting in a lot of work, a couple Serpents helping out. But Fresh Lobster, again, in a sort of combo deck versus control, you have plenty of time to get to your combo. It's just, is it going to be enough now?
We're going to see the recall on one of the cannons. Lightning Rush coming in as well, or an attempt at Lightning Rush coming in. But I think, like you mentioned, the key is going to be the Dancing Droplets and the way to recycle. But I think the process might take too long to go through all those different steps to once again not even create a threat on the board, but just get back into the game from a card advantage perspective. That it might just be a little bit too late, considering we're now going to turn 9, and we have things like Great Beyond in the hand for Gamebreaker, and no real answer right now. You know, there's no Homecoming, there's no real way to deal with this threat.
I like the Lightning Rush on Navori Conspirator. It does open up space on board for the Kinko Wayfinder to finally hit the board. And then you have the Conspirator to cycle the Droplet. Because you need the card draw. You need another Ari or something here.
And you can't just waste all this mana. You can't just, you have to start making moves and playing more proactively for Lobster.
Yeah, and then Lightning Rush on the Cannon invites the group shot. You can Notify this.
Absolver is also an option.
And so again, this is Kennon's Lightning Rush. This is going to shuffle another Kennon into the deck. So there is a chance that Kinko Wayfinder does pull the Kennon. And maybe this is why Lobster is going for this line, trying to level up Kennon, get the Lightning Rush, Mark of the Storm, to start sniping a lot of these 2/2 units and these low HP units, and just win through direct board presence, recognizing that without the Ari in play right now, with such a slow start to getting this engine up and running, that you just need to double down on your board-based opportunity here.
Diana surviving here. Thanks to the Pill Cascade, thanks to the level up. Both players have used up all that mana they had saved up for this turn just through that spell battle with the group shots and the Pill Cascades and the Lightning Rush there. And now we're going to see it. Turn 9 mana, and we're seeing 2 big bad boys in the hand there for Gamebreaker.
The only way for Fresh Lobster to pop the Spell Shield at this point is going to be the Concussive Palm. Like, double Homecoming is just too catastrophic. Because you're answering the 9 mana threat, but you're also spending an equivalent amount of mana. So Gamebreaker, it's just a 1-for-1 in terms of, the board doesn't change. You just sent a bunch of your own stuff back to your hand to deal with my big guy, and then I just replay it. So here it comes. 11. Oh, I thought it was 11 for a second. 10 attack. Fury. Spell Shield. Kinko Wayfinder's got to make something happen here. Mark of the Storm does pop the Spell Shield, and then you're praying for a Palm top deck.
And there's a Dancing Droplet as well, so you're able to now, maybe with recall effects, try and cycle and find some extra card draw and kind of, once again start that engine up with now, especially with the pressure that Gamebreaker is starting to bring down onto the board with maybe just this first Great Beyond, but maybe the second one as well next turn.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got a Lightning Rush being set up here. And Fresh Lobster, I don't think, really cares if this Kinko Wayfinder just goes down. You can try to kill the Diana. Might as well get her out of the picture, right?
And there's only 2 spell mana up for Gamebreaker. That is one of the things, at least the silver linings here, is that these huge commitments on the 9 mana units means that most of the mana is going to be used up for both of these turns, and that leaves very little counterplay from Gamebreaker in terms of like the spell game plan from Lobster.
There's going to be some resources drawn, a glimmer of hope coming through for Fresh Lobster here in the late game. However,
a pokey stick right in the eye, and Dancing Droplet is going to be saved with Twin Disciplines, so that would have been definitely devastating in terms of the recall, the draw, and everything, getting some motion back for Lobster. But in this case, the Twin Disciplines saved the day there.
Blade Twirler is still getting pretty big here. 13 attack, And Gamebreaker just has to keep chump blocking it over and over and over again. We could see Absolver being cashed in. Maybe this is the line that Fresh Lobster really wanted to go for all along. No Blinded Mystic has come through just yet. There is one copy of Minimorph in hand. If we can get some sort of split threat coming through with Ari and Blade Twirler, you have to Minimorph one or the other, then Absolver can maybe come through and close things out.
I think for Blade Twirler, maybe like Ballistic Bot, for example, there are these 2-drops that really grow out of control but don't have the keywords to capitalize on that attack most of the times, unless you give them that extra bit of support. But yeah, like you mentioned, I think the Minimorph is going to be there as a failsafe for Gamebreaker to really, if he feels a lot of pressure, if Lobster goes for some kind of, cheeky OTK, the Minimorph will be there to answer.
We've got an attack coming through once again. Navori Conspirator will get cashed in against one of these elusive units, potentially. There is the second one in hand to still cycle this droplet, so it's fine if this one dies. And again, Fresh Lobster is just desperately trying to force Gamebreaker to trade down so you can create room to keep the developments and the cycling going, not losing out on the value of overwriting your units.
See the blocks here, 4 damage coming through. No kind of overwhelm or any kind of keywords on that Blade Twirler just yet. But we'll see what Lobster commits to. He has some disciplines, he has the Absolver, he has a chance for 8 attack to come through spells, or 7 rather, but not going to capitalize on any of that just yet. 9 HP once again for Gamebreaker, and now Solari Priest is coming down. Might find Golden Sister, has the elusive tag on the Silver Sister, and has the lifesteal as well on the Golden Sister. Just, again, stay healthy, go back up out of the OTK range, if possible, from the Blade Twirler.
And because, again, this is the Shuriman variant with Absolver, we don't have to worry about rallying. So no Golden Aegis to punish any big commitments or developments here. Fresh Lobster just crunching the numbers, looking how many group shots have been played, any mini morphs, any Blighted Mystics I forgot about, how many Pale Cascades, before I go for this line, because there's no protection currently for the Dancing Droplet.
Let me tell you, not worrying about rally effects really does take a huge weight off your shoulders as the player that that's defending in this case. It really makes you take maybe much more risky lines. You're able to utilize your mana much better because you're not at at the danger of just getting destroyed by a 3 or 4 mana spell.
Gamebreaker actually thinking about Yordle Captain and then playing the Golden Sister next round, but says this is just a fine commitment here. Get the lifesteal, get the elusive. What's Fresh Lobster looking for here on the draw? Concussive Palm, we're looking for another recall for this Kennen. I think you've only got to play one more Kennen to level up. Oh, Dancing Droplet was it?
We've seen enough of them, enough of a lot of things played, so we weren't sure which one would be the one to level up Kennen.
There was probably several units that were at 3 or 4.
They were racing for that final spot, but Dancing Droplet does win it out in the end. The Blade Twirler draw there was not obviously ideal. It's a card that you want to kind of slowly ramp up on the board throughout the game. So this late game top deck, once again, not great for Lobster, but with Dancing Droplet alive, if it's able to survive with recall, you're able to once again continue cycling. That being said, there's 2 Poke Sticks in the hand there, and there's a second Great Beyond. I think this is the reason why Golden Sister came down last turn. You wanted to use up your mana efficiently to be able to drop the Great Beyond number 2 on this turn.
So here they come. The big cosmic dragons. And also the Silver Sister.
It is also a way of Gamebreaker kind of passing priority to Lobster in terms of what he's going to do with his Dancing Droplet and try and maybe win out on that chain of spells with double Poke Stick. He can actually only use one, so maybe not going to be the greatest option, but this will force, the Phantom block with and the recall here, and that gives Gamebreaker at least a chance to try and kill it off. And
what Gamebreaker is also doing here is, because Fresh Lobster is so desperate for the card draw at this point, that all of the offensive buffs like Twin Disciplines and Absolver have been used on defense to protect these plays, and it's really interfering with Lobster's ability to combo from the high HP that Gamebreaker is still going to be sitting at here, especially after this combat goes through with the lifesteal.
And this is Lobster obviously wanting to play this kind of passively, playing reactively with these Twin Disciplines. In this case now, having to use the Twin Disciplines on the Blade Twirler, and this means that Absolver that would have maybe wanted to be used as an overwhelm on the Blade Twirler might have to be used here to defend on the Dancing Droplet, which is definitely unfortunate, but this is the spot that Lobster was put in.
Yeah, and you can see here he wanted to buff up the Blade Twirler so it would survive this combat, but also clear the Golden Sister in one shot so it wouldn't get multiple reps of healing. And now you're just trying to preserve the Dancing Droplet. There's one more copy of Twin Disciplines, and that's going to be all in on like an Ari or something to try to get some sort of elusive OTK. And now that the win condition is now fully based on unblocked elusive damage and no longer overwhelm, I don't think there's a way for Fresh Lobster to punch through against this deck any longer.
If there's one deck that's going to have chum blockers for days, it's going to be a deck that has Targon. And Vandal City, we're seeing it here with the Spacey Sketcher. We're seeing it with, things like the Solari Priest decks, for example, and the way that, cards can generate more cards. And, that's all what Targon is, of course. And I don't think that Lobster will find a way to break through this, even with double Homecoming.
So we've got a lot of quick attack units coming through at the very least. Mark of the Storm gets generated by Kennen, and if he gets blocked, you get a second Mark of the Storm. This does allow you to maybe answer one of these Great Beyonds. The Homecoming is also good, but Gamebreaker has, again, drawn all 3 Pokey Sticks, all 3 group shots, I believe, and the Pale Cascades to keep drawing and generating cards. It's just come up beautifully for him in order to respond to Fresh Lobster. And so the first 2 games of this set has just been Gamebreaker getting bullied on his Ari Kennen, and then Fresh Lobster getting bullied on his. And it looks like Game 3 is certainly going to be coming down to a very interesting matchup.
Looks like the OK going to come in here from Lobster. Not really doing much to threaten the Nexus just yet, but at least trying to clear out the board a little bit from Gamebreaker. Solari Priest just comes down with the Daybreak effect. We're going to see what the pull here is going to be. And still, you have to know that the Mini-Morph is still in hand for Gamebreaker. So if anything gets really out of control, there is already a failsafe ready to go in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
The Homecomings being set up here, the Spell Shield being removed from both of these Great Beyonds. Obviously, resetting these back to hand is huge. Just the tempo advantage of having to replay a 9-mana drop is not really, great for Gamebreaker. It's going to give Lobster a bit more time to try and come back into the game.
And the Pokey Stick.
Yet again.
Yep, forces the second Homecoming. And again, this is all for the sake of just forcing Gamebreaker to redevelop the Great Beyond and spend all their mana on one big play. And there's Ari finally. We've got a Dancing Droplet as well as one elusive blocker, but now you can't block the second. So it looks like this is just going to be Hush into an open attack.
Yeah, Hush was also top tech. Mini-Morph is there as well. So, there are so many ways to do it here. We'll see what Gamebreaker goes for. If he just wants to go, there might be, obviously answers. We've seen 2 Homecomings already.
He can't stop. He has to look in the box. He has to see the value.
There could be punishes for just the open attack with a single elusive threat. And I don't think you want to step into you want to really make use of your attack token turn at this point when you're having to fend off a 21 attack Blade Twirler every time you're defending.
Yeah, because there is still one more copy of Homecoming in the deck and one Concussive Palm. Fresh Lobster has consistently been drawing cards thanks to the Dancing Droplet.
And if the hand sizes were reversed, then maybe Gamebreaker's play patterns would change. But because he is the one that has much more value in hand, he wants to make use of the mana at this stage of the game. Whereas Lobster only has really 2 options that might not even, do much of anything if he is to develop and is to really take this round down to 0 mana.
Yep, so there's the blocks. And now at this point, is it possible for Fresh Lobster to defend the next turn? Gamebreaker's list has how many copies of Mini-Morph? 3 copies. None have even been spent yet. The rest, every threat that Fresh Lobster has put up has just been chump blocked, dealt with, and the Mini-Morphs are now just waiting for these Fade Blade Twirlers. And once some big aggressive line starts to present itself, Gamebreaker is just going to move these out of the way.
Massive attack coming in once again. It might finally be time for one of the Mini-Morphs to be cashed in here. Or even just a Hush to finally deal with this one enormous Blade Twirler, just in case it gets out of hand.
And ironically, as you said, with the chump block supremacy of Targon Bandle City, you can just keep putting cheap bodies in front of these for days. The elusive unit has to be kept back as a blocker. Fresh Lobster cannot block, right, the other damage. You're just hoping that Mark of the Storm can kill this other Great Beyond now that it's set down to 2 HP.
And it might just be more chump blocks here. The 4/4, the 2 good blocks on the cannons, and then just both blade throwers being chump blocked by the 2/2s with, again, waiting for any reaction from Lobster and then capitalizing on it with the burst speed, hush, the silence effect, and the mini morph.
It's wild that there is a line. There's a line being presented where Mark of the Storm just does so much work that you're able to maybe clear the board and just try to run your opponent out of resources. And Fresh Lobster's luck has been bad enough this game that maybe you're just tricking yourself into saying, well, maybe Gamebreaker is also pretty unlucky after getting all the Pokey Sticks and the Pale Cascades, etc., that the mini morphs are at the bottom.
A lot of marks being used there, but not really achieving much of anything. Only the cannon really surviving at this point, but not obviously pushing any damage through to the Nexus, and not really dealing with the 2 major threats here that are the Great Beyonds.
Yeah, because you've got to kill this 13 and 2.
There's yet another Golden Sister coming down, another elusive body as well.
And then there's Pale Cascade to protect the Great Beyond. So now you have 2 massive elusive threats and just not enough things to stop them. And this is probably the situation now where indeed you can just do Hush or Mini Morph into an elusive open attack, right?
With only 1 card in hand, I think it's clear, especially with the information that has been given throughout this last round on what can and can't be played with 7 mana still up for Lobster. I think it's definitely the play at this point. And you're not just, it's not just 1 elusive attacking now that can just be, maybe doubled by the 1 card in hand for Lobster. Instead, it's going to be 3 different threats. So that will finally be GG. Finally, the game over here. Gamebreaker takes the game 2, and what is going to be a very storied civil war between these 2 German players is going to go to a final game 3 in the series.
Yep, so Ari Kennen Mirror is going to be the name of the game here. Both control lists that the players had brought, which were very clearly anti-Ari Kennen, did what they were supposed to do, and now we'll have to see if individual techs make this matchup, work. Fresh Lobster has 1 copy of Concussive Palm. Gamebreaker has 1 copy of Retreat. So there's the extra defense versus the extra recall to cycle. Ari in the opening hand, and Kennen looking fantastic already. And now we'll see what the mulligan looks like here for Fresh Lobster on the bottom.
I haven't played much of Kennen at all in the past month or so, but is there any insight you think is especially important in the mirror match, or essentially identical decks in this case?
In the mirror match, there's not a lot of interaction. The only interaction we really have is like Homecoming in terms of disrupting. And I think the key here is definitely just hard mulligan for Ari. It's such a strong opening play here where you can play Dancing Droplet on 1, Ari on 2, get that cycle going. And I think that Fresh Lobster, because he has the Dancing Droplet and Gamebreaker does not, is in a much better position.
Both players do have the Ari and the Wayfinder, so they have some pretty key pieces in the strategy of the deck.
So what is interesting here too is Ari gets to attack, puts the Kennen back in the hand, and Kennen being resummoned, means that the Mark of the Storm can kill the Dancing Droplet. So we just get a nice little block here, trying to prevent some damage. Because this is combo v combo, your HP is a little bit more important. And the only pings you're worrying about, again, are Mark of the Storm. And you're going to send your Dancing Droplet back to the hand here and draw another card. And this is going to be close, because Fresh Lobster is winning in terms of tempo, in terms of resources, but Gamebreaker also has a slight advantage now because of the double Kennen. You have this extra target that you can sacrifice if need be on a block and still have a second one. You also have now Lightning Rush, which is one of the few pieces of direct disruption and interaction in this matchup. Everything else that's pertinent happens at burst speed. You know, the Kinko Wayfinders, the Godwill Seedling.
There's a trade of Mark of the Storms on the Ahri. So as usual, mirror matches tend to be mirrored in many spots in the game. That is why the name is there. So we're seeing a lot of the same plays happening. And as you mentioned, not really any big difference between these decks. They're pretty much identical for the most part.
And the Ionia lists, interestingly enough, as time goes on, as they get very popular, they rise up through master rank, and very high-level players are streamlining them. You get these fully optimized lists within 1 or 2 cards of each other. Whereas, you know, other variants, especially like Freljord Shadow Isles, for example, there's a lot of different options that you can use to kind of tech the deck based on the meta. The Ionian decks tend to be incredibly efficient.
Even the boards were exactly mirrored with the Wayfinder pulls there as well. So, you know, I think everyone that plays and casts card games dislikes mirror matches, but I think there's a special something when you're seeing visually the exact mirror. I think it is a little bit satisfying for a bit, at least, until you end up seeing just the same plays happening every single turn.
So now that there's only 2 mana open for Gamebreaker, we can very safely go for a block here with the Dancing Droplet. If you just put a Ghost Blocker in play, then Ahri won't swap, right? She doesn't actually strike the blocker. So you can just go for Recall on the Droplet and draw a card.
We'll see if that will be the play, or just on the, accepting the attack here. Not that much damage really coming through, and keeping a lot of these possible interaction stuff like the recall to stop an opponent tome coming, maybe, or some kind of interaction from the opponent.
What is interesting there is by taking the damage, your Gamebreaker is sending the Droplet back to the hand, but doesn't have mana to replay it. So you're wider on board, and you're just setting up a bigger swing here on your open. And Fresh Lobster kind of found a slightly more aggressive line to break the mirror, just because, all things considered, the attack token is still having to change back and forth on who gets to attack what. And I'm wondering if an open attack is going to be appropriate here.
Blade Twirler is tempting, though. This is a card you want to bring down to the board as soon as possible to get the benefit from all these stun and recall effects. And if it is in hand, it's just really losing a lot of value that it could be, slowly amassing on the board.
And Gamebreaker, the only way you really deal with Blade Twirler in this matchup is Homecoming. Once its attack gets so high, Twin Disciplines isn't going to cover that quick attack anymore. But by open attacking, you're also keeping tons of mana available as well.
I'm just imagining if the Wayfinder had an effect like Thresh, where it would pull out 2 more units when it's attacked. Truly,
oh my god,
my brain decides to just bring up these nightmare scenarios for absolutely no reason.
They probably tested that change internally, right? What if it summons a 1-drop? Would you attack?
Only the Lecturing Yordle can get away with so much.
But we have a pretty decent swing here coming through. We've got the swap in the Dancing Droplet thanks to Ahri. She's still going to take down the Mourned. Lobster's drawing a card, and you can see just the early couple cycling of the Dancing Droplet has just allowed Lobster to jump out ahead. When you have more cards than your opponent, especially in a combo matchup, especially against decks with so much reactivity and disruption, you need to have this agility in your deck. And so Gamebreaker's considering the same line that Lobster did. I'm just going to take the damage from the Ahri and the swap, trade down the board a little bit.
And there's yet another Wayfinder in the hand here for Lobster, plus the space to utilize, which is something that's going to be quite rare, I think, in this matchup. Having to find when you have at least 3 spaces open on the board is not really always a possibility. Lobster,
I think he's still burned from the last game. There's no Absolvers in the hand. And if you go for the Wayfinder and it whiffs here, it might put it might ironically put you too far behind. And you've got to capitalize on this razor thin advantage. It's just this mirror match playing the same cards. The players have drawn very appropriately. There's not one side that's like, oh, I didn't get my RE Cannon or Dancing Droplet, and it's just getting completely bulldozed. This is very even, and both players are now trying to find a way to build this advantage over time and slowly convert that to a win. The Blade Twirler getting down onto the board for Fresh Lobster's side, something that's going to passively scale as you're cycling and drawing with the rest of your combos, is going to be a huge benefit to him in this mirror.
And as for the draw, I think it's a deck that is going to be very consistent, just to the cycling effect, to the Wayfinder, you know, pulling out key unit effect. So overall, it's not a deck that has a high mana curve either. It's a very low curve, so you don't really kind of break your hand from a bad start, for example. So it definitely is not going to be a non-game. I think both players have access to really the entirety of their game plan.
Navori Conspirator onto Kennen. Try to use Mark of the Storm to clear up Gamebreaker's RE would be massive here. But Fresh Lobster is... he very rarely goes for plays of that nature. It's interesting. It's like every once in a while you see that sort of like hard read bloodlust come out of him as a player. But typically if things are stable and you don't need to go for a big play just for the sake of the immediate value, you don't really go for that. But maybe after running the deep calculations, the line is looking pretty juicy.
The Dancing Droplet coming down for Gamebreaker opens up a little bit more cycling as well with both the RE and the retreat that's in hand.
At the very least, maybe you force Twin if you go for the Mark of the Storm play here. Just get that card out of the opponent, or maybe you force Gamebreaker to bounce the RE if they're forced to recall it. And by making them replay the RE, it gives you a chance to develop. But holds the Kennen, lets the open attack potentially come through.
With a much wider board now on Gamebreaker's side, with the Dancing Droplet coming down, and more chip damage possibly coming through. We're seeing it here, both players essentially getting like 3 to 4 damage every single attack token turn, because the other player doesn't want to really lose out on the blocks.
Fresh Lobster also has a different idea as well for this RE. Now that it's been sent down to 1 HP, there is now the threat of just blocking her swap partner with a appropriately tanky elusive unit, right? With Twin Disciplines on it or something. Skinko Wayfinder, just bringing out another Kennen, giving Lightning Rush, has another Mark of the Storm now to threaten this RE. And so Gamebreaker looks to be in a little bit of trouble here with no second RE to fall back on. Oh, pardon me, there is one in hand. I see it there now. So maybe he isn't sweating as much. Lets this RE go down to Mark of the Storm. And then just has the second one waiting in the wings.
What the attack might look like for Gamebreaker.
I wonder if Gamebreaker won't attack. Because if you just end the round, Fresh Lobster loses out on that Mark of the Storm. And Fresh Lobster is going to sit on the Mark of the Storm because you can just use it to counter Gamebreaker attacking anyway with this RE.
Yeah, pretty stalled out board on both cases. Like you mentioned, because there is so much punishment for being proactive with the recall effect, etc., it's going to create this current situation of just full stalled out boards. Very hard to find value from attacks because of a certain interaction. So we'll see where this takes this game and how it eventually starts ramping up in tempo or kind of becoming more of a threat from either side.
Fresh Lobster does have some expendable units here with the Mourned and the Kinko Wayfinders. So you can just kind of send these in to deal some chip damage or force Gamebreaker to trade down. Because Ari, Kennen, Dancing Droplet are units that you really want to preserve so that you can cycle them, use them for your level ups and your win conditions. Fresh Lobster is in a position to really bully, especially with the Blade Twirler.
I like this mark coming in now. It means that any kind of answer has to happen before the combat is pushed in, and that allows for Fresh Lobster to have much better information about what to block, where to block, how to block, if to block.
And if there is defense here, it's going to be, again, you're recalling the Ari. You have to just spend even more mana replaying her, so you have less flexibility going into the combat. You're forced to cash in an Absolver or a Twin Discipline. And now here, Fresh Lobster has accounted for this as well, where even if it's a fresh Ari that's being played, you have Twin Discipline.
On both sides, both players have access to 2 mana and to their twins in a aggressive way or in a defensive way. But I think the end result will be currently the one we're seeing here with the attack coming in. Could just be chump blockers coming in from Lobster deciding
if you're gonna chump block both, I think that you would block with the Ginkgo Wayfinder. That's a 2/3 and run the same idea, but just clearing board space, I guess.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think with both droplets, with the Ahri, with the amount of extra value the Lobster has in hand, he's fine with just chump blocking to preserve health.
That's true. Just clear the board, keep the board space going. You've got the Ahri now. What do you send back to hand? Navori Conspirator, maybe? Try to cycle Kennen one more time. Develops the droplet, wants to cycle that.
Yeah, I think that might be the option. You're going to have essentially 3 different cycles with Homecoming with the Recall in hand as well. So a lot of ways to cycle through your deck. Both players have access to Dancing Droplets though. So again, might be much of the same on both sides.
And this is going to be the new thing we got to keep track of, Panda, is the Kennen level up. I think it's kind of impossible. They might need to put a little UI element where like you can hover Kennen and it gives you like a list of any unit that you've played like more than one of. So I like this too. First, going for the recall here, you've got tons of mana to work with, and this is just a cheap way to draw a card. See if Gamebreaker has any way to react to this. And so what Fresh Lobster is doing here is taxing Gamebreaker's mana as much as possible before he attacks. So that way you can be more, aggressive with this Twin Disciplines, perhaps, if Gamebreaker does tap under Homecoming, etc., etc. And Gamebreaker is also worried about potentially Absolver or something, which is, again, the main reason it's in this deck, is so that when your opponent has a lot of elusive blockers trying to keep your board from just lethaling, you have that overwhelm with the Ahri and the swaps to still deal tons of damage to the Nexus.
There's the usual case of once these boards are finally clogged up, it's going to be someone pulling the trigger from a proactive spell, and then just the stack of spells that ensues in answer to that one instigator, in this case the recall on the Dancing Droplet. Both players trading lightning rushes, and like you mentioned, both players getting taxed on their mana without really doing much on the board. There's an Nobified when Discipline's coming in, so it's just every single spell you have thrown in. But because Lobster was one that initiated with the recall, I think he's going to end up losing out on having to commit all of his mana and all of his options, really.
So now tapped out of mana, you get the recall and Dancing Droplet to draw a card. You're leveling up your Ahri, it looked like when we hovered the eye earlier.
And the Blade Twirler also getting some extra amount of attack.
And Fresh Lobster just needs to keep drawing cards. You're in a strong position here in terms of just champions, in terms of development, in terms of pressure that you've gotten, but you still need that final piece of the puzzle to close out. You need the Absolver. And now things have taken a turn for the worst.
Yeah, locking himself out of mana here puts him in a very vulnerable state. Even if it's just 4 mana for Gamebreaker, this deck, both of these decks operate in a way that with very little mana you can do a whole lot.
And Fresh Lobster saying, okay, well, I can attack with Fey Blade Twirler, force a block if I want to, but if I just pass, if the round is over, now I have to worry about this wide elusive board plus Ahri threatening a kill here, because there is only one elusive blocker on Fresh Lobster's side. And even if you attack with Blade Twirler, the Ginkgo Wayfinder will just block it, opens up another board space for this other droplet. And you've got a massive swing here with the Ahri. And Fresh Lobster has found himself into a position now where Homecoming needs to be the answer to try to close things out.
Yeah, going for the double Mark of the Storm here, the recall on the Kennen, and again, no possible answers from Lobster here. Locked out of doing anything on this turn.
If the Twin Disciplines was not used on the Dancing Droplet, and you still had that mana open, you could maybe still swing with Ahri, force a few more things to maybe block down this turn. But now we've got Kennen coming through. We've got 2 Marks of the Storm in hand. This is going to kill the Navori Conspirator. So 0 elusive blockers now for Fresh Lobster. And Gamebreaker has managed to seemingly win the mirror match now by just focusing on leveling up the Ahri. Just 1 step ahead of Fresh Lobster here.
And again, being more reactive. I think the key thing in any matchup like this one is whoever ends up, ahead on that spell stack attack later in the game, and whoever's more reactive and is able to be more patient in that way is going to end up having a bit of an advantage.
And so we've got the potential swing here from Ahri, but there's still 2 mana open for Gamebreaker. Twin Disciplines, which is kill. So looks like a pretty strong open attack here. Homecoming, no way to answer it.
That's the one saving grace here for Lobster. He has the key card that you mentioned at the very beginning of this game. The one card that really brings interaction into the mirror match is going to be Homecoming.
And so this is going to be Fresh Lobster's attempt to stop this big swing coming through. And so if Fresh Lobster, the Homecoming resolves, Fresh Lobster does survive this round, where is he going to go from here? Kinko Wayfinder. We've got Shadow Assassin maybe to draw. If we get Absolver, right? Because Ahri, with the Homecoming resolving, Fresh Lobster's Ahri levels up. And then an Absolver top deck for the Overwhelm, plus the swap down the line against all these small HP targets might be enough. I guess it depends on if Gamebreaker says after the Homecoming clears the Ahri, if he cashes in the Twin Disciplines now, just to get a lot of damage here. Because we've got 5 unblocked damage in elusive coming through.
Not quite lethal yet, so Lobster can, just agree to take this and not really commit to anything. Again, the idea of being reactive instead of proactive is key here, but it means he's down to 2 HP, which is pretty low. A whole lot of recalls coming in from Ahri and her effect, a whole lot of damage coming in as well.
And with the recall now, that means that Gamebreaker can replay the Kennons, gets more Mark of the Storm, can start clearing the board as Fresh Lobster's trying to redevelop here.
Deny was also found, which is going to be important to deal with something like the Homecoming, for example.
And that is just the 1 copy in Gamebreaker's list. Fresh Lobster had already used 1 copy of Homecoming? No, that was a Lightning Rush earlier. So still has plenty of Homecomings. There's a lot of dead draws that aren't going to help Fresh Lobster here. At 2 HP, he's essentially saying, I am going all in on ending the game essentially next round. Here comes the attack token. Gamebreaker's continuously developing here. Maybe Godwill Seedling on the Kennen, getting even more Marks of the Storm. Removing Ahri from the equation.
Lobster knows that Gamebreaker still has a lot to do this turn because of all the fleeting cards. So he's just happy to pass, see what everything that ends up happening, and then doing his best with the 5 mana he has to prepare for his attack in the best way.
And so now we've got the Blade Twirlers coming through. Absolver would be a fantastic top deck, right? Because you have the threat of Ahri attacking all the way down the line with elusive, trying to take advantage of Gamebreaker's lack of elusive blockers, just like we saw him do against Fresh Lobster on this last swing. But the threat of Overwhelm on these Blade Twirlers is also going to be very strong. Now, how did Gamebreaker, it's crazy to think about, the early game, it looked like Fresh Lobster was slowly building up an advantage for himself, was going to try to punch through and just expand that gap until it was too much for Gamebreaker to handle. But then there was that massive swing, right? I think that's what it was just, as you mentioned, Fresh Lobster being a bit too proactive, being forced to tap down all of that mana, allowed Gamebreaker to respond to stop Fresh Lobster's play while advancing his own at the same time.
And the 4th mark going on to this single Ahri, trying to finally take her down here. We'll see if there's going to be a response from Lobster or not. It would mean he goes under that 4 mana for the Homecoming. It would mean he uses up something like Twin Disciplines, which is maybe crucial. And it means he goes under the 4 mana for maybe the Wayfinder as well.
So wants to pass here. Yeah, Lightning Rush is going for lethal. Now you have to respond to this with Homecoming.
And Deny is going to be there in hand with 4 mana still up for Gamebreaker.
Beautiful.
This is maybe the problem with taking that hit going out to 2 HP. Sometimes when you're playing reactively, you expect something from your opponent, you end up just accepting because you're not dying, so it's fine. But with a deck that has some amount of burn, and even though Lightning Rush is not the most obvious burn, like Mystic Shot, I get excited. It is burn, and it was what Gamebreaker needed with just 2 HP there to kind of go through all the hoops and eventually find lethal with Deny backup as well to make it a guarantee.
That is not going to be the first Ari Kennen mirror match we're going to see today. We're going to get a lot of exposure.
I'm a believer. That's the last one.
We're going to get a lot of exposure. We're going to learn a lot about how that mirror is going to play out. But we'll see how the rest of the matches of the bracket did play out. Sir Donald and Karaschi.
Yeah, Sir Donald takes it 2-0 over the newer face, at least in the Fight Night scene. Tomb Simon. Salty Simon also taken down. So Simons are having a bad
Simon
day.
Mirror.
Simon says you're losing round 1, apparently. Gamebreaker, as we saw it there, wins the 2-1 versus Lobster. And Owie continues to be on that hot streak, taking down Dinah. So both Lobster and Dinah going to face off against each other. We are not casting that match, Scarzig, for, not going to mention anything to do with the amount of broken that might occur in that match. But very excited to cast this next round and see where the winners of this first round take us in the semifinals. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to move in through the next stage of the upper bracket. We just had a long set come through with Gamebreaker versus Fresh Lobster. We knew that was going to be a very dynamic set, honestly. A lot of decisions to be made, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. We're moving forward with Sir Donald versus Karachi. Sir Donald coming from Spain, making a very big name for himself.
Definitely a player I'm going to be rooting for. One of the highlight players in the past few seasons that has grown the most, and in kind of with our sponsor Medify is actually a story I wanted to highlight, because Sir Donald's a player that was has been around for a year or so in Runeterra, but has really stepped up the last few months in seasonals, and he actually got coached by Lobster initially to take his game to the next level. And there was kind of like a mentor and student clash on one of the seasonals, I think 2 or 3 seasons ago. And that was through coaching and through Medify. And it shows how, even player to the level of Sir Donald, someone that qualifies to the seasonals, still thought, hey, there's players at a level above mine, and I can still try and take it to the next level. And I think I'm not going to say it was just Lobster that bestowed upon him all the knowledge of the world, and has made him rise to be one of the best players in Spain and in the EU scene right now. But it definitely shows that these players that care so much about getting him improving in any way possible, and it's a success story, I think, to see Sir Donald having so much success the last few months.
Absolutely. Like he had, like you said, he was already a really strong player. He had the good foundations, and sometimes you just need that extra advice, that extra experience of a player that has played in a ton of tournaments already, and that outside perspective. And then once you're able to internalize that and truly adjust your own gameplay, it can just pay off immensely for you. So Sir Donald already moving on to the next round of Fight Night EU, which is already consistently one of the most stacked lobbies in any tournament. And we'll see what he decided to bring today.
And the theme is Fight Night Legends. Legends never die, and Aphelios is certainly a legend to many. He comes back. Those viewers are now thinking, was Aphelios buffed in the most recent patch? What did I miss? You did not miss anything. But Sir Donald, he's a believer. He has always trusted Aphelios, and he's brought him in to this tournament. He's won 1 round already, so I'm not sure if it was a fluke or if Aphelios is really back in the meta, but if someone is going to pilot this deck to success, I think it will be Sir Donald, someone that really is at the level of players like Lobster and Gamebreaker in terms of control matchups and really going through all the different decisions and finding the right lines.
I think that the idea here was, okay, I have some elusive units with Burblefish and Admiral Shelley to maybe block down. And if it's against something that's more value-oriented and more control, then they just simply can't stop me from snowballing the game, right? You just get this huge wide board, even if they aren't elusive units. Just like we saw with Veiled Temple, how dangerous a big buffed Aphelios or a big buffed Boxipus can be. And with Nami just leveling up and cycling through, it seems to be a great combination. Ironically, one of my experiences of facing Aphelios and Nami was an Avatar of the Tides deck, where they just get that set up, and every time you cast a spell, it gives you another random spell in hand, and then you just go infinite and start cycling a bunch of randomly generated spells. So this deck isn't that ridiculous, but it still has the good foundations. It's like you take the 2 halves of 2 decks that were good in their time and smush them together, and now we have this new monstrosity.
Sometimes that works. Sometimes it fails miserably. We'll find out, very soon which of these 2 outcomes we will be seeing from Sir Donald here. But like you mentioned, I think we're going to see a lot of the key things from the Aphelios deck in the past, with, of course, the interaction with the Boxipus and the Crescendum, of course. And then things like Spell Thief from Nami. Nami, of course, that had her Reign of Terror not so long ago. And a lot of the key pieces in that, like Shelly, like the Burblefish, like the Spell Thief, etc. And pretty much all of that great target support package with spells like Pill Cascade, Sunless Figure, etc. are all going to still be in this deck.
The key piece from that package that is not present here is probably Line 'em Up, but you're just making up for that in terms of more reactivity and value. Being able to run Star Shaping at the top end, for example, having that little bit of healing. And once again, if you run this deck into something that's very controlling, isn't going to be putting a lot of pressure on the board, the fact that Nami's level up was nerfed by like 1 round, it doesn't matter, because you just wait and attune or float that extra mana, and then you're good to go. But we're going to take a look now at the opponent's deck here, the Draven Rumble. So Draven Rumble has been a deck that players recently came up with after really struggling to make Rumble work for a long time. People were like trying to do a lot of, at least especially me, I was trying to do like a lot of mech synergy, a lot of swarmy stuff with the Yordle Explorer, Yordle Captain, Poppy things. And this deck just kind of plays into the old school style of discard aggro, where you're emptying your hand in exchange for massive tempo on the board.
I was gonna say it looks like identical to Draven Scion, just with Scion removed, replaced for a Rumble. I think most of the key of that deck looked pretty similar with a burn as well, and just a very strong discard package from Noxus. But to start things off, it will be Ari Kennen on Kurashi's side, I believe. Yeah, it's gonna be the mirror match. So you jinxed it, Scarzig. Well done at the very end of that round one.
We got to get this mirror out of the way so we can get to the spice down the road.
All right.
Because we already saw the Ari Kennen mirror. We analyzed it very deeply. We had an opportunity to, and this buys us a little bit of time to talk about.
Always happens.
Draven Rumble. Because I was talking about how it was like more like discard aggro, and the version that Karashi brought is more similar to Scion. And I think it's just because that mid-range precedented style is a bit more stable. But the classic one that everybody's been really ranting and raving about doesn't go for like Lost Soul, has like triple whirling death, and is just like much more like aggressive.
I was a bit shell-shocked there because we always do the same thing where we highlight the super spicy, exciting decks, and we queue in, and I'm expecting to see a matchup between Aphelios and Rumble. It's going down, and then all of a sudden it loads up, and we're seeing Ari Kennen. I'm like, wait a minute, is this right? It is right, unfortunately, for me at least. I'm not sure about the viewers. You might want to brush up on this mirror. If you are playing Ari Kennen on ladder, you're playing against a lot of Ari Kennens, it might be an important and necessary exercise to really go through some of the minds of the best players in the world and how they navigate the mirror as well. But for me, not so much. I don't play the decks.
I'm wondering if the list is going to adapt further. If it really can afford to, because we, again, like I said, the Absolver tech is really beautiful for the mirror, but is there a way to make this match go even more one-sided if you're accounting for it? And I think it just comes down to, usually in Runeterra's history, players very rarely tech for the mirror. It comes down to just being confident that you're going to outplay.
A lot of mana being burnt there by Karashi, so a bit of an awkward hand we're going to have to assume here. Doesn't have all the right pieces. Going to pass here on his attack token turn. Doesn't really have, double recalls. Just a bit of an odd hand here. Way too many spells. And just that one Navori Conspirator without the right bounce target. You don't have the Dancing Droplet, for example.
The hand is bad enough. I think you could just go for Navori Conspirator, play the Kennen, try to work on cycling the Kennen, getting the Mark of the Storm, for example. Probably, I think Karashi was hoping that Sir Donald would maybe play a card and maybe open things up to be a bit more safer, give him a little bit more guidance of what play to make that round. But Sir Donald's just going to say, okay, I'm going to end the round and keep developing. We've got Kennen now coming into play. Kinko Wayfinder also available to be played with the board space available.
There's going to be a massive attack here. No Wayfinder for Karashi. I think it's going to be the trigger being pulled here by Sir Donald unless he misses the Allegiance. Going to be a huge amount of tempo here with a full
and gets the second Kennen, so we got double Mark of the Storm as well for big pressure here.
And you're not really doing much of anything by bouncing the Kennen at this point now. You still only have one blocker by committing to this action. This is, I mean, we talked about non-games because this deck seems to be so consistent, has such a low curve that you don't really draw into these like really weird initial hands, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe I jinxed it as well, because this is looking like a non-game to me with a full-on attack here from Sir Donald.
Yeah, I mean, this is so, it's so sad when you've got like all these reactive spells and you're playing into an opponent that's just like, well, I'm just going to hit you, and it doesn't matter if you're like cycling your own stuff. And now that you're down to 8 HP, Sir Donald has this huge buffer to, if I don't even play any cards for the next 3 rounds, I can just kill you. I just have lethal on board. And Karashi now, what are you going to do? You're going to use all your recalls, your Navori Conspirator right now to level up your Kennen, and just hope that you can use the 8 Mark of the Storms that you develop to wipe the board here. That's the line. And this was something I was speculating about in the mirror matches. Are you going to play towards leveling up your Ahri? And I'm wondering if this is going to be the way the mirror match sort of ends up playing, where one side is looking to cycle and level up Kennen as quickly as possible, then use Mark of the Storm to just snipe all of your opponent's units, because once they run out of threats, you know, the Ahri like combo turns and things of that nature aren't even that threatening. And if Karashi is somehow able to pull this off, it's going to be a completely bonkers miracle.
I'm going to say press X to doubt, because it's looking pretty gloomy from over here, Scarzig. I'm not sure if you're seeing the same board state that I'm seeing, but Karashi is overall in this game already burned just through passes like 6 or 7 mana, and we're not even on turn 6. It's already you know, in a tempo based deck, it's already a terrible sign that something has gone terribly wrong. But just the board state itself is already pretty explanatory on the situation that currently Karashi is in.
Ionia decks defy classification, though. To call this a tempo deck, I don't know. It's kind of like how Azir Aurelia was like, is it a combo deck? Is it a tempo deck? Is it an aggro deck? No one knows. And this deck is like, it's combo. It's got control disruption. It's got the Kennen coming through here. You're seeing a wide swarmy board, Panda, and I'm seeing a bunch of targets that die to Mark of the Storm.
It's not exclusively tempo, but tempo is to be had.
Karashi could have gotten even more all in there with the recalls and the notifies, spent his mana, and just generated hella Marks of the Storm to try to come back here.
Well, he's alive on 1 HP until Twin Disciplines or the Absolver come through. Of course, there are going to be, you know, Homecoming's going to be there, for example, so you're going to have still some reaction. 10 mana to work with as well if you are Karashi, but I'm not sure if he has what it takes to stop everything that might be coming his way with both the Absolver, with the Twin Disciplines.
Yeah, let me see. You got
Only
one
one
Twin Disciplines, yeah. Absolver, and
that's...
Homecoming or Deny. Karashi does have some wiggle room
as well
with the Lightning
players.
Rush.
Deny and Noblify on both hands can kind of they cancel each other out, so they kind of are not really there. It's really just the Homecoming and the buffs, and there are 2 buffs and only 1 Homecoming.
All right, here it comes. And Sir Donald's even thinking, do I care about trying to put lethal on the stack this turn because I'm still so far ahead?
Most players do care about winning the game, Scarzig. That's what you're trying to ask.
I mean, it's like, if you're Sir Donald, you're thinking to yourself, Karashi has drawn the worst hand in the history of hands, and why would I play a card to give Karashi a chance to get value, right?
If you're Sir Donald, he's already thinking about playing his dear old Aphelios next game. That's what he's thinking about right now. He's ready for the combo, for the box that was to come out after so many months.
I guess there's a nightmare scenario that Sir Donald has calculated for, where it's like, if I don't lethal this turn, Karashi plays Kinko Wayfinder, gets like Kennen and Dancing Droplet, and then start cycling and drawing more cards while leveling up Kennen and answering my board. Maybe things go downhill.
And there's a Lightning Rush coming down. Still 1 HP on the Nexus for Karashi. He is still alive with this spell being put down. Absolver was down on the Kennen now. We can have Noblify just answer this Lightning Rush and Noblify in response from Karashi. 8 mana to work with for Sir Donald.
Mm-hmm. Twin Disciplines.
This is going to be it. Homecoming onto the Kennen, now Deny, and no answer now to continue this again, the spell stacks, the chains that go on when it's Ionia versus Ionia every single game.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, the massive swing from Sir Donald was just too much to overcome, and then when you have so much mana to spend 2 mana to threaten lethal, then spend 2 mana to threaten lethal again. You just have tons of mana still in the bank to disrupt your opponent's attempts to survive. And even if Karashi was able to survive that round, all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. Like we saw before, you're alive at 2 HP and then you die to Lightning Rush anyway. So, quick game 1 coming through.
Sir Donald up 1-0 in the series now, has to win with Aphelios Nami in the next 2 games. So we'll see. This deck will really be tested now as a deck that has to now pull through and get that last win that he needs to advance on to the winner's final. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see what it was able to do against what is gonna be a meta-defining deck like Ari Kennen, a deck that we're gonna be seeing represented in almost every lineup in this tournament and a whole lot on ladder as well. So this will be a good test to see where exactly Aphelios stands in the current meta.
Yeah, the meta on the ladder is always different from tournaments, and when you come into a tournament and you have a much stronger idea of, you know, the top 4 decks, say, that are going to be brought and are going to be targeted, players will shy away from them. Like, there's no Iceborne Legacy decks currently in this fight night, because even though they had a very explosive start on the ladder, things are already starting to shift and adapt to them. And players didn't want to put that weakness in their lineup. But now, going into game number 2, we've got Aphelios trying to fight against this Rumble deck.
And a much better starting hand here for Karashi. Very low curve. A lot of the cards he wants to see early on. Has Urshin to activate the Fallen Rider. Has just maybe too low a curve. He's going to have to find the key cards moving into the end of the game here with, you know, things like the Draven, the burn cards, and Rumble as well.
And here comes Risen Rider. The fearsome is going to be massive in this matchup. Sir Donald, the only way to really respond to this is going to be Boxtopus. Everything else is very shrimpy and needs to get buffed by Nami. So this is already putting in a lot of work here on turn 2.
Finding all the key cards, you know, at the right time as well. Finds the Draven now here on turn 3. There's a Gifts from Beyond coming down. Or the Crescendum, it looks like. You know, I forgot all about Nami. She just disappeared off of the face of the earth after those 2 nightmarish months that she haunted all our memories during Worlds and
it's always so funny when, like, sometimes champions get nerfed and then after a while passes, players get nostalgic. Like, oh man, I hope they buff Aphelios. I miss Aphelios, but nobody missed Nami. Nobody misses Poppy. Everybody's just like, yeah, good riddance.
But everyone misses Nautilus.
Deep is looks like it might have some there is hope for you yet, Panda. Deep looks like it might be having a bit of a comeback.
3 copies of the box. Just shredding poor Poros all day long.
It's people are running line 'em up in Deep because of the Maokai change.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going through. And also, if any Deep players are listening, please don't run Shipwreck Hoarder. Run Terror of the Tides. I'm telling you, it's Chef's Kiss. But I'm on Slaughter Dock, so maybe take that with a grain of salt.
We'll see what the play will be here for Karashi. If Ozzy doesn't want to play Draven out here because it would just kind of succumb to the Boxtopus unless he's able to put down an Ack, which I think might be fine as well. They got the trade here.
Yeah.
And with only 1 mana for Sir Donald, you know there isn't really any kind of spell counterplay available.
And I think... Ooh. Yeah, so just going to get some value out of the Boxtopus here by taking down the Draven. And then you still get to use the Boxtopus on defense to stop the Rider. Oh, wait, no. Buffs... Wait, no, I'm trolling.
Yeah, the axe was enough to
buff the
win the trade there.
Draven.
And it's just now, again, 2 fearsome 4/2s that you have to deal with Sir Donald. This is the kind of pressure where you're not able to really play things out and play out the Nami and slowly ramp up to a board that you want to, you know.
Oh, yeah, this is terrifying. What do you do? We've got Gifts from Beyond, Octopus to bring out another blocker, and maybe you can also play the Burblefish.
It's really not looking good here. It's going to be a possibly massive attack. We could even see...
Take the hit and then Star Shaping, I think.
Could be an axe into another Rider, even. Just to continue mounting the pressure for 2 mana.
The triple Risen Rider draw
It's a thing of
is
nightmares.
the absolute, like, just best case scenario for Karashi here. There's a few decks, like, you know, Bandle City was really getting bullied by the fearsome angle this list was enjoying, thanks to Risen Rider and the Twin Blade Revenant. And now this is just another deck that also suffers the same fate.
Golden Sister are going to be pretty good at flooding the board, having fearsome blockers, getting lifesteal as well. But it might be too late considering we're still on turn 4. And this is the amount of damage coming through.
And then when you're back on that even attack token, Karashi can just open attack you again before you have a chance to develop it. I think Take the Hit Star Shaping might have been the best play, no lie. Because you can...
Considering here what the best option might be here. Might just be...
I think,
Rider,
honestly,
might be the Baboon.
Axe to play the Rider is really strong here, because even if Sir Donald has, like, Pale Cascade to block 1, you're still forcing through so much damage.
Well, you'd rather axe the Grenadier, get a discard on the Grenadier instead of the Fallen Rider to get the extra attack. You just want the full extra body, I think. So it might just be Baboon. If it's a stat line's going to be the same, it won't be blocked anyway, because if you're going to be blocking any of the fearsomes, it'll be the 4/2s.
Oh, yeah. So you play the Baboon, then use Axe on Grenadier, or bring out the Flame Chomper to drag a body. But that's still not a fearsome blocker, so now you're just good to go.
Like no discard in the end, just the 8 attack coming through with the 2 drops here. And this is just the way that Scion decks used to pull so much damage in the early and mid game and really apply a lot of pressure for when Scion came down. But the same happening here, and kind of the same fate that Nami decks used to have in the meta where Draven Scion was a thing as well. They really kind of succumbed to that early pressure.
So here comes Nami. She, in her non-leveled up form, she still is able to buff her allies. So we get some fearsome blockers coming out now. There is only a Mystic Shot in hand, so not quite enough burn. Is this going to be a stabilization Panda?
Might be tough. There isn't much mana to work with. That's the biggest thing here. Only 4 mana for Sir Donald to work with. We're gonna have a chance for a Ballistic Ball. We have a chance for Rumble still.
Yeah, we've got a line here of just Rumble, discarding the Grenadier, the Flame Chompers, the Rider or the Axe potentially, and then just having like a big beater. The impact damage matters a lot. You're getting your attack coming through on the open next round. Sir Donald only has 2 HP to develop here regardless.
Ballistic Ball going to come down in the end, offering a little bit of extra burn, also some discard utility there with the possible ignition next turn as well. Just a few more options and a chance to scale that attack higher as well without there being that many chump blockers right now for Sir Donald.
Yeah, we've got Gifts from Beyond, so we can go for another Crescendum to get Boxtopus and start to take control of this board.
But that would be all of your mana expended at this point, leaving you vulnerable to really any kind of counterplay from Karashi.
Yeah, we've got Mystic Shot, gets rid of the Solari Priestess to open up for a bigger swing next round.
Yeah, you can axe here to get the attack to 3, but you can't quite kill the Boxtopus, and overall it might not matter unless you're planning on Mystic Shotting the Boxtopus to kill it off anyway after the trait, so you might just not go for that option right here. Just let the Boxtopus go through and evens things out a little bit here and keeps that small mana completely banked at this point.
All right, so here comes the Rumble. And again, Nami's not close to leveling up just yet. When you keep your opponent under pressure like that and they can't float the mana, it also delays the Nami. And we've got another wide swing coming through. One fearsome blocker will be pulled to the side by Flame Chompers. This gives Sir Donald the opportunity to develop the Golden Sister. And if Lifesteal is indeed the target that gets pulled to the end of combat, can you still survive the rest of what's coming at you?
That's gonna be the question there. We still have a chance for Fallen Rider to come down, and we still have a chance for the Mystic Shot as well. And the thing with Golden Sister is that would be all the mana spent as well. So that would give Karashi kind of the entirety of the puzzle for him to solve if he can this turn.
And now it's just a matter of Sir Donald crunching the numbers, right? Making the right play. And Golden Sister does seem to be the answer.
Really didn't have that many options, to be honest. I mean, it was either this. Usually with this deck, you have a lot of different decisions to make with target spells and the ordering and sequencing. But in this case, with the current hand, there weren't really that many.
Mm-hmm. You've got your lifesteal down at the bottom. Rumble deals 1 impact damage. And you just sacrifice you just trade everything down. Ooh, interesting. Has the 3 mana open, maybe trying to threaten a Whirling Death or something? Or says the Golden Sister's going to heal anyway?
Yeah, I think this is the case that where you have there's no mana from the opponent, you're able to just go ahead and Mystic Shot this Priestess first, 1 less fearsome blocker as well, and then drag the Golden Sister to the very back of the line with only 3 blockers available.
Yeah.
And that's a surrender. Sir Donald is taken down in game 2. Aphelios did not even make it to his own party, just did not show up. Maybe we'll see him come back in game 3. Would be pretty bittersweet to hype him up so much and for him to just not come into hand at all in both games. But Sir Donald has one more chance in his final game 3, and it will be Ari Cannon for Karashi once again.
So honestly, the Risen Rider, like that early 4/2 fearsome is just so powerful that without having things like Mystic Shot to cleanly deal with it and get it out of the way, or even just like an early 3/2, that sort of thing, or Double Trouble giving you the high roll of something with 3 attack as well to block, would just spell doom there. It was too much of an early tempo advantage to overcome.
Aphelios is currently in hand, but looks like he's being thrown out because this is going to be, again, going to be a fast start usually for the Ari decks. You have the Wayfinder already, not being mulliganed because it's just such a pivotal piece of this deck, even at 4 mana.
Yep, you get the Wayfinder in hand, so you have your turn 4 power play, and then you just mulligan everything else. You're looking for Dancing Droplet, you're looking for Absolver to come into the hand to guarantee that the Wayfinder does go off on 4. Mourned on turn 1 is just some free chip damage as well.
Double Trouble, 2 copies of them in the hand there for Donald, and has both champions now as well. So I think it's going to be the usual play pattern we've seen so much before. Some of us have forgotten, but just, passing until you have that Double Trouble, you have the spell mana banked, and working towards that Nami level up.
And Karashi's also going to enjoy the early passive play from Nami Aphelios, because you need to bank a little bit of mana for yourself. So the Mourn just comes right back down.
Double Trouble hoping for an elusive hit here, ideally, and he does not find it, but there is
Otterpuss.
an Otterpuss, and there is a prank.
The Dragon Chow is very sad, but getting the prank is actually nice, because now you get another cheap spell to proc your Nami to activate your Nightfall for Aphelios.
I think that was like the best possible pull alongside the worst possible pull. All things are balanced now. The Dragon Chow does absolutely nothing, but the Otterpuss is one of the better pulls you can get, I think, in this deck.
All right, so cashes in the prank immediately.
Not really the options you want. You get some information here at least, but I mean, I guess you expect there to be a Wayfinder in hand anyway at this point.
Yeah, I think Sir Donald was really hoping to maybe hit a spell there. That way you
could have been used maybe like when they are Mark of the Storms fleeting in hand to try and snipe one of those possibly. To to disrupt a possible combo that Karashi thought would be 100%, but in the end just used their bit early possibly, and not really hitting the right targets, and at least not hitting them in the right way with the mana debuff.
Yeah, perhaps with right now the inability to answer the board, if Dancing Droplet and things of that nature start to hit the board and tons more cards are being drawn, maybe this was just Sir Donald saying, this is the opportunity where there's going to be, on average, the least cards in hand, so I might as well just prank now.
Karashi is admiring the art of many of the cards that he has been playing for the past month. Taking the time here. But we all know what's going to happen anyway. His final decision will be Wayfinder coming down on curve. Maybe it was some kind of ritual to make sure you hit Allegiance, possibly praying to some Ionian goddess. I'm not entirely sure on that one.
And Nami leveling up thanks to her tune, gets that final point here. And so now we've got 3 mana to work with. Start buffing up this Dragon Chow, making it into a threat.
An unconventional start as well, with no cannon whatsoever pulled out, just the Dancing Droplet coming in and the double Mourning. So not really ideal for Karashi. 2 games down in a row.
Yeah, the Mourns is dealing a lot of chip damage, and it does recall itself, so this does play towards Ahri maybe being very close to level up when she comes down. But the slow gambit for Sir Donald is now paid off. Nami's leveled up, in play, Aphelios is about to come down, this wide board is about to get buffed up, and Karashi, without the immediate benefit of Ahri and Kennen to begin controlling the board or threatening an OTK, means that Sir Donald can begin really taking over this game with Calibrum and Gravitum, etc.
There is the massive elusive force coming in. The Burblefish is going to be there. 2 copies of it in hand for Sir Donald, but still not quite discounted to 0 mana just yet.
What's nice here, too, is that Aphelios does generate spells to cycle for Nami, and we're going to be seeing maybe Infernum as well to get Overwhelm on a few of these targets. Karashi is in a position where you have to keep 4 mana open for the rest of the game for this Homecoming.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to be very careful about just overbuffing a unit or kind of committing to that, because there is going to be, like you mentioned, that little amount of interaction with the Homecoming that can be quite devastating at resetting the buffs from Nami and resetting possible keywords like Overwhelm.
And we analyzed Gamebreaker and Fresh Lobster's variants earlier, where there was 1 copy of Retreat and 1 copy of Concussive Palm, respectively. And this variant, taking a look at what is being run here, has a copy of Cynon Thousand Tailed as its kind of tech card for the top end, as a fail-safe when you don't get your droplet chain going and you just need a little bit more resources to finish out in the later part of the game.
A big swing coming in. 9 HP now on the Nexus for Sir Donald. In past months, you would think this is completely fine, because you would think a Sparklefly is about to come out here from the Crescendo. It is not the case. It is instead of Voxipus, who does not have lifesteal. So the story is a bit different. You can't be so, happy-go-lucky with your HP. It doesn't just replenish every turn. So we'll have to see how Sir Donald navigates the next few turns.
And as we move into the next phase here, Sir Donald does have the Severum in hand, really wants this lifesteal, but Karashi has too many recalls, right? That can, even if you don't bounce the Severum target, you just bounce the thing that's going to block it, so that it just sidesteps the lifesteal altogether, one of the classic ways to stop that. And Crescent Strike is probably the better play here over Equinox. You're really tempted to take this, but if you silence a follower, Karashi just sends it back to the hand to cleanse that. I guess just opting for a cheap spell. Just for the sake of, I need to hit you with so much threat this round that you trade these elusive units away.
There's has to be a huge swing here from Sir Donald, because he has to replenish his board with the Burblefish anyway. He wants to have the elusive blockers next turn. So we're going to be seeing a very aggressive attack here, just to try and obviously put some pressure on the Nexus for Karashi as well, but maybe convince Karashi to trade down some of his board.
Finding the timing for Severum is going to be very tricky, because Karashi's always going to keep this Homecoming open. Or the recall. Even if you tap under Homecoming, as long as you have recall to move the lifesteal target away, you're good to go.
And Crush has to be very careful about what he commits on the board, knowing that there is a Boxtopus that has Challenger, and not wanting to play into that. But looks like he's going to overwrite with the Burblefish here.
Ooh, and the Burblefish does generate more spells, so just opening up more options for himself. Get this in play immediately, so that way it starts taking the buffs for Nami, even whiffing the Jailbreak here just to get that proc. Really smart. We've seen some awkward states with Nami in play, with Jailbreak and Double Trouble, where there's one drops that you don't really want to get buffed, kind of taking away your, the stat lines from other better targets for it. And so by using the Jailbreak when the board was full, you're still just getting that spell proc without creating a unit that you really don't want to see.
And there is the full elusive army coming down. Another overwrite there with the Burblefish coming down yet again. And now, once again,
getting a parley.
The lowest cost unit on the board here. Or the lowest stat line with the 2-1. Going to get buffed again by this spell. Parley coming down. Not obviously on the Dancing Droplet, because you don't want to give kind of a reason for the recall to occur. Instead on one of the warnings. So that's one elusive taken down, but they're just going to go back and take its place. Another Dancing Droplet can be played to have the full 6 elusive swing.
We do have elusive blockers. Sir Donald has to keep these alive now. You can go for Equinox if you want one more buff. I think goes onto the Otterpuss here.
I was surprised not to see a swing with some of the units before they were overridden by the elusive. If you're going to swing in with all your non-elusive units anyway, why not do that
you're keeping
earlier?
the Burblefish back.
Force some damage, force some trades, and then overwrite wherever necessary.
I think maybe there was a world where Sir Donald was playing the Burblefish and fishing for something like, what's that card called? Extortion? Shakedown. So you get the double challenger, maybe trying to get a little bit more control over the board.
I can see the from extortion to shakedown, but there's a bit of a leap there between both worlds, Scarzig.
I mean, if we open the Runeterra client in enough languages, there's probably one where it's called extortion.
I think just French. is always the answer. Astrofang and extortion.
Owie will let us know when we spectate him next. We get to see the French client.
Sounds like a much more aggressive take on Bilgewater, though. That's for sure. These gamblers are coming back for their money.
Sign in Thousand Tailed coming through. The AoE buff on the board. Trying to set up this lethal. Even with 2 elusive blockers, this is going to be enough thanks to the Homecoming as well. And Sir Donald does have some mana available for a Star Shaping, so might actually be able to survive this swing.
Full swing coming in here from every single elusive on the board. Has the Twin Disciplines as well.
So Burblefish doing some blocking. We're in a situation again where, the player's feeling safe going down to, 2 HP, 1 HP and dies to Lightning Rush. Pale Cascade. Saving the Burblefish, drawing another card. Still has mana open for Star Shaping.
This might be an incentive to Homecoming, possibly onto this Dancing Droplet that would be dying here.
Yeah, maybe sending the Nami back to the hand, maybe the Boxtopus, resetting the stats. When it goes back into hand and it's not summoned out of the deck, it's going to damage itself when it comes into play. Make it easier to deal with.
It's going to be accepting the attack there. Going to be down to 4 HP now for Sir Donald, but still has his Nami and the Apellis on the board. Still has an elusive blocker with most of the elusives gone now for Karashi. And still has a Star Shaping to find some kind of, huge play for the next turn off of the Invoke.
The Destroyer is a very interesting idea. With the Overwhelm, and the spell shield means that you're going to be able to not worry about homecoming. The Overwhelm is going to slap through a self-recall chump block strategy, but it takes Living Legends instead.
Destroyer are a bit vulnerable to the homecoming, even past the spell shield. There are going to be a lot of different ways to get through that. With
Oh, Mark of the Storm, yeah.
And with the Great Beyond, much the same. There's so many elusive chump blockers.
All right, we've got one Burblefish in play, one elusive blocker against the world. Very nice potential open swing here, because Sir Donald does not have yet enough mana for the Living Legends. We've got Hush as well. This is going to be very great for your defense. And with Spell Thief, a lot of strong options we can pull in terms of buffs for unblocked units. But going for an open attack here, you're forcing through your own win condition. However, Karashi has tons of mana now to respond with the homecomings, etc., etc.
I think we can definitely expect the homecoming here, just to get the Dancing Droplet out of danger, get the cycle to continue. Well, you might burn a card though, considering how full your hand is right now. And we'll definitely see a Wayfinder come down, I think, after the stack goes through.
Mm-hmm. And the way that the block is going right now, any spells that are cast do go on to the Burblefish in terms of blocks. And Karashi might be in a similar situation as Sir Donald was last round, that you might not even bother responding as long as, lethal is not presented this round. Because as it stands, the Burblefish gets buffed, but then the cycle repeats itself, or then the Otterpuss and the Boxtopus. A lot of puss in this deck, apparently. That sounded weird.
No
anyway,
puss in boots,
Panda.
Though. No puss in boots. That's what I want to see. Shrek expansion with Donkey, Shrek, and Puss in Boots. Everyone knows.
Oh my God, Sea Donkey.
That's part of the Runeterra universe. It's part of the lore. Well, there's a cannon coming in with, I think, one of the nicest cutscenes, champion level ups of this last game, at least in my perspective, at the very least. But does survive at 5 HP. And now we'll see if, with all the tools that you have in hand here, if you're Karashi, if you're able to come into it. Notify has some value here, actually. Probably the only spell it can hit, but I'm not even sure you're really wanting to go for the Notify there.
Again, you're just filling the board up with units that are tanking your Nami buffs, and you kind of want them to go onto the elusives so that you can punch through with more potential damage. You have really tanky elusive blockers. Severum just going to be cashed in here to put more HP on the Burblefish so it can survive Mark of the Storm. And if it gets recalled, then you're good.
That's not really a great target for it, because at the end of the day, you're going to get another cheap spell to be able to use as well to buff everything else. So not really ideal. Didn't have to accept here. Could go for deny if you wanted to. Could go for notify as well, but I'm not sure if really that's what you want to go for at this point.
So it does indeed connect. And Karashi really, scraping the bottom of the barrel for elusive threats at this point. If you have to do everything above board, it does get pretty dicey. At 8 HP, no longer is Lightning Rush lethal on the table. We still have not seen a copy of the Absolver yet. That might be the thing that he's going for here. But with Hush in hand, Sir Donald is in a very safe, very stable position, all things considered.
And he has just all his setup already on the board. Has the Nami, has the Aphelios, and just really has to have the tools to survive and then find some way to push through that last bit of damage next turn, which I think this is the last turn that Karashi might have to really try and end the game at this point.
All right, we've got Godwillow Seedling coming down onto the Cannon. This is going to put a Lightning Rush in hand, going to generate a Mark of the Storm. Looking to move this Burblefish out of the way, it looks like. We've got Ari available as well, who is leveled, of course. But no Absolver. I don't think it's going to be enough, because you can play Ari and then she just gets hushed immediately before you even attack. Ooh, wait, but you can't. You have to do it when they attack, because then they can bounce the Ari to cleanse and then replay.
Yeah, with so much mana to work with on both sides, and again, because units are generally so cheap, there is just a lot of counterplay available. You have to really think through every single one of your actions, especially on Sir Donald's side, who is running out a bit more, running out of resources. He has the Living Legends, of course, but not really sure what you might hit with the Spell Thief, for example, with so many different options available. And some of them somewhat useless as well, like Mark of the Storm.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Ebb, dealing 2 damage randomly to an enemy. It's the Kennen here. There's another one in hand still. Maybe not the best target. You want that to maybe hit the more into the droplet.
Well, a droplet maybe opens up for recall counterplay, so maybe not ideal.
But the Burblefish does get buffed by this spell and will survive the Mark of the Storm. It is stunned this round, so still no elusive blocker, but you're keeping the body alive regardless. And then you're also going to get Flow in your hand, so you can heal your Nexus for 2, getting another buff, and then Ebb and Flow, which does the same thing again. Massive spell chain coming through. Nami's champion spell is so powerful and synergistic with her ability. But lets it resolve.
Yeah, still not pulling the trigger on either Notify or Deny. They've both been in hand and had options too the last few turns, but saving them. Not entirely sure if just too much, but Ahri does come down now at this point. Still 7 mana to work with for Karashi.
It's just such a silver bullet card, and it's that like RPG trap of you have this really OP item and you're saving it because a better opportunity might present itself down the road, and you're saving it, and then you beat the game and you never end up using it. Except in this case, you end up losing the game. So here comes the Notify to stop this Gravitum from stunning the Ahri, or you just let the stun connect, and then you just bounce her anyway. You Notify this, and I guess you try to go for recall on the Dancing Droplet. Maybe try to draw into an Absolver here.
Notify is going to be finally committed. It looks like it's been like 7 hesitations where it has not gone through. Is this finally the moment?
Karashi is pulling up his opponent's deck list right now and double checking. Is there a better target for Notify in this deck? And the answer is no. Especially at this point, Karashi, I think, is in a position where you've got to end the game this turn, because another big swing from Sir Donald is just going to be too much for you to handle, where you're going to have to trade away your entire board just to stay alive, and then you can't come back.
The classic Spell Thief into Notify the Notify.
Wow.
And now we're going to go to plan B. The recall comes in now, as you mentioned before. Onto the Ahri, able to replay her this turn.
And then playing the Ahri for 2 mana, you still have 2 mana open for the Twin Disciplines. Sir Donald does still have mana for Hush, so you can just hush the Ahri and stop the swap chain from going off. Here goes nothing.
The Blade Twirler, of course, being played at the front, just so Ahri doesn't swap with him as well, although you would want to put him on the back to get the benefit from all the recalls and stuns, but you can't just put up a wall once Ahri's leveled up. But like you mentioned, yeah, there's a Hush and just completely shuts down that kind of combo attack.
So, very safe at 5 HP, even with Twin Disciplines. You could go for Twin Disciplines, maybe try to get a lethal off a Lightning Rush. If you get the opportunity to develop.
I like saving the Saboteur. I like the extra bit of damage on the open attack if necessary. The Boxing Bush isn't really going to be relevant for the next turn. You're not really thinking of dragging something specific because you're going to expect there should be at least another elusive blocker here in the hand that can be played out.
And so the play next round is Sir Donald just has to develop a unit, gives you the opportunity to play Kinko Wayfinder to fish another Kennen out of the deck so that you get Lightning Rush with a recall.
To say it's quite ironic to see Living Legends being played out with both Aphelios and Nami on the board. Truly,
Legends never die. You said it before this game started.
it's all the foreshadowing, Scars, that we all, the script, we followed it all the way through to the climax. The Serpent coming down, a lot of different options here, but still pretty much fully wide board here for Karashi. 5 HP on the Nexus for both players.
Gets a copy of the Serpent. We got a couple Supernovas in the hand. Also a Cosmic Inspiration for a nice AoE buff on top of Nami doing her best to help out. But the 10 mana refill, we might just try to go for Guiding Touch, healing Nexus a little bit more, drawing more cards. We do see the Destroyer in hand as well. Again, trying to use that Overwhelm and Spell Shield to try to close out here too.
Overall, any massive, any huge spells are not going to be the go-to because you haven't seen Deny being played out the entirety of this game. So you can't really, I think, commit at a point like this in the game that's so important to just trading off, a 9-mana spell for a 4-mana Deny.
Mm-hmm. So now we've got 2 challengers in play. We've got 1 damage coming through from the Saboteur. There's 2 elusive blockers on Karashi's side. So they are able to block the Burblefish damage. And as we talked about, Karashi's just running out of elusive threats. And it's going to come down to a top deck of a second Ari, maybe Absolver, something like that to hopefully punch through from this position.
Mm-hmm.
But still a lot of options to be developed still on Sir Donald's side. We could play the Warrior, get another challenger in play.
Destroyer going to be committed here with the Spell Shield. There's double Homecoming possibilities, actually.
Overwriting the Nami. Sir Donald knows that this game is going to be over either this round or the next round in either player's favor. Doesn't need that continuous value anymore. Needs to go all in.
Dragging both elusives out of the way. This makes it so that you can't really... Yeah, you can't commit. You can't deal with both the Burblefish and the Destroyer as well. I mean, it's just the stat totals as well because of the Nami buffs are so huge that any one of these units going unblocked means it's lethal. Mm-hmm. There's too many different, avenues of which Sir Donald is threatening lethal here for Karashi to have an answer for all of them, I think. Unless there's some kind of, with Twin Disciplines, stopping most of the damage from the Destroyer coming in, but I think that's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, you take 4 damage from the Destroyer. Like, if you Twin Disciplines the HP, no, it's because something's always going to go unblocked from this position. So you can Twin Disciplines the HP, block some of the damage from the Destroyer, Homecoming the Burblefish, and damn, still dead. Super close calculations here.
Yeah, the Saboteur ping here alongside the Destroyer means that it's too much. Saving the Saboteur from last turn was actually the key thing that did it here. You're going to have to maybe deny the ping on the Saboteur here to do it.
Oh, yeah.
But this all comes down to the shuffling of the blockers last turn and really thinking about, hey, maybe this damage from the Saboteur is going to matter in the end, and it actually did. But the deny also comes in clutch. But at what cost? The entirety of the board has been completely destroyed on Karashi's side. He has the Wayfinder to replenish, though. He has the Dancing Droplet as well. He has another Homecoming. And the kind of the all-in value from Sir Donald has been used. The Living Legends last turn was...
All right, Kinko Wayfinder. Kennen is the last 1-drop.
I mean, this game is going on for quite a while. I'm not surprised, Scarzig.
So we've got Dancing Droplet plus Homecoming to draw another card. And, I mean, there's nothing you can do here, because you can't get this Burblefish out of the way. It survived round after round after round, just being a consistent threat and a blocker. And now we've got another Burblefish as well about to come down. We were worried about the Destroyer not being a bit clunky, being unable to connect because of the threat of Mark of the Storm into Homecoming on it. And that's probably going to be the play here from Karashi. But at 1 HP, it's impossible to keep up with how wide this board is.
The thing with the Destroyer, if he was the only real threat, then it would be kind of easier to deal with, because there were so many other threats to deal with at the same time. You didn't really have enough mana to just commit, you know, a Homecoming and something else to just dealing with the Destroyer at that point.
Mm-hmm. Homecoming is at its strongest when you're already ahead on board and you're using it to shut down your opponent's big stabilization play. But if it's just a purely defensive play, you're maybe stopping 2 attacks, kind of like a Troll Chant, but still might not be enough. So throwing the Aphelios back in the hand, recalling the Kennen, allows you to replay it. Then we have double Mark of the Storm to clear the Burblefish. Or do you have to use Mark of the Storm, one of them, to pop the Spell Shield on the Destroyer?
The surprise Burblefish in hand from Sir Donald is going to kind of stop any kind of elusive attack that Karashi might be planning. Either way.
Because there's a line here where you replay the Kennen, get the Mark of the Storm, your other Kennen hatches from the God Bulla Seedling, you get another Mark of the Storm.
Yeah, he'll get a Kennen from the landmark as well. I just think it's too little too late. I mean, the Mark of the Storm there takes off the Spell Shield, so now that Destroyer is going to be dealt with the Homecoming. Mm-hmm. You have the attack buffs, but do you have really the again, with the elusive blocker with 2 Burblephishes there, you don't really have the avenue to attack and to push through the damage.
Exactly.
Even if there is no interaction.
The challengers just pull whatever's threatening to the side, then you've got Destroyer plus double Burblefish attacking. And we still got Spell Thief available, maybe even getting another Homecoming to sidestep the target that's trying to send your Destroyer back to your hand. Or you just pull Deny off of the stack. I think this is a great lethal open attack for Sir Donald.
I go for the Shelly first, though.
Yeah, honestly, Karashi is so low on resources, you can just develop here and get another elusive threat.
Spell Thief into Denial is a thing that might occur as well. It would be the second time that Deny spells are being used against Karashi, but this is the power of Spell Thief in this deck, able to pull from other regions and really make it. Yeah, I think it might just be a surrender. I think you know that it might be over. And Sir Donald will be taking the Game 3 of the series, will be winning out with Aphelios Nami.
Wow.
And will be moving into the winner's final, the deck that I think no one expected to be there this week. But he's making it work, and he's bringing it there. It is, like you mentioned before, I think a perfect mixture of both of those decks when they were so prevalent and so popular before. They've both been hit by nerfs, but still, some players seem to be able to make them work.
That was, honestly, that set was a great showcase of Nami Aphelios' weakness to Fearsome, some of its classic weaknesses being exploited, but then also its power once it does get set up, and it just kind of grinds you down. And this was, you know, the classic Veiled Temple Targon Bilgewater. That's what it specialized in, is just grinding you down, and then the value in keyword generation from Aphelios just allowing you to close out those games. And so it's back on the menu. We'll have to see if this deck has any longevity or if it's just taking advantage of the recent meta shakeup that we've had.
Let's check out as well what the rest of this bracket looks like and who ends up facing Sir Donald in that final. Will be Gamebreaker defeating Owie 2-1. And in that loser's bracket, Salty Simon takes down Tomb Simon. So Tomb Simon, not the best debut, but hoping he can make it back into the fight night, into the competitive scene in future tournaments. And to no one's surprise, Fresh Lobster and Dinah is still 0-0. They're on game 1.
We have not determined Fresh Lobster versus Dyna. These are two players that are known for their ability to just analyze every single angle. Even Dyna, of course, playing a more aggressive deck like Nightfall, because it is one of the more intricate, aggressive decks with a lot of flexibility in its plays, would also take a lot of time making sure that that deck was piloted optimally. So we're going to have to see
I think we're getting
after
word.
this next break
We're getting
when
word.
that is
We're
developed.
negotiating with Riot to add tournament timers to Fight Night. Yep. Oh wait, got it. That looks like what's gonna be the the thing to look forward to in next week if this match is really 0-0, because
It's okay. We've got another match that we can go to in case they are still duking it out, but we will determine, what their fate will be.
It might just
after
be
this
it
break.
might just be a glitch in the bracket, and we might
That's
just be
true.
going too harsh on these guys. They're reformed. They don't rope as much anymore. They've learned their lesson, especially Lobster in the past month or two. But we're gonna go to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the winners final of this Fight Night tournament, and then hopefully with more action as well as the tournament unfolds. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We've seen a lot of spicy decks brought today, combined with, Ari Kennan, one of the decks that has really risen to prominence in the last couple weeks. Riot was on vacation over the holidays, as a lot of us were, and this is a deck like an infection that went untreated, has festered and taken over the tournament scene. We're seeing a ton of it today, and a lot of players have brought it, and we'll see if it can be countered or not.
Including both of the players in the winners final, both Gamebreaker and Sir Donald have brought, on one side, Ari Ken, on the other side, some sort of Targon control deck. But let's check out at least the comparison between these two RE10 decks, what the differences might be. We're going to start off with Gamebreakers and see what exactly his version looks like. Across the board, going to be looking pretty standard. I think maybe the biggest card that you can kind of change and use maybe less or more copies might be the Godwill Seedling. And then a few other players have different tech choices that we're going to be seeing. But is there anything in this list that you would see as something surprising, other than maybe just the one copy of Deny instead of two, maybe?
I know that Retreat was in earlier builds of the deck, and I think as the list has gotten more streamlined, and you're just like, oh, well, it turns out that Ari, Recall, Godwill Seedling is just enough. We don't need it. But you can tell that Gamebreaker really values having that extra little bit of defensive interaction when the opponent is trying to disrupt your cycling and your combo.
I think at the end of the day, Recall ends up being the same thing as Retreat, really, because Retreat really served its purpose best in decks that, you know, had like Dancing Droplet and Zed, for example, because you can get some pretty cool combos. But without there being a Premier 3-drop to get that mana efficiency from, and without it being able to hit Wayfinder, of course, on the return, it doesn't really make it as appealing of an option, I think, for 2 mana.
Yeah, and so I can definitely see why players moved away from it. And every once in a while, you just get the Shadow Assassin. And then combining this, comparing this to Sir Donald is version, we've got 3 copies of Godwill Seedling in this one, and Sign-In Thousand Tailed, running 2 copies of Concussive Palm, and you've got to give something up. So Cuts of Blade Twirler, Cuts of Conspirator. So a little bit more defensive utility in this deck to kind of shut down some of the mid-range variants that are maybe trying to just play bigger things in play and force you to block. And the Concussive Palm probably helps out massively in the mirror match a little bit, trying to shut down those combo turns.
I have to say, Sign-In Thousand is just too close to it's over 9,000 for me to think that developers don't know exactly what they're doing with these names. I'm not going to believe this is some kind of lore that's always been there for Ionia. I don't believe it. I think this is definitely a proper play on words, at least for me. The moment I saw this card, I knew what it was going for, I think.
Over the 9,000. Honestly, yeah, we'll just call it 9,000. But this deck, it's funny because Sign-In Thousand Tailed was a card that I didn't think was going to be good enough to see play in this archetype, but players really value just the AoE buff like we saw previously, but the card draw is nice. And if you're in a dominant enough position, I've seen players recall Sign-In and then just replay it and just draw even more cards. If you're in a really dire situation where, like we saw in that last game, where you're just getting ground down, your opponent has a ton of value, you're trying to find your final combo pieces, trying to make something happen, Sign-In can make things happen for you with that AoE buff and just drawing that extra fuel.
Yeah, it's just that one last card you have in your deck that can really, get you that extra value in the late game when the board's clogged up, when it's all kind of stalled out, you kind of run out of fuel. At some point, that might help you out and bring you back into the game. So at least as a one-of copy, I think anything more than that is just asking for problems in terms of the clunkiness of your maybe opening hand.
Yeah.
But as a one-of, I think it can find its place in most decks. Not necessary though. So I guess we'll see how it'll do today and how it'll do in possibly the mirror match between these two players. The third one we'll be seeing in 3 rounds, Scarzig, after you jinxed it. Thank you very much.
Now we're gonna see the next mirror match, right, and see how these tech choices are paying off, because we've seen some players just cutting the Concussive Palms, going more in all on the like selfishness of the deck of just, I'm cycling my Ari, I'm cycling my Kennen, I'm leveling up my champions, and you have to stop me. And players, especially at this caliber, are getting better at stopping you, slowing down the combo, making it very awkward, or at least putting the fear in you where you don't want to commit to these plays. And just by respecting your opponent, you aren't, just hyper cycling with your recalls and stuff the way you might see certain players on ladder would do, where they're like, oh, awesome, I got droplet and 3 recalls, I'm going to draw a bunch of cards, and, never, NA never punished. But
a bit different in this case, at least. There's going to be a lot more interaction, a lot more kind of, you have to be very careful with how you pull off these combos, especially when you're playing against maybe the other 2 decks that these players have brought. Sir Donald, as a reminder, is going to be playing Nami Aphelios as his second deck, and Gamebreaker is bringing in Zoe Diana. So both really relying on Targon and the Invoke package to finish games, but both have, it seems like, pretty clear-cut answers for Ari Kennen with elusive blockers, etc. So we'll see exactly how those matches pan out. Aside from what could be the mirror, maybe we just see those matches, you know, crisscrossing instead of the mirror match to start things off.
The Zoe Diana, we got a preview earlier with Gamebreaker, how this deck really is meant to target R8 Kennen. Like a lot of pings with group shots and the pokey sticks. You've got Hush, Mini Morph, the ability to generate extra blockers and elusive blockers. And it showed it really shredded its stuff earlier in the bracket. And when it comes to Aphelios Nami, the same idea was kind of there, but it's a lot slower, a lot less direct, and much more disruptible. And so when we take that idea and we play it into another control matchup, this could be taking Gamebreaker's list, you know, making it a fish out of water, where Sir Donald is now going to abuse the fact that Gamebreaker is trying to play this value-oriented, very responsive list that just deals with like a shrimpy swarm, and saying, okay, well, now I have a gigantic Boxtopus, because Nami sort of just becomes the substitute for what Veiled Temple was in previous iterations of the stack, where you just have this massive continuous stat gain that makes your board unanswerable.
Bit of an awkward start for Sir Donald. Has to pull out the Gift from Beyond to start things off. Gonna dip a bit too far into the mana pool to get the perfect Nami level up over the next few turns, but still trying to commit his spell mana here, playing out the Boxtopus, playing out the Challenger.
I like how there's no animation. Boxtopus just goes like into existence.
Moonsilver picked out here. Going to be maybe some amount of Bamboozle down the line, but right away Zoe challenged and killed off by the Boxtopus.
So here we go. Lunari Priestess also searching. Written in Stars is kind of cute. Getting a buffed up Zoe or a buffed up Diana goes a long way in the mid game.
And of course, Crescent Strike in the past, if this was kind of the Nami deck that we used to see before with Sparklefly, with these massive elusives, would have been the insta-pick. But in this case, a bit of a different deck that you're facing up against.
Yeah, a different deck, and because this list is packed with much more options to deal with those wide swings, you don't need to rely as much on Crescent Strike and just play for value.
Gets the Omen Hawk to buff up the units coming out from his deck, and also gets the McDonald's fries. Not quite a sponsor yet, but maybe in the future. we'll have that as a plug-in as well.
I'm sorry, that was a good one. Oh my god. So the Adaptatron. The Adaptatron does not have any targets to share keywords with, but if the next Double Trouble pulls another Adaptatron and with Aphelios, maybe it does come to fruition. Maybe there is some hidden synergy here, Panda.
And there are definitely worse pulls to get. You know, we saw the Dragon Child the other game, for example. So yeah, I think you can't complain. Still a 1/3 Stallion is also already pretty good. Nami now coming down, especially when you have attack buffs from Nami, then it just makes it that much better.
And, ooh, I love this. Moonsilver on the Mini Morph, answering the Nami directly before she can get a buff. Beautiful play from Gamebreaker. I remember during the World Championships, right? Like, Alan was very particular about floating mana for Thermogenic Beam. And things of that nature to answer the Nami immediately on curve when she came down. And so Gamebreaker adapting and recognizing now that Nami's been delayed by one turn, I know that she's going to level on this mana, and taking the Moonsilver with the Mini Morph was just fantastic way to plan ahead for that.
But the tempo disadvantage means that you're being, you know, face down to a board like this one that has double Boxtopus. It can challenge your Zoe yet again, and that has, again, you're down to 15 HP, and you do have healing, of course. You do have ways to provide a lot of chump blockers, so you're not in any kind of huge pressure, but there was a tempo loss there with a 6 mana Mini Morph on just a 3 mana Nami.
We saw almost the snap pick of the Golden Sister, because it's such a beautiful card a lot of the time, but Gamebreaker is the one that needs to weather the storm. Sir Donald has much more threats to be developed into play, whereas Gamebreaker is looking to grind out value and eventually have the star shapings come through as the final say to close out the match. So taking the Falling Comet really shows Gamebreaker's ability to stick to his guns. And some players get really wishy-washy with their win conditions and with their lines of play to try to find a victory as the game develops, but Gamebreaker is just unshakable.
Could have maybe started thinking about the Serpent onto that Boxipus, but right away, a proactive Guiding Touch into a Pale Cascade, into a buff onto the entire board from Shelly. Now things getting out of hand once again, as we used to see so often a few months ago when Nami was the queen of the meta here. And Shelly, right alongside her, is again just creating these huge boards that have so many buffed up units and so much pressure in just the mid game, really.
We saw Nami Twisted Fate in the previous meta, right before the Shellfolk nerf in this last patch. Just demonstrating that if you can run a deck that has enough must-answer, snowbally, diverse threats, that you can just run your opponent down. They have to spend all of their mana answering your cards, or else they'll just lose. And then by spending their mana on just reacting to you and not developing their own win conditions, you're slowing them down so much that all of the leftover bodies and swarm that you've accumulated are just enough to push through and win. So, Sir Donald, we talked about how this deck is like the DNA of two past monstrous decks, but I think it also has that pedigree of that third Nami Twisted Fate as well.
It's the case with any deck that, especially with Targon being able to support the spells you need to use to remove these very important engines like you're mentioning are always going to be at tempo disadvantage, and that really just allows you to snowball that early lead, like you mentioned on the board, into something that could be catastrophic in the late game.
Because Gamebreaker has 3 copies of Minimorph, but you're still leaving a 3/3 body behind with this, which this deck really likes. And this is one of the few matchups where it's like having it on burst speed is great to deal with Nami, but everything else, you know, you're looking, okay, what about if I run Sunburst? So you still have more copies of 6 mana cards to just keep answering and answering. And the Falling Comet is just languishing in the hand because Gamebreaker hasn't had a chance to float any mana. Both players fully tapped out, just going full throttle at each other's Nexus.
At each other's necks. I like that. I like that, Scarzig. Let's pretend it was fully on purpose because I love it. But 6 HP on the Nexus now for Gamebreaker. Already in a bit of trouble. Has healing, has ways to come back into it with Star Shaping, for example. But again, this is the thing about tempo and about, you know, the current mana he has. You can't just commit 5 mana to heal up 4 at this point in the game.
And so here's Crescendum. Boxtopus coming out of the deck once again. We got 2 orders of calamari and a side of fries for Sir Donald. And Gamebreaker at 6 HP is hungry for some healing.
The good thing is that Sir Donald's hand right now at this point isn't looking so ideal. It's going to depend, of course, on what Pale Cascade is able to pull. But you don't really want to play Pale Cascade proactively at this point, especially without any kind of buff synergy from either Nami or the Shelly.
The Blighted Mystic seems like such a strong tech, especially in this matchup, but it's just, even with very few keywords, Sir Donald's just like, okay, but can you deal with these stat lines? It's just not coming through. We need Pale Cascades to trade up into this. The Charger's going to be a good idea, but it's close. Sir Donald has to have like several dead draws in a row from this position to give Gamebreaker enough room to stabilize.
We'll see what the Spell Thief can pull out here from all the cards that Gamebreaker could use. A lot of 1 damage pings could kill off the Charger, for example. We saw, I believe, Group Shot,
Silver,
play
and
out.
Minimorph also in the pool. Written in Stars. Even Gamebreaker's like, oh crap, what can my opponent get?
I think it's going to want to play out a spell that you can use to utilize right now, but it's going to be written in the Stars instead. Opting for a more value-oriented approach. Going to get some good trades here with the Boxipus to clear the board, and then maybe just go for a kind of a longer game plan and not just trying to go for lethal this turn.
Nice. Gets the Aphelios off of Written in Stars. And either champion would have been a fantastic pickup at this point. Here comes Aphelios with the Nightfall. Picks up Calibrum. Just answering the board, knows that Gamebreaker only has a lot of small units to develop in order to defend. And now you just get to swing through 0 mana Burblefish and Calibrum, Pale Cascade on top of this for even more damage. It looks like this is going to be lethal in game 1 for Sir Donald. Just has to go through the paces.
And so much mana committed there for the 6 mana Obliterate just leaves you wide open with only 4 mana to work with. You can't even play Star Shaping this turn. You're at 6 HP already.
And there it is, the extortion from the Verbal Fish.
It's just, I think, too little to work with here. With only 6 HP on the Nexus, the Pale Cascade can go in for extra 2 damage on any of the units that goes unblocked. You can really sort out all your blockers with the Shakedown and the double Boxtopus.
Yep, and there it is. We've got 5v6. The Burblefish goes on block for 3 damage. And so that is going to be lethal this turn.
Nothing you can do at this point for Gamebreaker. I think the entirety of the game, he was on the back foot, fighting off any of the developments that Sir Donald was thinking. But I think you really nailed it when you mentioned that if you answer all of these engines, because they are engines that have to be answered, if left untouched, they're just going to take over the game. You're losing out on that tempo every single turn you do. You're answering just a little bit too inefficiently to deal with everything else around it. And at the end of the day, that snowballs out of control. And there isn't a clean ruination. There isn't a clean reset on all that's happening throughout the entirety of the early and mid game. And it was just too much for Gamebreaker to handle. He at no point in the game developed his own game plan. He was just constantly trying to answer his opponents.
I remember when Targon was able to very effectively answer threats of that nature in the past, thanks to Equinox and Crescent Strike. You were generally shutting down a lot of win conditions that were present at the time. But now the game has changed. There's more diversification of the sorts of threats that you're going to face, and Targon's just not lining up against those. And we mentioned it before, Gamebreaker's deck is meant to take down Ari Kennen. Right? So when you go up against a deck that's throwing a lot of foreign concepts at you and things that need to be answered immediately, you know what I mean? Targon, if they can't answer something immediately, they'll just chump it, chip it down, set up to where they're just nullifying the threat by making it so it's not hurting the Nexus. But those are threats that if they aren't removed and dealt with, they snowball. And now Gamebreaker going into game 2 gets the matchup that he wants. Sir Donald might drop this game. We'll have to see. Previously, when we saw this matchup, Gamebreaker drew triple Pokestick, triple Group Shot, triple Pale Cascade, had all the answers in the world. But when we shuffle the cards and try it again, we'll see if Sir Donald can come out on top. Already a clunky hand.
Big attack, though. 5 damage coming through right there with the combo between the Elusive and the Blade Twirler.
So we do have a nice scaling threat at the very least. There is Blinded Mystics in Gamebreaker's deck, but leading up to that point, you still are going to be trading a lot of your chump blockers and cards into the Blade Twirler instead.
No Wayfinder is the big thing for Sir Donald here. That is a card that really snowballs everything else, because it gives you the Dancing Droplets, you get recall targets, you get the Kennons, you get the Mark of the Storm, etc. The moment you don't have a Wayfinder in your opening hand, you know, on tempo on turn 4, it is a massive loss in terms of how much you can pressure your opponent.
So here we go. And I like that, of course, Sir Donald just lets the Morn go down.
Caster Blessing coming in for my Spanish homie Sir Donald. Pulls the Wayfinder on turn 4. Definitely
all
not
right,
intended.
we're back on track.
Pulls out the Dancing Droplet, pulls out the Cannon. The 2 cards that I mentioned, the 2 cards that are pivotal to the deck strategy in so many ways.
So Blinded Mystic does come through, gives some stats to the Zoe, while also silencing that Blade Twirler. Not going to scale up anymore, but things are still pretty dire. We've got Lightning Rush and also Mark of the Storm still threatening the Zoe. Double checking.
Cascade is there to get the extra HP if necessary.
So there will be some survival there. Conchologist is a great pickup. I think Solari Priestess might be the way to go. Just use that Daybreak. You want to look for Warrior or Golden Sister, I think, at this point. Probably Warrior, probably Golden Sister if you get it. Meteor Shower is also a very interesting idea. It can get denied very easily. Sir Donald, again, is playing a version of the deck that is much more defensive. Has 2 copies of Deny, so the Meteor Shower is going to be very specific for down the road if Sir Donald ever does tap under. If you took Traveler there to invoke again, just get another body in play, I don't think I'd blame you.
Double deny might be a bit clunky, but consider, I mean, especially because I don't think Gamebreaker is going to pull the trigger on any massive, invoked spells because of the fact that deny is in the deck already. So it can just give you less options to work with if you're Sir Donald for the mid game.
And we'll see how this goes, because, I mean, we've got some attacks being presented. I feel like in matchups where you're running a lot of just units in play and your opponent is mostly relying on elusive threats, you just want to swing on them with your units because they can't block, and you just want Sir Donald to trade down. But Gamebreaker just keeping it chill, saying, I don't need to be aggressive in this matchup. My win condition is just all about running you out of threats and resources altogether. Sir Donald, with the sign-in, has a lot of refueling that previous variants that Gamebreaker went up against with this list did not have. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out. Ionia, from time to time, every time it starts to get countered in the metagame, just adapts to its counter to beat that and then comes back stronger. So maybe Sir Donald is a half step ahead of other Ari Kennen users with this build.
Both are, like you're saying, mentioning, very happy to stall things out here in Gamebreaker's side specifically, because I think that's just his game plan, just to take things to the very late game with the invokes, with the massive celestials. But so Donald also had, I think, with his current hand, some incentive to do the same to some degree. Even though he usually wants to just apply a lot of pressure, he's taking it a little bit slower, I think, than usual.
Yeah, with the double deny starter, it already put him in a very reactive stance, and although Kinko Wayfinder allowed him to get this pressure, there's still no clean ways to like cycle the droplet. There's no Ari, and it's just not the true form of this deck's win condition.
Okay, when it comes to chump blockers, there's just not going to be a problem for Gamebreaker. You have so many ways to replenish it. We're seeing it. They just, both players even have maybe just too little space on the board for all the plays they can make at any point in time, with how many cheap units they have, with the recall package for Sir Donald, and with just the again, units that generate units effect of Targon and Bandle City, essentially.
Spacey Sketcher picking up the Trickster, getting another elusive blocker is great. We've seen Targon players taking a lot of Serpents to respond directly onto the board. I'm wondering if that's going to be the case over Crescent Strike. Again, with 2 copies of Deny and 2 copies of Nopify, Crescent Strike is not as clean of an anti-aggro tool as it used to be. So he's just going to keep drawing, keep developing these chump blockers. This is very fortunate for Gamebreaker because Sir Donald doesn't have a lot of elusive units.
Mm-hmm.
You can just develop your... you can just develop chumps and all these generated cards and keep your Nexus very healthy. And
isn't that
Zoe's
HP,
got the level.
So not super healthy, but yeah, it's better than some players tend to see at this stage in the game against Ari Kennen. The Zoe level up will be massive though, really helping. We're seeing there the 3-mana elusive Celestial in hand already to get everything elusive once the level up does occur. And with things like Dustbringer and Gonzalez, it's going to be very easy to get some unique cards being played.
Mm-hmm. And if Trickster is the 10th card to be played, the AoE elusive will trigger on that card. We know that Sir Donald has maybe Lightning Rush if you want to just go for it here.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to call out before the Zoe levels up against the Pale Cascade, but that's been waiting this entire time to just buff the Zoe. The Blinded Mystic synergy is actually pretty nice with that extra HP there. And so next round, we've got AoE elusive about to be granted to this board.
With the attack token as well, and like you mentioned, very few elusive units on the side of Sir Donald. You have now also the Pokestick for interaction to stop recalls, for example, to stop part of the game plan for Sir Donald. You don't want to use it proactively on the Dancing Droplet. We talked about the importance of kind of trying to be reactive, answering a recall instead, and then forcing a second recall maybe to stop most of the cycling from occurring.
Now that Zoe's leveled up, you don't necessarily need to keep her alive, but getting the Behold the Infinite from Zoe's leveled up form and generating even more big Celestials at this position is very nice indeed. So I can definitely understand why you'd go for the Pokey Stick there. Try to clear a path for the Zoe.
Enforcing if there's like a recall or a buff onto anything other than Notify, it would be kind of not really ideal to use it up if you're Sir Donald, with the target being the 2-1 instead of the Dancing Droplet.
And by going for the Pokey Stick there, you are allowing Sir Donald one more opportunity to develop another elusive. But Gamebreaker doesn't care if Sir Donald has a sizable defense on this round, because you want the elusive units to be traded away.
Doesn't full swing here, only attacking with 4 of the elusives.
Yeah, just puts the things that have good trades onto the stack. I like it. Keeping the Zoe alive. Again, just fishing for that opportunity to get the Nexus Strike. Keep that that value train going. And then we have the Blinded Mystic as well, which can be very strong for blocking. Especially versus like Twin, where if you use Twin for attack, a elusive unit potentially doesn't have a lot of HP. So really great, you know, split between attack and defense here.
Mm-hmm. Trying to even out the Nexus HP a little bit more here. 13 HP now on the Nexus for Sir Donald. Has now board space, but not quite enough to play out a Wayfinder. Missing just that one extra, which is always going to be a problem as well for these decks. They have to find ways, either by pushing enough trades on their attack token turns to then open up board space as well.
We could see a recall on Sign N, drawing more cards, looking for more resources, even just replaying it to get the buff. Kennen is nowhere near leveled.
Yeah, that's going to be it. The Godbless Seedling comes down onto the Sign N, gets the buffs, gets the draws, able to, again, fight for a longer time with the extra refuel.
This is a very odd role reversal of this matchup, where Gamebreaker is the one that has all the elusive threats, and Sir Donald is trying to make the board threatening enough to force Gamebreaker to trade away all of the board and then swing for a lethal. There is a world, right, where you just have your... If Gamebreaker doesn't have Hush or Minimorph, you know, you're trying to go for Absolver or something, or Twin to just get some bonus stats on anything that goes unblocked.
We'll see what the trades look like here. What you want to try and keep alive. Obviously, elusives are a key thing here. Zoe you can replay quite easily, so it's fine to throw her away at this point.
Mm-hmm.
How low do you really want to go with Lightning Rushes being a thing in the deck? We see already one in hand there. 3 HP is healthy enough, but it is a dangerous HP threshold to be at.
I think that you probably just block with the Conchologist as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the sake of... my opponent has Twin and then I have to respond. Maybe Gamebreaker says, well, I have Star Shaping, so it's whatever. I want to force that combat trick. And we've seen this before, right? Where the threat of Star Shaping means that your opponent, even if they do have potential to put lethal down with a buff, they have to also account for that +4 now of the Star Shaping healing.
And this, I mean, yeah, I'm just not sure why you wouldn't block with a control just as well. You know the board's gonna get replenished anyway with the with a Wayfinder, and the Ephemeral's dying regardless if you block or not. So it's gonna, that space will be free for the Wayfinder to have the 3 spots to be played out for.
So here we go, Star Shaping into Great Beyond. This is gonna be AOE, elusive, and spell shield for the next round.
Mm-hmm.
And from Sir Donald's perspective, we need Kinko Wayfinder to pull some elusive blockers right now.
Does not miss the Allegiance at the very least. That would have been probably pretty devastating.
And Mark of the Storm being cashed in now. And Gamebreaker is really looking forward to taking this game here with the Great Beyond next round, right? You get the AoE Spell Shield. Mark of the Storm isn't going to be enough to stop all of the threats coming through. Now that the board is full, an emergency Kinko Wayfinder won't be enough to stop this. Has to overwrite Godwillow Seedling. Sees the potential for a lethal swing coming through.
Yeah, only 2 elusive blockers here. And just a whole lot of elusives. And really, you have exactly the mana for the Great Beyond. And really only the Sunbless Figure. Every other spell is a little bit too expensive here. So that's really everything that Gamebreaker has on the table right now. But it is a lot. It is quite a lot to deal with if you're Sir Donald.
Oh, also Fury. I forgot about that keyword share. And so you can block the Zoe, and you can block the Great Beyond, just to prevent that extra card from being generated and from dying.
This is massive for allowing trades to happen with these 2 elusives here.
The Puff Cap was from that Poison Dart off the Conchologist way earlier. For those of you who forgot, it's been an eternity since then.
We're seeing the trades here. At least, one of the trades onto the Zoe, the other one forced to block the Great Beyond with a 10 attack coming through, of course. But still, 8 damage coming through unblocked. Fortunately, no other, ways to buff the attack total right now here on the side of Gamebreaker. Is it possible to go wide enough on Sir Donald's side with double Twin Disciplines and win the game?
There is just 1 copy of Hush in the hand and no mini morphs just yet.
Yeah,
I love the Lightning Rush here, going for the block, getting your card draw, getting your damage to the Nexus. There is still potential here for sure.
I think it might be possible.
There is still star shaping in hand for Gamebreaker. We have star shaping and Hush, and now mini morph.
Yeah,
so I think that shuts it down. We need to go for recall on Kennen to Lightning Rush again. And then recall on Kennen to Lightning Rush again. And then with star shaping, yeah, because Gamebreaker's not going to do anything from this position, right? Because everything that is going to threaten you, you can block. I think it's okay. You maybe want to play 1 unit just so you're meeting 5 for 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but overall, it seems like this is just a little bit too much to handle with the Zoe level up and the Great Beyond. And it was so close as well. The HP total for Gamebreaker went down so low so quickly, but wasn't quite enough to end the game. And now you have just a lot of the answers you need. You have both the Mini-Morph and the Hush.
Drawing, looking for Absolver, gets another Ari, has Charm, pulls the Great Beyond to the side.
Deny finally finding some value.
Mm-hmm. I think that Gamebreaker just needs to not even worry about the Meteor Shower. You have blockers, you just have to worry about the Ari. Because from this position, you put this on the stack. If it doesn't get denied, your opponent just recalls again. Levels up the Ari. You're also worried about Kennen leveling up as well, because then you pop the spell shields, activates a lot of concussive palm shenanigans, a lot of homecoming shenanigans. I think you have to keep the mana open, because Mini-Morph is just your way to not die to any sort of combos or shenanigans.
Yeah, there's a lot going on Donald's side of the board here with 8 mana still to work with. Level ups on both champions, possibly the Blade Twirler as well, just constantly growing with every single recall and stun. Maybe Hush and Mini-Morph are not quite enough to do it, to stop.
So we got the level up, we have Charm in hand, no Lightning Rushes. Even if it's not lethal, can Sir Donald put down enough threat that forces Gamebreaker to trade away this board and then can't deal the 4 damage next round?
Seven mana to work with here if you're Sir Donald.
Because you can, because of Charm, you can't pull the Great Beyond. You have to attack with the Kennons here, get the Marks of the Storm, and then set up to pop the spell shields and get the stuns where you need.
Double twin as well means that there's you know, a lot of... I guess if the Dancing Droplet had one more attack, that would be better, because you could just use one twin to threaten lethal. If it, 2 units are being unblocked, actually, so never mind. There is going to be... Grab the damage, push through already. You're at 0 here. With the Ari swapping places with the Dancing Droplet, of course. So this is actually huge. To be able to threaten the attack and already be getting lethal without having to commit anything else means that you can be a little bit more reactive with your hand if you're short on, with your different buffs, and force an answer first from Gamebreaker. So
because
this
it's exact lethal, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
if you star shaping, twin doesn't cover. It needs to be star shaping, and then if they go for twin after you've take away the lethal, or they go for absolver, then you hush or mini morph.
You're now at 2, but this puts you now at the mercy of a single twin. Once again, going back to square one. And then a second twin. And if you mini-morph and you're twinning the 1/3, that just gives it back to 3 attack, which means that it's lethal yet again with 5 damage push through. I think there's not anything you can do here at this point with 9 mana. You twin the 1/3. And this is the thing with mini-morph.
And then if you star shape, if you have to star shaping, so you heal for 4, and then you cover second twin. Because it's only +3, right? No, it's still lethal.
Yeah, you just buff the Ari here and it gets touched and it's the same. Despite everything, despite it looking pretty gloomy as if Gamebreaker had all the answers, the amount of moving pieces in this attack with the Ari, with the cannons, with you know, all the chip damage that was pushed through at the very beginning, especially when he went down to 9 HP so quickly, I knew right away that it was going to be a bit of a problem, and it looks like Sir Donald will be taking this game too.
Yeah, he needed to he kept a ton of mana open, but there was the opportunity to play Solari Priestess at the opening of that turn and have one more blocker.
Overall, definitely, I think well played by Sir Donald. Found a way, in you know, in again a bit of a less tempo heavy approach to this deck. Wasn't as fast and explosive as we usually see with Wayfinder and all the shenanigans going forward, but played it off of the Foxes quite well. Got the buffs, got a lot of refuel, was able to stick into the game and go punch against target, which is kind of the king of value generally. But very well played and very well deserved place in the grand finals, with Gamebreaker having to fight his way now down through the losers bracket with all the remaining players that are trying to go for that miraculous losers bracket run.
I think that was just a great showcase of what I talked about, where Sir Donald's variant is looking to play a longer, grindier game if the situation calls for it. And Sign and Thousand Tailed, beautiful amount of value, so much card draw. At the end, Sir Donald full hand had so many options available, and Gamebreaker just had too many options to consider, too many things to play around, and you only have 1 or 2 cards plays to make because they're all expensive, and you open yourself up for your opponent to just be a lot more agile and just finding the lethals in all those unblocked slots. But that was a great winners finals, but we're going to continue with more gameplay. We've got the losers bracket round two, Lobster versus Karashi. They're still in game 1.
Not round 3, round 2. So we are still the game that you usually would not go into, would be moving into round 3 after the break. But in this case, because Dinah and Lobster round 1 took so long to conclude, we are still in game 1 of this round 2 between Lobster and Karashi.
And looking at it here, we've got Ari Kennen versus Fresh Lobster. We've got Vengeance on the stack trying to stop this Ari combo, but there is the deny for it. And so Fresh Lobster goes for the Frostbite here. How many... The box is being hovered. I don't know how many of these units were summoned this turn.
We have a lot of questions, Scarzig. We just jumped into this game, and there is a lot going on here.
So here comes the box. Wiping the board here. There is a Twin Discipline available for Karashi. Push through a little bit more damage here. And I just wanted to refresh my memory on Karashi's build. 1 copy of Deny in this list. and Fresh Lobster, being the player he is, will definitely respect that.
So 3 damage coming through in the end from the Ahri. The Vengeance was, of course, denied there. So that was the only deny in the deck. Had just been used there on the Vengeance. And now all the very powerful spells we see in hand have kind of the green light to go ahead if you're Lobster. So he has double Field of Rush there.
Yep. So with that being said, we've got Ledros coming off the top, presenting a different option, because there is also the Atrocity. Homecoming is spooky. Shuts down Ledros Atrocity, peels one of the attackers with the Field of Rush, because you just block the Trundle. He's not going to be leveled up yet, potentially. And then you can just send the Tryndamere back to hand. Buy yourself another turn. There is lethal already presented with this Ahri, and you've got Twin Disciplines to cover the Flash Freeze. So I wonder if Lobster is maybe thinking about It That Stares. No, then you just recall the Shadow Assassin. Doesn't look good.
Looks like Ledros might be the option here. You don't really have it, though, for lethal, even with Atrocity. That's what you're going for. And it would be the counterplay from Homecoming anyway.
Yeah, it's like Feel the Rush gets you 2 units in play. You get to attack, and both plays kind of lose to the same thing, but Atrocity kind of sends through the most damage right now.
Well, I guess with Val Feast, no, it wouldn't change at all. Because there's still, the Fearsome Blocker is still going to be the Ahri. It's just a little bit off, even having the Hopium lethal, but even then, I think there's going to be answers.
Yeah, the game has gone on quite long already. Like, they're still in game 1. Fresh Lobster finally getting to his late game win conditions. Karashi has leveled up Ahri. Kennen most likely also is leveled up. And just that big swing we saw with the Ahri finally punching through was the culmination of Karashi's strategy there. And who knows how many board wipes outside of just that box that we saw that he's played around and survived through.
Just coming in here, you have to block at this point with the Ahri or go for a Homecoming this turn. But then that leaves you kind of vulnerable to Atrocity if there is any extra bit of damage that can be pushed through. Vile Feast is there, but you have the response with an Opify.
And Lobster has to take this risk. Because what you're doing here is you're just removing the target from the board, so there's no like chance of a Hail Mary open Atrocity against your swing.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, if Ahri is only in play by herself now, she can't just hit you. She has to get pre-buffed. So then it's 3 attack plus twin, then flash freeze plus twin, just to set Lobster down to 1. And then you're hoping for Kennen Lightning Rush stuff. Oh, that's right. Ahri's ability, when things are recalled, they're discounted. So you're able to play the Shadow Assassin this turn.
Vile Feast will be big here.
Yeah, I thought it was Ahri's effect when the things that she recalls herself after you attack, but it's all recalls. So now this like crazy value engine is starting to happen. Whenever you see Ahri level up, the game kind of just ends, and you rarely get to see like the value that she really brings with the discount. And the development here is very cute, right? Because Fresh Lobster needs something in play that he can cast Atrocity on, but everything that he has to play is too expensive. There's no AoE right now. You have to go for It That Stares, and there's too much mana open for Karashi to just recall units and sidestep that.
Yeah.
Or even just use Twin to survive the 3 damage AoE.
All the spells are very lopsided in Fresh Lobster's hand. Both the spells and the units, they're very, there's no middle ground, which means that it's very hard to go when you're at such low HP total to go kind of matching every one of these different answers on the board with the double Shadow Assassins.
So It That Stares does the 3 damage AoE. This opens up Vile Feast to maybe kill one of these targets. You've also got Flash Freeze, but I don't think it's enough. Especially with Double Twin. And you can just not do anything here and just play Navori Conspirators instead. Recall, Vile Feast, Twin. It's, tale as old as time, I think, at this point. Where it's like having extra Nopifies in your deck, right? So a lot of negates.
Yeah, Twin is a pretty strong card. Who would have guessed it after these last few months where it's been the nightmare of so many people and so many different Ionia-based decks?
And so there is lethal being presented here. Again, with Ahri and the Shadow Assassin just threatening 5.
Yeah, and the freeze can come in, but really will just reset. So either both the freeze and the Vile Feast can be just answered 1 for 1 with either the Twin Disciplines. So at the end of the day, there isn't really a clear-cut answer here. And you can't even do both if you're Lobster.
Yeah. So that is going to be game 1 going to Karashi. I would really have liked to see the last handful of turns that led up to this point, but we mentioned it earlier how it is pretty difficult for like these swarmy decks to play into Freljord Shadow Isles, and whenever we see it happen, we know that the player had to do a lot of finessing. And Lobster with, look at this, Ledros in hand, double Feel the Rush. Even after the deny was spent, the Feel the Rush was still like, didn't have enough tempo to be played.
That's GG. Game 1 goes to Karashi, able to take that win there. Second game might be a bit different story. You're going to have to face off against either the Feel the Rush, or I believe Lobster was also running Ahri Kennen, so those are the 2 options there at least. But there won't be a mirror because of that first win from Karashi. And Karashi, I believe, was the player that was on Draven Rumble. Yes. So excited to see how that goes through. Got a very easy win against Nami in the last series we casted because just an explosive Fallen Rider start. We might see that happen again.
And Ahri Kennen coming out from Fresh Lobster, shifting gears here. And you can see where, a lot of players will stubbornly stick to one deck just because they're kind of already in that mindset. And they're like, if I switch, it doesn't really matter because I have to win with both of my decks anyway. But Fresh Lobster also throwing his opponent a little bit off balance. After you got done playing against Freljord Shadow Isles and you're used to that matchup, I'm going to shift your mind in the other way. And he's kind of trying to take advantage of his experience of playing a lot of tournaments, of saying, I'm going to try to just make my opponent crack, essentially, right? When you're playing at these high levels, there's a lot of decisions to be made. This is where the fatigue starts to kick in at this stage of the bracket.
Not really an ideal hand for either player. Well, never mind. Crushes has been fixed now a little bit, I think, with these 2 draws there with the Fallen Rider. But the hand for Fresh Lobster, not ideal at all. Does not have a Wayfinder, does not have any of his access to any of his 1-drops, so no Kennen, no Dancing Droplet. Making things already a little bit awkward here to start things off. No Fearsome Blocker either, so the big attack right away. You can go in with a 2-1 just because of the losing that value trade, but already 4 damage connecting.
Yeah, taking that 4 damage on turn 2 is so massive to put this deck ahead of you. And no Fearsome Blocker either.
Yeah, still pretty bricked. Again, a very bricked hand here in terms of all the different things you can do with certain card combinations.
I think you go for Shadow Assassin, fish for Twin. You've got to stop this Rider. You can recall your other Blade Twirler.
Yeah.
I do like the swing here.
But you're just fine accepting this. You just don't
take
even
the
block.
2 damage. So that's got to be the play. You've got to block with Blade Twirler. Because you can't put it in combat. It can't even like go into play. It can't like go in front of the Rider and then get buffed. So Fresh Lobster is betting that Karashi's is going to develop this round. Try to play Rumble or something.
I mean, he has a good development. He can play either some Treasure.
And with the Flame Chompers in hand, if you recall one Blade Twirler, the one that gets buffed gets pulled to the side, you're still taking 9 damage here. This is reminiscent of like the aggro Shadow Isles days, where suddenly it's turn 3, but somehow you're almost already dead. I think it's got to be Shadow Assassin, look for Twin. Or even at the very least Absolver. You can't take another hit like this.
Yeah, it's the Rumble going to be coming down. Going to get the full discards. Going to get the Reborn. Grenadier are going to get the Flame Chompers. The whole gang has now come together on turn 4. This is a turn 4 attack.
This is really smart by Karashi as well. Just discarding 2 doesn't need the spell shield on Rumble. Even if Fresh Lobster has Homecoming, you're only preventing one big threat, and you still have a massive swing regardless. I love the recognition there.
Doesn't find anything again. The Conspirator, not really the spell he needs to help him mitigate some of the damage on this attack, and this is already maybe too much. I mean, he had denying the initial mulligan, which I think he correctly mulliganed away, but now that means he has no answer for this deny, better for this Decimate that's in hand as well. To continue adding more pressure, you have even more burn with the Ballistic Bot possibly to continue chipping down over the next few turns, and just his entire board to deal with already. I mean, you're giving up.
Yeah, Karashi is rolling into a 2-0 here. Down to 6 mana. This deck cannot heal. So 6 HP on the Nexus, Decimate, and a couple turns of Ballistic Bot is all he's going to need. Really unfortunate early game whiff against the Rider. The fearsome units haven't had their own archetype for a long time, like way in the past, the Wraithcaller nerfs.
And there's a Wayfinder, but just a little bit too late now. Can't even play if there's going to be an open attack next turn. I'm going to expect a Ballistic Bot into a Sum Treasure, into the Reborn Grenadier, or you can save the Grenadier for a open attack with a Poro Cannon, activating it.
Yeah, we had to get Wayfinder into like Kennen, start getting the Marks of the Storm up and running in order to control this board a little bit, but just a little too late. So we can get another card draw off the Shadow Assassin down the road if it's getting recalled, the Blade Twirlers. But if you're Karashi, you just take this damage. You don't even need to trade down your board.
You can, sacrifice the Ephemeral here and just have one chump blocker at the very least. And now double Decimate in hand means that there's going to be a whole lot of damage coming through. As you mentioned, no healing and currently no denies in hand for Lobster.
This variant is running like Lost Soul, has a lot more of that mid-range like Scion feel to it, but like the version that everybody is really running on the ladder and has been like the newest evolution of this deck, in my opinion, has been like the incredibly aggro version with like Whirling Deaths to try to hyper level up the Rumble, etc. And we're seeing shades of that here. Like every time this Rumble Draven deck has shown up on the stream, the Risen Rider has come through and just demolished the opponent.
And there's the attack coming in. Ephemeral, just chump blocking there, going down to 13 HP. One extra unit on the board for Karashi, so going a little bit wide there already. Has a Decimate, has the Ignition, has double Decimate actually, so I'm going to think there's going to have to be lethal. There's going to be a Noble Fight because of Palm. The Palm can stop the unit disparity here and even things out.
I like an open attack here. You force Lobster to spend mana to sidestep the impact again. And even if there is some way to survive and stabilize here, you're still forcing Fresh Lobster to trade his entire board away. You're no longer under threat. You're getting these 2 scaling threats out of the way. Anything that Fresh Lobster does in terms of reactivity is incredibly expensive, something like a Homecoming, and it just opens up a chance for the Decimates to connect, just to once again look at Fresh Lobster's variant of Ari Kennen. I keep saying variant. I know people don't like it. Build of Ari Kennen. There is only one deny. So the block does come through after all. 1 damage from Rumble, and then that sets up for Ballistic Bot's Ignition there, and Decimate to close this out.
I think we might see a recall on the 2 on the Shadow Assassin to stop the impact from going through. We might just see a Palm straight up and get a more favorable trade and keep the Ari alive, possibly. But yeah, looks like it's just going to be a recall here on the Shadow Assassin, trade everything else out, stop the impact damage from going through, but now still Decimate plus Ignition plus an Ignition next turn can still seal the deal here. Although there is going to be an Amplify to stop at least one of the Ignitions.
You've got to Nopify the Ignition and then somehow kill your opponent on your open attack after you've just cleared your entire board. So yeah, this is going to be Karashi just cruising to this 2-0 here.
And Wayfinder also gonna immediately say, okay, I don't have a deny right now. You can use up one of the Ignition or the Decimate right away and get the damage through.
And
now Lobster knows that he has to keep up this Nopify at all points in time and try and find a deny, but it might be a bit of a bit difficult to do that here.
Yeah, from 13, it's just not possible. Karashi getting rid of the Draven, getting the Daring Poros into play, having some elusive blockers just in case.
A little bit too early though. Finds a Lost Soul there. Could have used the Poro Cannon as an activator in that case.
Maybe there was some kind of really wild line of 4 damage in play right now with triple twin or absolver, some kind of nonsense there. And so Fresh Lobster knows there's no way to close out from 13 HP.
Another very explosive showing from this Draven Rumble. This giving me almost the interest to check it out myself, because it seems to, when you get these, it's kind of the whole Scion package, the early mid games exactly the same and just as scary. It seems like a lot of pressure being applied, and Rumble actually fits the deck, I think, pretty well. The time it's come down, down right on time and provided just enough pressure on the board to justify his cost and his I think overall seems like a well-built deck, and the 2 times we've been able to see it. Not sure if it's a small sample size, but it's done very, very well. And in this case, has ended Lobster's run in this tournament.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see. Fresh Lobster had a strong idea with his bring. We saw the Field of Rush really pop off in the early stage of the bracket, but the Ari Kennen just ends up getting exploited. Sometimes you can bring something that counters the meta, but if you bring a meta deck yourself, you're still opening yourself up to that same weakness. So, big congrats to Fresh Lobster for getting this far, especially with the meta being so shaken up right now and things haven't quite settled. But we're going to take a look and see how the rest of the bracket went. We've got Sardana waiting patiently, and now it's going to be Salty Simon taking down Owie and moving on to face against Karashi.
That will be the next match that we will be casting. But first, we'll be going to a 5-minute break, a little bit longer this time. It is the midpoint in the tournament. Give the players some extra time to rest. Give us some time to rest as well. And we'll be back with the rest of this tournament in 5 minutes. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We've had a lot of great games so far today. We're moving through the lower bracket now. The winner that comes out ahead on top of the lower bracket will take on Sir Donald in the grand final here.
We're going to have two, very well-known players in Europe at the very least. Salty Simon, someone that we've seen so much on Fight Night, but also in EU Master Tournaments, and recently in a seasonal, in his first ever seasonal, the last one that was held a few months ago. And also Kurashi, a player that won the German, won the Masters Europe with the German team alongside Teddy and Kwabachi. So two very well-known players. Not surprised to see them, making it into this top four of this tournament. But excited to see what they're able to bring to the table. We haven't casted Salty Simon at all in this tournament.
He has not been on the broadcast yet today.
He's always a fun one to cast for all kinds of reasons. So definitely excited to see what the show looks like today for this semifinal.
Yeah, Salty Simon went on a bit of a hiatus and then came back and was very, very strong on his resurgence into the tournament scene, but had a really frustrating run through the last Fight Night Legends that he appeared in, but now is back and has told us, that he's seen the light, he's reformed, he's now a control player, right? He's known for his aggressive builds, his really tempo-oriented play style, but now is playing control. And I think that, he might have gotten a little bit of help from Metafy, our sponsor. You know what I mean? If you want to shake up your playstyle, if you want to branch out, learn something new about a game that you love, or maybe a new game entirely, it's best to get that coaching 1v1 from a pro of your choice. You get to search through their entire roster and pick somebody in your time zone, somebody from your nationality that speaks your language, find somebody that has the time and attention for you, and, maybe you can end up in, again, Fight Night EU, just like Sir Donald.
Everything about Metafy, I believe, but Salty Simon being reformed, not so much. That's a bit more of a doubt for me, but we will see. We will see. Actions speak louder than words, and we're hoping for a lot of action in this next semifinal as it comes up. Very excited to see, again, what these two players have brought, and just, again, the play styles of Salty Simon. You mentioning he's not a control player, I also find it hard to believe.
Let me tell you. He's brought darkness. And if you are a player that doesn't typically play control, darkness is actually a great place to start because it plays a lot more units than a standard control deck. You still get to get your great trades and tempo on board in certain matchups and use those great, aggro and mid-range fundamentals that you've developed. But then, you get that control aspect of having a lot of late game value, inevitability, floating spell mana to set up for darkness. It's a great deck to kind of also start working on those sorts of skills as a control player. And as other players have said over the course of even Fight Night participation, that they feel it's a deck that's very strong, easy to pick up, but very difficult to master. So having that very high skill ceiling is something I imagine also drew Salty Simon to the archetype.
Now I understand why you're hyping up Simon. It's because he brought one of your favorite decks. He brought
one of my
Darkness to the
favorite
table.
decks.
It's a deck we haven't seen all day long today. We haven't seen maybe in a while, even in the current meta. But Simon has decided to bring it in, and we'll see. It's usually a deck that is going to have this game plan of really trying to stabilize in the mid game and then taking over with so many strong combos with Vhagar and Senna both being leveled up and things like Stolly Sentinel. So we'll see if he even gets there. There are decks running around in this tournament that are very fast and very tempo heavy.
Yeah, and we can see here, like, normally in the 1-mana slot, players often choose between Hapless Aristocrat or Otterpuss, but Simon's actually opting for Group Shot, which we saw pay dividends for Ari Kennen matchup. Also works against the random Poro decks by just keeping those under control in the early turns. Notably, still running 2 copies of Hidden Pathways, which was recently nerfed to 6 mana. You still get the discount, however, but it's not as severe. And I know that a lot of players who run Darkness have cut Hidden Pathways altogether or are only running 1 copy. Opens up some room to maybe run extra stress defenses and things of that nature to give you even more, survivability. So overall, this is still a very balanced build with a nod to the current metagame with the Group Shot. So I think there's still a strong shot that he can have some success because even though he is in the lower bracket, he still made it this far.
Before anyone gets too excited, his second deck is Ari Kennen. So once again, as with every other player basically in this tournament, this is the second list he's brought to the table. And looking at the list itself, looks like there isn't anything too crazy going on here. There is no retreat whatsoever. But other than that, The
Only 1
numbers.
deny, no sign in, still running 2 copies of Godwill of Seedling. And again, that just opens up those slots to be 3rd Navori Conspirator, 3rd Blade Twirler. Wants to get on board and do that cycling combo early. We've seen players really like build their decks around that outcome, but then struggle to get those draws. Where you're tempted, right? I want to keep Ari. I want to keep Kinko Wayfinder. I want to keep a copy of Twin Disciplines. I want to keep a recall, but then it's like you have to mulligan something to try to get your dancing droplets and get that online, because the forbidden opening of dancing droplet on 1 into Ari attack token on turn 2 has, you know, it's Risen Rider. Getting that opening 4 damage does so much for furthering your win condition in the early game.
We'll see how these players are going to lead off. It looks like it's going to be Darkness for Simon versus Kurashi's Ari Kennen. Right away, full mulligan almost for both players there, and now a much more manageable hand with 1 drop with early pressure here for Kurashi, but still no Wayfinder card. Definitely want to find moving forward, and you do find actually the Catalyzer here for Simon.
The Catalyzer, very cool. You know that your opponent doesn't want to block. They're going to try to just chump it and recall so that you don't get that charge on the Darkness, but you still get to develop this like wide board, and they can't directly answer Vhagar unless they waste a Homecoming or something. So once you play this on turn 4, it, you know, then he just sits there and cooks the Darkness up and up and up and up.
Well, you hear the Valve piece. Right away, just try and mitigate the start here. And yeah, stay kind of on top of the board here for Kurashi's side. Kurashi's hand, a hand that definitely is going to need recalls, yeah, for the Dancing Droplet to try and refuel, because it's already very low to the ground, the curve here.
The danger in this matchup as well is the recalls also keep your they fizzle your Darkness, so you can't level up your Vhagar. And so what Salty Simon is going to end up needing to do is play Vhagar and just have him sit there, have stacking up the damage of the Darkness, and probably needs to go for like Ishtali Sentinel to get the doubled up Darkness, where you get 1 going to the Nexus guaranteed to get the progress on the Vhagar instead. Senna is also going to provide an immense amount of pressure here.
The Wayfinder is going to be huge, though, at really flooding the board and really taking over and finding, again, with Ari being able to recall Dancing Droplet now, finding ways to get card advantage. We'll see if there will be enough for Simon to use here to try and stabilize his board and take control over it.
I like going for the Droplet, of course, to get that card draw, as you mentioned, is so important, rather than just going all in on Kinko Wayfinder, because then you're tapped out and you can't protect your board. Simon isn't on Withering Whale, which sees its way into some builds of this deck, depending on the metagame, but overall, still in a decent spot. Down to 15 HP, heading into the mid game. You get to develop Vhagar safely here. And now this is where things are going to get interesting. We want to see perhaps Tilted Roadmaker off the top, but if you just play Senna and have a big quick attack unit, you're probably feeling fine there as well. I guess the danger is Twin Discipline to KO the Senna, but Simon just going right for the Darkness, taxing Kurashi's mana. If I force the Twin Discipline on defense just to protect the Ari, that's less damage that's being threatened to me in response. Or if they use another recall, that's just something that's being spent not cycling a Dancing Droplet.
Yeah. And there's a Twin once again being used defensively, as you're mentioning.
And we get the damage on the Darkness. Salty Simon could float here. I could see maybe Acolyte to get another blocker. And you get another Darkness. This pressures Kurashi into open attacking.
And you're just keeping up just enough to really not make the pressure from Kurashi go, be that huge. The biggest thing is, again, looking at the hand for Kurashi. Like, if you're not able to refuel with the Dancing Droplets, if there's a clean answer on both, all of a sudden you have really nothing going for you. You have the second Ari, and that's really it.
And there is no elusive blocker on Salty Simon's side. So we have a nice open attack opportunity with the Ari once again to sneak through 2 damage, draw another card. We've even got Charm if you wanted to boost the Fate Blade Twirler even further. But Simon is looking... it's looking a little scarier now with the Kinko Wayfinder. The Event Horizon in hand is a beautiful stun that could help out against one like massive swing turn. Karashi has one copy of Deny, which we saw just pop off huge against Fresh Lobster. And the longer Salty Simon waits, the higher the chance that Karashi is going to draw into it, because the Dancing Droplet engine is now really building up a lot of steam here.
And there is possibly the Notify finally finding a proper target here. You have the mana to spend. Or you could opt to just, let this go through. Depends on how important you think this Darkness going through will be.
And this, I really like Salty Simon's play here. He's not confident that this is going to connect, but when you are trying to force your opponent to spend mana on protecting their units rather than just developing more threats or hitting you even harder, I think it does pay off in the long run. Karashi just lets that connect simply because there is second Ari in hand. And this gives Salty Simon a chance to develop afterwards. You can play Event Horizon now. Lines up beautifully with no Deny mana up.
Even Conchologist, depending on what you hit, could help, trade out and then just be able to get something that can clean up a key target here.
Yeah, if you play Conchologist, he's thinking right now, what's he want to get? There's like Black Spear, which isn't as consistent. Lightning Rush, Quicken is nice. Probably Lightning Rush allows you to recycle the Dark Bulb Acolyte or the Conchologist while dealing 2 damage to something.
Not really great targets on the board, though. If you want to recall the Conchologist as he chump blocks something else to get the value from the Ghost Blocker and then damage something, now there's Dancing Droplet. Unless you think there is going to be some sort of a recall effect in hand, it would be kind of risky going for the Droplet kill just to get rid of it now. But even then, there's going to be a Notify, and the Notify will just directly answer the Lightning Rush.
And you can see the wind shift into Karashi's favor. The match started off with a very awkward hand. It was very slow, but he recognized, I need to get this Droplet down and start drawing cards with it immediately. And as you draw cards with the Droplet, you're drawing more cards that let you draw more cards off of the Droplet. And thanks to the God Willow Seedling, we've got another copy in the rotation, and things are getting very, very dicey, where in the Darkness matchup, you're just playing a very mid-rangey style at first until your opponent starts to run out of resources, and then you can shift to a safer Darkness-oriented direct burn plan to close out. But Karasi's just keeping up in the resource battle and meeting Salty Simon beat for beat.
10 damage now on the Nexus with the Ari shift there as well. 7-3 on the Blade Ruler, going to continue becoming a bit of a threat going forward. And there's a group shot, and now Senna will have to come in and try and save the day with the Darkness Generation, and just the fact that you can now...
Yeah, we really need Stilted Robemaker to discount the Darknesses, and you can, it really amplifies your ability to control the board when you're casting these for 2 mana versus 3. And even though a couple Darknesses had connected over the course of the early game, that's still only a few points of damage, right, towards the Vagar level up. And we're at the point in the game where there's too much mana in response to keep this Darkness from connecting.
Talking about level ups, there's the Kennen now leveling up with the God Willow Seedling helping out there. And is there just, again, Darkness is great, but it's just a 1-for-1 kind of one target at a time. There are so many targets you need to be hitting here, and there's going to be so much interaction with things like Notify, with things like, recall effect, etc. For Darkness, like you mentioned. The fact that it fizzles is just really huge. So I think this matchup overall is already sort of doomed from the beginning, but right away, we're going to see
we didn't see like Pokey Stick, Group Shot, or Vile Feast be drawn. There was a massive window of opportunity to control these droplets in the early game, and that's 9 cards that were just completely missing from the equation of this deck. And of course, Salty Simon has to put the Darkness against the Blade Twirler here to cover Twin Disciplines, killing her through her Quick Attack, because 3 HP is a lot to grant to a unit. And so Vagar is leveled up, but it's going to be just a little bit too late. With Senna alive, though, you do have Darkness at fast speed. If there was Robemaker played at some point during this game, we can squeeze in 1 more Darkness this game at the Nexus, because it's stacked up to 6. We're almost there.
But I think with 20 HP still on the Nexus, it's just too healthy for that to be a viable win condition before. Because obviously that would mean you're just completely ignoring the board. and completely ignoring your opponent's game plan, and that might be a little bit rough considering what we're going to be seeing develop the next few turns.
Yeah, Karashi just plays Blade Twirler, maybe even goes for Dancing Droplet in a cycle this turn. Yeah, Conspirator gets the...
And there's no chump blocker here either for the Blade Twirler. They're going to have to, put down the Vhagar or the Senna or play Minimorph, for example. So it's looking rough here. Consolidus will help out.
Dawning Shadow is a pretty cool idea, but there is still deny mana for Karashi. And we've seen this time and time again. Once the deck gets set up, they have so many cheap ways to threaten you with lethal while keeping things like deny and homecoming in the back pocket to disrupt your ability to survive. Where the ending forks that this deck puts you in right at the end is absolutely massive. Ari about to level up as well. And with Kennen leveled up, we do have Absolver that could be sprinkled wherever it needs to go.
To say if Simon is reformed, is going to be a pretty good test. Pretty good test to put him through. Ari Kennen, definitely a frustrating deck to play against with how much tempo and pressure they can put on the board so quickly. Especially when you have, like you mentioned, it wasn't a bad start, but just not the right start to fight, toe-to-toe with all the different threats that were being set up by Karashi. He, on Simon's side, he had his champions. He had the Catalyzer, for example. He had, some key cards, but I think not quite the right ones to deal with this huge board.
So Darkness coming through on the Ari. It stacked up enough thanks to Vhagar to cover Twin Disciplines, and we're just going to try to stop the elusive chain here.
And that'll just be Noblify coming in to stop the Darkness altogether.
Yeah, there's just so much responsiveness. Those who are familiar with the deep lore of Runeterra's metagames know that Elusives kind of rose up as a really strong deck in the beta, but was touted as like an anti-control tool. In the earliest days of Runeterra, control was incredibly powerful. And we're seeing that it still retains a lot of that heritage of any sort of deck that wants to kick back and play passively, relies on a lot of spells and things like that to disrupt the enemy, just gets massively punished here.
And there is the Noblify coming through. The group shot trying to survive on 1 HP. And we could just see the Absolver being played out here.
And this opens up Minimorph. If there was one more mana, then we have like Dawning Shadow. There's also Event Horizon. Simon is doing a good job of baiting out some of these other responses to get around the deny so that Event Horizon potentially can connect here.
Minimorph wouldn't matter, no? Because everything...
Yeah, you're right.
Would be at 3 attack at the least, let's say. So it's actually irrelevant. So
yeah, so
I think
here
that's
it is.
going to be
just
it.
one half of Absolver is still lethal. And
you
so
have
there's
the
still
mana
mana
for
open for deny.
Exactly. So that's going to be it. Simon is trying to buff his opponents. Yeah, I wouldn't change anything, I think, if you Minimorph.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think you probably even had to put Senna on the stack to block the Kennen. But it's like you're kind of far enough behind where you have to hope that that your removal does what it needs to do. It's just that Karashi drew so many cards this game. It's kind of like that Lee Sin symptom of your opponent draws so many cards that the chances of them having the answer to what you're trying to do is incredibly high.
This is why I think the deck is fine with running only one copy of Deny. I think you cycle so much that there's a much higher chance of finding it compared to other controllers that you're going to have to, hope you find it at the right time and top deck it. But in this case, you draw through your deck so often, and you're also thinning it of other cards with things like Wayfinder.
Yeah.
It means that it's much easier to find Deny.
Yeah.
And that
even
will be
without the deny, it's still lethal.
GG. on the Nexus. GG for Karashi, taking game 1 against Simon. Simon now having to fight an uphill battle, trying to get these last 2 game wins and move on to the losers final to fight against Gamebreaker. It could also just be another civil war of the Germans. Gamebreaker versus Karashi, 2 players that have really made a name for themselves, especially in the Masters Europe tournament, making Germany one of the most feared decks to face in the group stage for good reason. They might be facing off in losers final. But first, Karashi has to win this second match against Salty Simon, and he can't do it with Ari Ken anymore. Maybe thankfully for us, but definitely not thankfully to him, because he has to now go into a second deck, which I think is definitely not going to be as strong as Ari Kennen, which we've seen. I mean, other than Mirrors, has been doing very, very well today, I think, overall.
Yeah, a lot of decks, you know, you have to have your good matchup versus Ari Kennen, or it just mauls you. And the list has been popping off substantially. As we see like a deck over and over again in tournaments, we get a better feel for like its bad draws or its clunky areas where it's very awkward. But again, just one dancing droplet being drawn is enough to change the tides. And now with Ari Kennen out of the equation,
it's a Rumble
Salty
deck
Simon,
actually, so it's actually I was thinking, maybe it'll be Nami Ophelio, something a little less spooky. But no, it's actually a deck that we've seen twice today and that has performed really, really well the times that we have seen it. That being said, Darkness does have fearsome blockers as a 2-drop with catalyzers, so there's that at least to stop the right.
Oh man, that's you gotta mulligan hard. And every single deck that doesn't have like a 3-attack 2-drop or a lot of like ability to deal with that sort of card just gets annihilated. And if Darkness runs it back, we can maybe see Group Shot, Pokestick, Vile Feast, right? Do work. If you've got turn 1 Zonite Urchin to cycle, get the Risen Rider, play that on turn 2. Excuse me. And hopefully with Catalyzer, maybe it's enough. Ishtali Sentinel will also be really great in this matchup if you can get that down. It really just depends, because Karashi's had Rumble, I think, very consistently around 4 or around 5 with the attack token, and a lot of great discard targets. We haven't seen the clunkiness yet, and that could be the reason he's running Lost Soul. So you still have those great discard targets in case you whiff on a lot of the rest of your generators like Boom Baboon and Ballistic Bot. So honestly, it's just a nice change of pace to see a nice punchy aggro deck just do OG discard things at people.
Until now, he's had kind of perfect Rumble hands with Reborn Grenadier and Flame Chompers being 2 of the discards on both the times he's played it. So it might just be a small sample size that have made the deck look very, very strong. But if he keeps it up and if he gets that similar consistency in the next few rounds, I think it definitely might be. He definitely brought a great option, I think, for this tournament. It's been doing pretty well until right now.
I love the shift in focus as well. Scion recently did get nerfed, but he was kind of on his way out of the metagame just because players were accounting for him a lot more. He was getting mini-morphed and stunned and wasn't really getting a lot of use. And that's why, as we saw, it's like we personally on the stream got to see, as we were casting tournaments, the evolution of that deck move from Scion is play Scion on 7, you win, into, okay, Scion is getting answered a lot, we're going to shift to being more burn focused. And you said it, I believe, ImpetuousPanda, where you're playing the matchup as though you only have like 12 or 14 HP from the very get-go. You have to be so defensive. And so we get that same style of a lot of burn damage with the decimates, but just a much more aggressive package that sets up in the early mid-game a lot better.
The deck we haven't seen today at all is the Poros that have come out with Iceborne Legacy in the most recent patch. No sign of them in this tournament. It always happens that when something is so hot, it's like too hot. It's like players, okay, it's gonna get insta targeted or countered. It happened in one tournament where Fizz TF, when it was extremely powerful on ladder, was nowhere to be seen in one of the Fight Night tournaments. So it's been happening, I think, in many different metas where there's this deck that seems to be so far out in the spotlight that it's not even worth getting into and playing in a tournament that has no bans, that has that can be you can have targets, for example, on your lineup. So it is interesting to see. I would love to see it in action because obviously it's a new hot thing, and it would be nice to see some of the best players in Europe bringing their different variations, different versions of the deck, and what might work and what might not. But not the case today, at least, for good, for better or for worse.
Yeah, and there's the worry that the deck might be so good that it gets hot fixed and players just don't want to invest the time in learning it. The tides are shifting against Daring Poro Iceborne Legacy. I've heard rumors that Poppy Lulu does very well into it. and Pantheon, like Pantheon Shyvana type builds do very well into it.
And deep with 3 copies of the box. Wink,
Oh,
wink.
baby. And also deep. You heard it here first, ladies and gents.
No, I don't want any hate mail in my email blaming me for baiting people into playing deep again.
I mean, the players just need to have faith, because you told everybody that spiders were back on the menu, and aggro spiders ended up like popping off for a month and a half or 2 months of side meta.
Shellfolk, just gonna
Shellfolk.
drop that
Oh
one there.
yeah, your claim to fame.
That was an even longer reign of terror, which finally has ended in the most recent.
Oh my god. But looking at the openings here, we've got Ari Kennen versus Rumble. We've got Dancing Droplet in hand. Kennen is also great, even though you can't block Fearsome. Having the ability to get the Mark of the Storms up and running and controlling the board that way is also very substantial. One of the things we've talked about when you're playing against the Noxus P and Z deck is they don't have a lot of defensive mechanics, so your removal's guaranteed. This version from Karashi is not running survival skills.
Not the most explosive start here from Karashi. The Daring Portal is great defensively, like as you've been mentioning, but it's just not really a huge attack of his own. Doesn't have the Fallen Riders. Really just trading elusive for elusives here, which is okay. I mean, it's just 1-drops for 1-drops, but I guess you get a little bit more card advantage. But overall, not the greatest start, I think, here for Karashi. And that's maybe what he needs with this deck, always to have these very explosive starts to really do well.
With the Ballistic Bot, there is going to be a chance to generate some more fodder, however, here, which is nice. And the Twin Blade Revenant is all ready to go as well to get the big, fearsome target in play. And it's notable, again, that Salty Simon can't block Fearsome without help.
Perfect top deck, though the Wayfinder seems to find its way into the hand of these players right on time at 4 mana. They draw it, and then they stabilize, or they start applying that much more pressure where they're losers, as we're seeing here.
The hesitation here, if you insta-attack with the Kinko Wayfinder, I think that you maybe threatened the Twin enough, but the hesitation maybe gave it away. So he backed out of the play.
I even think that the Twin would be fine to force your opponents to commit the Twin on something like that. I think it wouldn't even be worth it, so I think it would be just a bad bluff, to be honest.
With the slow opening and no riders or anything, I wonder if Simon maybe has the read that if you get the Ballistic Bot out of the equation, then the loss of fodder maybe makes the rest of the hand super awkward. But the miracle comes through. We got Rumble now, cycling, getting rid of the ignition, getting the Reborn Grenadier in play, and we've got the Rider also ready to go.
Double get excited here. Nothing that can block the Ballistic Bot. Yeah, as you mentioned, with the ignition fodder being generated, it's going to be the key part of this deck, I think. I'm not even sure you can even attack with it, because if they get excited, that you want to have, you're going to have things to discard. So yeah, I agree with that.
I like the Godwillow Seedling as well, just getting more blockers in play, and a nice ephemeral chump against the Rumble. There's potential for a recall here, just to stop the impact, and then Rumble just doesn't connect, and you don't worry about him leveling up. But Salty Simon has other plans. I think probably just needs to keep the recall for cycling the Dancing Droplet, drawing more cards, leveling up the Kennen, rather than trying to disrupt the enemy. This is very much a matchup where it's a race. And if you take time out to directly respond to what your opponent is doing without furthering your own win con at the same time, it's just going to be, bad news for you.
Daring Portal is found off the top deck for Karashi, so he has some elusive blockers of his own.
Kennen just about to level up here. We have Get Excited to respond to the recall. I like that he's just playing it on the Mourned here. This is another target that has multiple copies played already, which can still level up Kennen. And you don't mind if it does get responded to here with a Mystic Shot or otherwise. And Karashi's recognizing the implications that Salty Simon's going for the Rumble level up, but doesn't want to waste a card on the Mourned.
And there is the level up on the Kennen, straight into the eye of that beast. And we'll see if with these elusive blockers, it's able to mitigate enough of the onslaught here from Salty Simon to get his own game plan online. He has 6 damage of burn directly in the hand. He has another fearsome attacker in the Fallen Rider.
And so now here comes Kennen, getting the marks of the storm. This is going to start controlling the board. It has 2 of them. If it gets blocked, generates a 3rd. Allows you to set up for the next swing. There's a lightning rush in hand. Things are definitely shifting now for Simon.
And the Wayfinder to be played out as well in the next turn, possibly depending on the trades that happen here, to have just a lot more chump blockers as well ready to go with the spell mana to back it up with the Twin Disciplines.
Ooh, strong call out here with the Rumble. Says you have to buff this Kennen, and if you do, I've got Get Excited. But it's, oh my god, that feels so bad, right? You're answering the Kennen, giving up 6 points of burn to do so.
If there wasn't a Wayfinder in hand, that might be okay, but because there is one, it just seems like you're not really getting anywhere.
And because, again, with the draw power of this list, when you answer one major threat, the chances of them just having another one is just too high. If Rumble does connect here, I think that it's going to put him 1 damage off of leveling up. Try to get some more value with mech generation in hand to enable the rest of your Get Exciteds and other discards you might draw.
Just takes the call there. You can replay the Kennen in hand as well. You have double mark here for the Fallen Rider. There's nothing you can do here if you're Karashi. No counterplay whatsoever available.
Yeah, so you've got double mark, and because Kennen was blocked, you get a 3rd Mark of the Storm, so you can play this one and then play the other Kennen and just kill the Rumble. This kills the Rumble.
Hard Kennen seems like a strong deck, Scarzig. Not sure what I can tell you.
We just didn't get the miracle of triple Risen Rider.
That's true.
To just like fearsome them down. And when you're playing a deck like this that has to go to the point of getting no cards in hand and then refueling off of Rumble level up, it's very abusable here. We've got 9 damage worth of burn, only 1 fearsome blocker in play.
You might go for the, somewhat greedy line here of trying to kill the Ballistic Bot and not blocking the fearsome. But I think you have to go for this one instead.
Yep, and now by trading in the Twin Blade Revenant, you get a nice discard target with the Lost Soul back in your hand. You've got plenty of mana to do everything you want to do this round. And now with Kennen out of the equation, and a Kinko Wayfinder whiff, the second one of today's broadcast.
Uh-oh, that changes things dramatically. That was the pressure that Simon needed to threaten an open attack lethal next turn with Twin Disciplines.
Wait, isn't there a Wayfinder inside the God Willow? So I think he gets another shot. Does that... No, it hatches before the draw happens, right? So it's going to whiff again.
Strange, get excited here. Opting to just control the board here entirely, knowing that maybe...
Ooh, taking advantage of this huge tempo loss with the Kinko Wayfinder whiff, getting rid of the Shadow Assassin, trying to starve Salty Simon's resources.
Oh, Wayfinder on Wayfinder action, but surely this one can't whiff. Oh,
what? How did you draw? How did it whiff before when there was a Wayfinder on top?
I'm not sure.
There's just no more one drops in the deck. It didn't whiff. Oh, okay. I'm actually like freaking out here. I'm actually freaking out. We've seen so many Wayfinders being played. I can't keep track of all the one drops.
I guess
I thought there was one more Kennen in the deck.
Yeah, that was the case there. Overall,
I'm actually losing my mind, Panda. You gotta help me.
Completely changing the pace of this game. Obviously, not having any more one drops. You talk about Simon being reformed. This might be the game really putting the test here. Maybe we should be counting. I have to be counting one drops from Wayfinders, but also the Kennen level up Scarzig. You have to get on top of both of those things now.
No, I know. They're really testing us, Panda.
And
My
Karashi
claim
really
to fame was just knowing the name of really unplayable, obscure cards, but now I have to do math? I'm getting exposed as a fraud.
And Karashi really trying to control the board and control that tempo by capitalizing on the not being one drops to pull out. But 13 damage.
I've never
deal
seen
here.
Ari Kennen with no cards in hand.
Oh,
And there's the Absolver. We knew it was coming.
that's GG. And that is
So it was a whiff
BG
into
for
a
Simon,
whiff into a whiff into a whiff, technically. Oh my god.
That was something else. I don't know. Did I not tell you at the very beginning of this series that when you watch Salty Simon in a Fight Night tournament, something has to happen. Something completely bizarre just always goes down. We saw Kennen stealing both his win conditions in that one series, and he's done it again. He somehow finds a way, and it is unfortunate. You know, I think Simon's a great player, but there's always a way where these games go in the wildest direction. A game that we thought he had completely won is all of a sudden a surrender, a game 2 going to Karashi, and now Karashi advancing for the Civil War against Gamebreaker, and Simon being knocked out of the tournament as a top 4 placement.
I do still want to give him a big congratulations for bringing Darkness, though. I think that's a very balanced, middle of the road idea. And when you're again bringing Ari Kennen has been the bane of so many players, where it gets exploited in one of the matchups, and if you can't win the mirror or you can't take a game with your second deck, it becomes like this huge weak link. And we said that's the deck, the reason that people didn't bring Poros, because it might be targeted too heavily. But Ari Kennen is a deck that's being used and then also being targeted by the other half of each player's lineup here today.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I mean, you can see it very clearly across all lineups. It seems to be the pattern that most of these players are following. But that will be it for our loser semifinal. We're going to go into a very short 3-minute break, and we'll be back with Karashi versus Gamebreaker for our losers final. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to sort out the lower bracket finals. Both of these players were sent down there by our grand finalists, Donald, and they have to decide amongst themselves who's going to get the rematch.
It will be Kurashi versus Gamebreaker. Like you mentioned, the German Civil War happening here today. I mean, there was 3 German players in the tournament today, so it was going to be expected, I think, at some point.
Yep.
We saw before with the very start of this tournament with Lobster versus Gamebreaker, but Kurashi versus Gamebreaker, I think, is equally as exciting. Kurashi, I think, had my favorite lineup of this tournament. Favorite with asterisk because everyone's running Ari Cannon, so I have to pick someone. But I do like the Draven the Draven Rumble deck quite a bit, actually. It's been performing pretty well, I think, and overall it seemed like a good evolution from the Scion version we used to see back in the day.
Yeah, the list isn't as aggressive. We have the rummage in there for just more cycling, more card draw, trying to refuel yourself for more burn. Some other popular variants are still running like survival skills to just double down on the Rumble, getting him leveled up. And things like Whirling Death can also level up your Rumble very quickly and set up some explosive damage turns with the Overwhelm of Might, for example. But overall, this more balanced variant has been putting in a lot of work because you don't need to run things like survival skills and Whirling Death. If you just hit your Fallen Riders early and your Rumble on 4, a lot of decks that are playing more value-oriented styles just can't keep up with the level of tempo that this deck is currently putting out.
And for Gamebreaker's other non-Ari Cannon list, he actually brought that Zoe Diana we've seen a few times already with the Targon and with Bandle City. So overall, a list that we've seen versions of across many different metas, many different regions even. But in this case, the key is still obviously going to be the Invoke package and the Celestials and Targon as a whole. But the splash is a little bit different here with things like Minimorph and Pokestick and Group Shot. Very, very strong cards in the current meta.
Having the pings just to keep things under control and build towards your late game is great. Diana was, of course, recently buffed, so she can keep regaining quick attack with her Nightfall ability after she's already been played, and it just allows you to have much more control over the early mid game, and giving Targon access to that sort of like direct answer ability is very good. It's just that because this list is so specifically teched towards Ari Cannon, we did see Gamebreaker falter a little bit towards the end of the bracket versus Sir Donald, running a list that was running a completely different stable of threats that just lined up in a much worse way for Gamebreaker's suite of removal.
And we'll see what the queuing order is here for both players. As far as we've been seeing, I think Kurashi has been leading with Ari Cannon in pretty much all of his series. We've always been seeing the Draven Rumble deck as kind of a finisher, which I think is fitting. But overall, we've seen him open with Ari Cannon in most cases. We might be seeing a mirror match to start things off between both of these players.
I wouldn't mind seeing Gamebreaker take the opportunity to go for Zoe Diana and get that sort of like pick up your favorite matchup with the Ari Cannon, and then you have 2 shots with your Ari Cannon to maybe just close out, because even in matchups that aren't that good, Ari Cannon can still draw the right sorts of cards and the right mixture of reactivity to still spell victory. We haven't seen, I don't think, any completely disastrous draws from the deck yet. We've seen basically the sliding scale of like optimal versus very slow ideas, but nothing where like all your droplets are on the bottom of the deck, all of your wayfinders are on the bottom of the deck.
Lobster had that one game that was pretty doomed, I think, from the very start.
Yeah, because he whiffed that one turn. The only other Kinko Wayfinder whiff in the
no, not the elites,
series.
but more the cards themselves, the opening hand, etc. was just Ari and not really a great synergy where he couldn't really do much of anything against his opponent. And I believe it was against Kurashi, I believe, in the Fallen Rider matchup.
Yeah, I think you're right. And then there was a match, I believe it was Sir Donald actually, who had, because he's running the heavier version with Sign In and Double Deny, had a very heavy start in one of his matches too.
But he adapted pretty quickly, the one with the Double Deny, yeah. But overall, it's going to be the start with Zoe Diana for Gamebreaker, and Kurashi is going to be bringing in the Ari Cannon. Double Droplet has the Navori to right away start cycling these units out of the way, and Gamebreaker going to have the Zoe start things off as well. Offering a trade here, very interesting.
Because you have the Conspirator on turn 2, it feels weird to offer up the droplet here.
But you have a second droplet, and we already saw Zoe being the turning point in this deck. You know, starting up a fight against, being able to have like that tempo once the Zoe levels up, and the chance to protect her as well. I think, yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, overall, droplet is going to be a less valuable unit than Zoe.
Yeah, I guess you're killing your opponent's win condition in exchange for delaying a card draw for a turn.
And we're going to see droplet, you know, brought out with Wayfinder, etc. Like, there's so many different ways to bring out the droplet.
And so on Gamebreaker side, we've got Conchologist getting the bouncing bomb. Either deal 2 damage to 1 damage to 2 targets or 2 damage to 1 target.
Will we see the Wayfinder here on the top deck? No, for the first time.
Well, there is no attack token, so maybe it just gets to wait a second. Cycling with God Willow is pretty nice here too.
Whenever you have the mana and you have attack token, draw a Wayfinder if you don't already have one in hand.
Yordle Captain also hitting the board pretty early here for Gamebreaker. This is just a kind of bonus card that takes advantage of all the unit generation that this region combination is capable of, but it's not like a main win condition like we've seen before. I love just swinging with it, saying, you've got Twin, do you want to try to trade up into this? What's going on? And Karashi takes the 4 damage. Targon struggles to close out later in the game, so getting this early damage really does help.
And we were talking about awkward hands. A bit of an awkward hand now for Karashi. Doesn't have ways to recall anymore. Doesn't have the Wayfinder.
Oh no. This is what happens, Panda. A deck is like really strong, and then we see games like this, and then the meme becomes like no Wayfinder, no win, or something like that.
I guess the landmark here is going to help a little bit, but obviously not the cleanest way that you would want to go through with this combo.
Great setup here with the Yordle Captain getting massive stats in play. Charger with Overwhelm is going to do a lot of damage to the opponent as well. And with the unit generation, you've got a lot of chumps here for the Blade Twirlers.
Gamebreaker is the man that this is the guy that we've seen go down to 1 HP and back up to 20 back when he brought, I think it was Karma Aphelios, I don't know what it was, but some nightmarish creation that was able to yo-yo his HP up and down for like 7 turns in a row and then win the game. So if there's someone that knows about life as a resource, it is former Yu-Gi-Oh player Gamebreaker.
There is double star shaping in hand, but we saw previously where players have a lot of healing, but the opponent, especially Ari Kennen specifically, has a way to threaten lethal so cheaply against you that they play 2 mana, then you play 5 mana in order to not die, then they just play 2 mana to put you back on lethal, and you have to pay another 5 mana. So hopefully Gamebreaker finds a way here in the next turn or two to just play a star shaping out when he's not under an immense amount of pressure. This swing does force a lot of trades from Karashi, so that is nice to see overall. We've got 9 damage coming through in unblocked units here.
And just very little interaction on Karashi's side. Doesn't have the Homecoming, can't really deal with these big units, doesn't have Mark of the Storm, doesn't have the Kennen, combo going through. Both players just going at each other's nexuses 7-5 already. It seems like no one cares about their health. Just keep attacking, going face. Not exactly what I would think Karashi and Gamebreaker, what a match against these players would look like, because I know them as 2 heavyweight control players. But I'll take it. I like this exciting action going on here.
I know, a lot of just crazy swings. And now that Gamebreaker sort of set the pace of the match for Karashi to just throw caution to the wind and just hit him as hard as he can, trying to close it out before this late game stabilization happens, before the star shaping becomes a very easily castable card. Gamebreaker now is able to also punch through with a lot of damage and then restabilize.
And you have to notify there.
You've got to keep some units in play. You've got to keep some threat potential, because Gamebreaker, even if you aren't healing, you have the chance to just keep developing more and more units. And this is a turn where there's really nothing for you to do. I think you maybe even could just go for star shaping here, seriously.
I do like the blind mystic coming down just to get some more board presence. You can do star shaping at any point in time. You give the Zoe the +1/+1 to make it block into any of the elusives, and having to force it Twin Disciplines if you want that block to go in your favor. If you're crossing, that means that Twin Discipline's not going face when you're so low on HP already. And you still have the group shot. Now with 4 units on the board as well, because you play the Blind Mystic, able to hit this cannon if you want to. You didn't see a recall once the Bouncing Bomb was played before, so maybe kind of already some information. Especially if we see this landmark go down here. Does not in the end.
Yeah, so we've got the attack with Kennen. Generating marks with the storm, allowing you to answer the Zoe, get that out of the way. No Ari yet to take advantage of this elusive board, all the cycling that we're seeing.
Zoe very close level up though.
And group shot, Hush, Dusk Petal Dust, very cheap ways to get over that final the finish line there. And then Star Shaping just going to generate big units that really, you know, want to use that that keyword sharing ability. And there's the pass. Gamebreaker's known. You know, he knows now to just keep tons of mana open and respond. Without Ari in play, you know, this isn't like too crazy of a potential lethal setup. I almost would have liked to see the Mystic being cast on something else, but again, the threat of just recalling that unit to cleanse the silence and replay it is too high, so you just put it on the Blade Twirler, because if it's recalled, then the scaling resets regardless, and so very smart overall.
There'll be a lot of mana to work with here for these buffs, though. We're going to be going wide enough. Exactly 6 mana to work with here, so you're going to have the Absolve, you're going to have the Twin Disciplines as well.
And Gamebreaker has 9 mana, has Hush and Minimorph. Just needs to wait, bide his time. Even though Zoe is going to go down to the Mark of the Storm from the Kennen, you can still get a block on one of the elusive units.
Group shot, Hush, and Star Shaping, I think, in this current situation. I think Minimorph is a bit too expensive for what it does. Always considering the fact that it leaves behind that body and everything, I think it's not really ideal. Although you have jump blockers for it, but still, I think it's not really going to be the cleanest answer, and it's just too expensive. We'll see how Karaji wants to commit his buffs here.
So here it is. We've got Zoe blocking 2, 3, 4. We can give Overwhelm to that Dancing Droplet. So with the Mark of the Storm clearing the Zoe, you get that damage swinging through the leftover block. The Ghost. Or you twin the Mourned, right? You twin the Mourned, then Group Shot comes through to answer it, and then you twin the Mourned again. But then you don't have both halves of Resolver.
And then Hush goes through, so.
And so this is where you want to be, where you force your opponent to take the first chance. Because if Karashi does not finish the game on this round, the units are just going to die here, and then you're left with no blockers in play.
Yeah, and then you just die. I mean, it's pretty clear cut here, considering the board that Gamebreaker has, and the Zoe about to level up as well, making it even more scary. But looks like it's going to be an attempt at a trade here into the Zoe Absolver, with the Overwhelm coming through as well. Easily dealt with by a Hush. So overall,
interesting not spreading those buffs around a little bit. But this is just to give resilient HP to the Dancing Droplet. Saves it from group shot, pokey stick type stuff. So we just go for Hush here for the cheap answer. There's still 2 mana for Twin Disciplines. Yep, perfect.
This is to guarantee.
Yep, just surviving. And then the same thing happens where almost all of Karashi's board dies. You can even go for group shot. Into an open attack. Honestly, if you group shot the Droplet,
to guarantee level up on the Zoe, I think was the thing here by playing that proactively. But in the end, you know that if you know you're getting the twin disciplines to buff the health, then that means you're not buffing the attack, and that means that there is no guarantee or no chance at all at pushing more damage through to the exit. So it's very safe to play this proactively in this way.
Yeah, because the Morn is basically gone either way. This is just about leveling up the Zoe, because it's gonna even if you buff, it just goes back to your hand. So that's always a great target to focus down with your removal, because Karashi does not get enough value out of protecting it because it self recalls on Nexus Strike. And so by surviving this turn, the board is pretty much empty. We've got one more. I believe there's a dancing droplet in that first God Willow.
Yeah, whatever comes out of that might affect a little bit, but overall, I think it's just going to be...
Yeah, with the Destroyer, it's a no-go.
Especially the hand that we're currently seeing for Karashi is really just, not doing much of anything. It's actually going to be a droplet instead. So you have your matching blockers here, but just Destroyer coming in is just giving everything Overwhelm, everything, all the keywords, and Surrender comes in from Karashi. Too much to handle there, and Gamebreaker will be taking game 1 in this Civil War, beating Ari Kennen as well, with Zoe Diana now having a chance to win the next 2 games with what is considered the strongest deck in this tournament right now. Seeing all these players bringing it has to be a pretty good feeling for Gamebreaker.
Taking that first game with the deck that you basically doing what it's meant to do. That's the reason that he brought it. Has good matchups versus Ari Kennen, and now Karashi is in the point where, okay, can Rumble pull off another miracle? Can I high roll these riders, or did I use up all my luck earlier when I was trying to high roll through the matchups?
We'll have to see what the result is going to be, but in the end, I think Gamebreaker, of course, is anxious to go back up into that grand final versus Sir Donald and try and see if things can go differently on that second chance. Going to have to try and go for the bracket reset for either of these players that goes up, but also just the win here means that you're invited for next fight night as well. So it's already a nice little guarantee that you're going to be making it back for next week.
Yeah, getting more practice. You get to experience the tournament meta in another week, and who knows where things are going to land after that. If there's any sort of change to Iceborne Legacy, if people are trying to account for that, if there's more unexplored decks. I've been playing a lot of Xerath Zig's Landmark Control, for example, to pretty good success with the Arsenal. People have been playing a lot of Sundisk as well, really appreciating the Xerath and Sundisk buffs. So I think that there is still a lot of unexplored territory in the metagame. It's just a matter of, can you bring something that can save you from Ari Kennen and then just kind of play against most other stuff.
Yeah, I think other than Ari Kennen, overall it's a very open meta. Even the last month or two were very, very open, aside from some very clear cut,
Yeah, there's there's always the tier of these decks are the best, bring these to your tournament, counter them or play them, and then the tier of a lot of just generally
so many
good playable
options.
Stuff.
And see, now we're going to see Rumble in hand. Boom Baboon is the only card being kept here by Karashi, and Ari Kennen with a pretty stellar opening. A lot of 1-drops, maybe too many 1-drops considering what we saw happen with Simon's game. Wants to make sure there's some in the deck as well.
And this is really smart by Karashi, right? Getting rid of the Rumble, because you're even though you're attacking on evens there, you just want the riders and ways to activate them. Like something like a Portal Cannon off top would be insane here, but we're just going to go for Boom Baboon.
Missing some discard activation here, actually. Gonna have to hope he finds some of those key activators moving forward. Otherwise, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Draven here might help on turn 3. Again, a lot of discard targets, but little cards that can discard here.
I like this. I was going to say, there's a lot of options here. You can just go God Willow and the Dancing Droplet. You can go for Ari. But just going for Kennen here gives you just strong attacking potential. You get to play the Ari alongside it. And then you have Mark of the Storm to set up against potential rider development. If you play the Ari here, you're giving up your ability to play against Mystic Shot. But again, you just get your draw. So I like that Gamebreaker's going for a much greedier line here, knowing that in this matchup, you need to go big or go home.
Go big, he will. Finds the Wayfinder, ready to go for turn 4 as well, to continue flooding the board with 1-drops, but he's drawing a whole lot of them, so you gotta be a little bit careful there. That's another 1-drop coming into hand.
Karashi wants to develop here. You know, there's potential for a Rumble to come down, but by playing the Reborn Grenadier, opens up Godwillow to get Mark of the Storm, getting rid of the Baboon. And then you have an Ephemeral to block the Ephemeral. This is an excellent line for Gamebreaker. Lines up perfectly against Karashi's plays.
And when you're seeing a Reborn Grenadier being played out from hand, you know things are looking a little bit rough in terms of discard activators in the hand. So a lot of information already being given to Gamebreaker as well on this turn.
So gets the block there, gets Mark of the Storm. Takes 4 damage from the Risen Rider, but overall, still a fantastic sequence, defending beautifully in the game. Still ahead on HP.
The top deck going to be very, very important here for Karashi going to the next turn. Rumble would be pretty insane, actually, in terms of activating everything all at once.
Mm-hmm. And then we have Might to go through against that. It plays around the self-recall. But Wayfinder getting another Cannon for Mark of the Storm to clear the Risen Rider.
This is looking really rough. This is kind of the god tier opening for one player and the doomed opening for the other. We talked about there not being many non-games in this tournament until now, but it looks like this might be one of them with how explosive and seemingly perfect the start has been for Gamebreaker, whereas Karashi hasn't really been able to gel the combo, you know, kind of the synergy between these discard outlets in hand. Playing a Flamethrower from hand, you know it's doomed.
Yeah, just for the sake of getting a blocker. And there's 2 copies of Rummage in the deck as well. You can tell that Karashi's done a lot of research into having the right balance of discard activators, but just they are not coming. This is going to be a massive swing, even though it's a lot of just wide chip damage. It's going to be enough to set up for Gamebreaker to close out the game on his next attack token.
Things are looking desperate if you're playing a Decimate when you're about to die and your opponent's still at 16 HP. That is a Hail Mary if I've ever seen one. You're like, all right, just throw it in there. Throw the axe in. And it's like the more aggressive way of throwing in the towel. You just throw the axe instead.
3 HP. There's a Lightning Rush in hand. Just 1 more damage needs to connect to the Nexus for Gamebreaker to close out this game 2.
It was maybe looking at some kind of Hail Mary, double might, Mystic Shot finish.
Yeah, that's got to be the play.
But it's not quite there. I mean, you don't have enough mana. You don't have enough mana for double might. You're at the mercy of so many recall effects, like Homecoming, for example. It's something, though. I mean, you're trying your best to get there. It can still... Actually, no, it can be blocked here at least, so it's 6 damage going through. You're gonna have the Mystic Shot. You have to draw into a Decimate, and all of a sudden
doesn't even block with the Wayfinder.
Yeah, never mind. There's no chance. You just died to an open attack.
Oh, there we go. We recall the cannon, and then we've got double Lightning Rush because you can use it on the Wayfinder and the Ari, so the Mystic Shot doesn't disrupt.
Karashi tried his best, though. He got creative at the end there, trying to find some kind of top that might have given him the win. Maybe a Rumble with...
if Rumble had been kept, it fixes that hand. It fixes that entire game if Rumble was kept. But he mulliganed the Rumble looking for Risen Rider.
Game 2 goes to Gamebreaker. Breaks that game right away. At least breaks all of Karashi's hand because had all the discard outlets, but none of the activators. Just really... non-synergistic hand, and it showed. Just his game plan was completely just not there at all. And Gamebreaker on the opposite side gave us a perfect masterclass of what a tempo heavy start for Ari Cannon looks like, and how much damage they can put forward, how much utility as well, how much card draw, how much everything really. And also the fact that he went a little bit greedy there. Remember, he opened up potential for like a Mystic Shot to disrupt that really strong opening, but went for the Cannon Ari droplet for that massive swing right at the get-go. Got that big damage, and you can see the adaptability of playstyle for a sort of uncommon matchup, to be honest. And that will be it for this very, very lightning quick losers final. Gamebreaker finds his way back up into the grand finals versus the Spanish player Sir Donald. Has to try and find his revenge not on just one occasion, but on two, with the chance of the bracket reset, of course. We're going to see if we're going to check out the bracket after this as we review kind of the entirety of the tournament and the kind of the path of both of these players. So very quick 3-minute break. We'll be back with the grand finals of this week's Fight Night tournament.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Metafy this time around. We're just about to head into the grand finals. This is going to be a rematch of the winners' finals. Both of these players, Sir Donald and Gamebreaker, just incredibly strong and have good reads on the meta, using Ari Kennen and also trying to counter it in their own ways.
Zoe Diana and Nami Aphelios being in the grand finals, maybe not the decks that some people expected to see, but to balance that, Ari Kennen is in the lineup for both of these players. We did see Sir Donald win in the winners final 2-0, so a very clean sweep of Gamebreaker. So Gamebreaker, just from, it is a small sample size, of course, but having to come back into it, he does have momentum and confidence after that, again, very, very fast series against Karashi, but gonna have to go for a bracket reset against a player that beat him already and beat him kind of pretty handedly. Might be a little bit tough, but we'll see if he has the the right mindset, the right resolution to go into it with a positive outlook and try and go for that bracket reset.
And meanwhile, going up against Sir Donald, who has been waiting very patiently in the grand finals now, coming from Spain. So Germany had the numbers advantage, but Spain has the ImpetuousPanda, root for me Spanish buff. It's just OP. And he also received the buff by being trained by Fresh Lobster as a Metafy coach. So again, if you have like the desire to improve as a player, that's the first step. and implementing that proper feedback, reaching out to Metafy, finding a coach that's right for you, and also taking advantage of a special discount code that we have run through Metafy and Fight Night. You can also take a look and see what they have to offer. And even if Legends of Runeterra isn't a game you want to participate competitively in, they have a lot of other games as part of their roster that you can check out as well.
Check out now the bracket to see how both of these players got into this spot currently in the grand finals. We saw Sir Donald taking down Tomb Simon in the very first round, a newer player from the MTG scene coming into Runeterra now. Then Kurashi, a player that made it all the way into this podium, got that bronze medal placement in the losers final, and then Gamebreaker with that quick 2-0. Whereas Gamebreaker also had an incredibly tough a road through this entire tournament. Fresh Lobster into Owie, into Sir Donald, into Kurashi, all players that have won or been very close to winning, have been in finals or have won major Riot tournaments throughout this entire competitive season. So overall, very impressive road to make it back into the grand finals, but has still a very, very hard time ahead of himself with Sir Donald as his opponent.
Yeah, with the recent balance patch shaking up the meta, opening up a lot of very strong decks to jump out, and then you have to look through the annals of history to know like what sorts of archetypes and card techs you can use to counter such a wide metagame. And I think that this current tournament just really favors a lot of these players with a lot of seasoned experience in previous Runeterra metas, because this is one of the few times we've seen a newcomer to Fight Night not have an incredibly powerful showing, right? Like Tomb Simon coming from the Magic the Gathering scene. I'm really glad that they are, poking their head in, but just not the right time. If you haven't been deep, in the trenches of Runeterra's metagame, I think that maybe you kind of get screwed over a bit by just how, volatile things are right now.
And for this finals, I wasn't casting the last Fight Night of last year. That was you and Fresh Lobster going at it, but I believe it's the exact same finals we had in that tournament. It's Gamebreaker and Sir Donald coming back into it and fighting for that trophy. So not surprised these two players have been. I think Gamebreaker had a bit of a less dominating streak at some portion of this year without didn't qualify at U Masters, a few other things, but overall, Sir Donald has definitely been on really hot form the last 4 to 5 months, and overall it's definitely a clash of titans here.
When it comes to competitive success, you need to have that initial drive, and momentum's a big part of it, right? Once you kind of get up and running, it's really good for your mental state. And, the true champions are the ones that, keep on sticking through it through thick and thin, where you have your hot moments, your really good tournament wins, and then, maybe things aren't coming up for you as much, especially in card games, right? You can be a really powerful player, really strong win rates across the board, and then just the top decks aren't there for you. And so Gamebreaker has been riding the highs and the lows of his competitive career and is now finally on this next upswing. And as I've talked about it before, Panda, even when Gamebreaker was not as prominent a name in the scene, he still had a lot of influence in terms of helping people craft their lineups and practice their tournament lineups to find success on themselves.
Yeah, part of all the big prep groups with Lobster, with the Badge Attack prep group for the Worlds qualifiers and for Worlds as well. So definitely one of the key names in the EU scene, trying to force some blocks there with a double attack with a Pill Cascade backup, but Sir Donald not falling for it. Sir Donald just doing his own thing, getting this Blade Twirler up already now to 3 attack. The second one in hand can really get snowballed out of control if there isn't a clear-cut answer for them. And with 3 HP, they are kind of hard to deal with.
There's no AoE in this deck. You have to start cycling, looking for things like the Serpent, things like the Charger that are forcing Sir Donald to block. Golden Sister's a great pickup just to have that lifesteal, that elusive blocker. Falling Comet maybe gets denied, so it's a little bit risky. And then the Traveler to invoke again. It is that 3 attack point that you kind of want to defend here.
But at a certain point in the game, I think not, having just normal chump blockers that aren't elusive is just not really doing much for you. You need to have that elusive. I think Golden Sister is definitely the best option.
It's important to remember, too, that Sir Donald's build of this deck is the one that's running 2 copies of Deny and Sign N at the top. So Gamebreaker looking to grind down and out value, but Sir Donald playing a version of Ari Kennen that's a bit more better equipped to deal with that. And so both of these players are in it for the long haul. This is going to be pretty grindy, I think, no matter what the matchup comes down to. And both players are going to be feeling each other out. Gamebreaker showed a lot of adaptation in the previous set. going for a much more aggressive line than we've seen from Ari Kennen, a much more greedy line. And it could pay dividends here now that this is a rematch in the bracket, and also a rematch from the previous fight night, right at the end of last year. Gamebreaker went through the winner's bracket and lost to Sir Donald after the classic EU bracket reset. So now he is the challenger here, looking for that bracket reset.
I think he understood at that point the buff that you get by coming from the loser's bracket. He's like, all right, I'm gonna rig it. I'm gonna lose on purpose in the winner's final, and then come in from behind for the win. We'll see if the master plan works out, but right now he is trying to stave off his attack, and this early high pressure start from Sir Donald down to 11 HP already. Doesn't really have ever really any good blocks. Is forced to either chump block or kind of lose value on the blocks all throughout the last few turns, making things a little bit awkward, and hasn't really had the right chance to start taking down these units with things like Pokestick, but now this might finally be the opening.
Yeah, it gets this Blade Twirler out of the way. The thing about Blade Twirler is because it's just so massive with quick attack, it is forcing Gamebreaker to trade away a lot of his chump blockers for somewhat free. And what Gamebreaker wants to do is he wants his chump blockers to be the one that's making you give up the cards.
Well, it's round 2 because his brother comes down to the board ready to once again become a problem for Gamebreaker to deal with. Golden Sister might be great to stabilize the next turn, but still, it's just the same thing all over again. Dancing Droplet gets recalled, and now finally the Wayfinder is there to really add a lot more pressure onto the board here.
The Beyblade Twirler, but now this opens up group shot. Gamebreaker's going to just take this risk and say, I don't think you have Twin, and does get to take down the Ari. There's a second one in hand, but just not playable this round.
And you're fine playing out once again, playing out the Droplet here, having hit units on the board, now playing out the Wayfinder to fill out the board. Ideally, hopefully, as long as you don't miss Allegiance.
And I think that there is potential for an open attack here. If you want it, just get a little bit more chip damage as things go down. There's a lot of reactivity still from Gamebreaker. We know about Mini-Morph, Hush, Blinded Mystic, maybe punishing a development.
Looks like it'll be the over 9,000 Foxes coming down instead. Looking for maybe a kind of a longer game plan. Thinking about not just rushing the kill here, but playing for a bit of a longer, next few turns, not just this turn right now.
I definitely do enjoy the adaptation, right? Because Ari Kennen has been, I'm focusing on my own win condition. I am not caring about what my opponent is doing. And Sir Donald is furthering the style and the eventual win condition of Ari Kennen, but is doing it in a more roundabout, respectful way, right? With the sign end, just drawing cards, preparing for a grind fest, not trying to race Targon down. And Gamebreaker just passes. Welcome to Europe. So do you go for Wayfinder here? Is it worth it?
I think yeah, I think you have to. I mean,
you can go for Godwillow on the Droplet. We've seen Sir Donald go for Godwillow on Sign-In before to draw even more cards.
I think it's just a huge... there's not really a punish for going so wide right now.
Yeah, because now you Pokestick the Kennen, recall the Kennen.
Wait for 7 mana.
A second mark.
If there was like some more spell mana bank, etc., all right. But with 7 mana, you're able to really push a lot by playing a 4 mana for the Wayfinder.
Yeah, this is really rough. Because if you recall, again, when you recall the Kennen successfully, you can just play him again, get 2 Mark of the Storm to kill the Golden Sister.
Yeah, this is a huge tempo swing here.
And Gamebreaker's not going to opt for anything cheeky like Pale Cascade, trying to draw into another ping. Instead, maybe using Pale Cascade to defend the Golden Sister here.
But in the end, forcing, I mean, you're going to get the lifesteal at the very least from it, but you are going to force a trade here and get it out of the way.
It's going to get stunned out of combat, actually, so it's just to survive and save it for next round. But now Sir Donald is enjoying a very advantageous board position, having a lot more units in play because you forced Gamebreaker to spend everything on reacting, which is the line that we've seen over and over and over again that really sets you behind. Even in matchups where you're supposed to be favored, where you've got a lot of options to disrupt Ari Kennen, when you fall into this pattern of spending everything you have on disrupting, it just doesn't work out. And so here it is, Godwillow and Sign-In, drawing plus AoE buff. Still too wide on the board, knows that Gamebreaker can only develop maybe one thing, and even a blinded Mystic or something to get rid of an elusive attacker isn't even that big a deal. And now we've got a huge 3-5 attacker going alongside this. And Sir Donald just hesitating, saying, do I want to level up this Kennen before I attack?
Well, that's the thing about here. What would be the I mean, obviously now you're much more inclined to try and just deal a whole lot of damage really quick, especially with a hand that Gamebreaker has where you can stall out quite a bit, but doesn't really have actual things to play proactively. But the board space limit is a bit of an issue.
I think that you could just attack here, to be honest, because you're forcing Gamebreaker to trade his whole board away anyway. And you're at such high HP that if they're star shaping into a big threat, it's not going to one-shot you.
I'm not sure if there's any line. Yeah, I think there can be with Hush, where you do this and then you have the recall plus the Twin Discipline. So you recall whatever unit the Golden Sister is trading with, and then you can Twin Disciplines for even more damage. But I'm not sure if that's even close to lethal with, obviously, with star shaping and with Hush.
Yeah, I don't think you need to go for a combo lethal this turn. Sir Donald is just really taking advantage of the tempo that he bought from the last round and just using this attack token to massive effect. Ari is going to level up by swapping with the Dancing Droplet and then attacking all down the line. There are no elusive blockers here. Oh, preemptive recall. You've got to hush the Ari then so she doesn't level.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, maybe just waiting to trick Sir Donald into a false sense of security, hushes Ari after she gets assigned to the attack, the stack, and then kill her.
The mana debuff on the droplet means that you can just replay it again while still having 2 mana for Twin Disciplines. Levels up Kennen as well, so definitely a better line, I think, to take if you're Sir Donald here. Makes things just that little bit more threatening.
And Gamebreaker's been in this position over and over and over again against this matchup. There's been some games against Ari Kennen where you've been in the driver's seat, you're keeping up with Zoe, etc. You've got a lot of blockers, and it feels very clean. But then there's matchups like this where Ari Kennen, the pieces are all coming together, and every answer you have is so expensive that in the later stages of the game, you're forced to just pass and pass and pass to keep mana open, while Ari Kennen gets to just spend all of its mana to set up the most lethal attack possible.
And the Hush has to be committed here, leaving still enough mana for a Star Shaping you can choose for it, or just a Pill Cascade. Can't really keep the Golden Sister alive here with any of the trades it might be going for. The extra bit of lifesteal might have helped, but still going to opt to try and keep this Dana healthy instead with a Pill Cascade.
Zoe is nice, but it's so late in the game, she's not going to be a threat for leveling up.
And it's all the mana now expended. You can't play Star Shaping this turn. You still have Twin Disciplines.
Yeah, I think that this is another opportunity where you probably need to block with the Conchologist.
It's one-off lethal.
Mm-hmm. And then you can recall Kennen, get maybe try to fish for that Lightning Rush. We've seen so many Lightning Rush lethals today, Panda.
But you have the double, I mean, obviously Sir Donald does not know this, but you do have a double Star Shaping in hand, so if you have to kind of race out of a very niche lethal with a burst speed spell or you know, burn spell, like Lightning Rush, I think it'll be fine. It's just more the board you have to deal with, you know.
Ah, okay, so just goes for Twin Discipline to make sure Diana goes down.
Mm-hmm. I like this more. I think Gamebreaker's already so starved for resources that playing the long game is going to be better in the long run.
Yeah, and you still have Sign-In in hand. It was recalled from Godwillow Seedling, so you have even more card draw coming. That has just been such a powerful one-up for Sir Donald's build.
And the Wayfinders as well. I think it's just going to be too much for Gamebreaker to handle with just these
Oh, and Sir Donald still has 1-drops. Look at that. So yeah, it's just going to be double star shaping, hoping that you have enough HP, I guess, to survive.
To be fair, as a silver lining, is there enough space to play a second Wayfinder at least? There's 9 units left on the board, thankfully. Again, all these spells are just huge one play per turn kind of drops, and that's not the right thing to deal with the current board and situation now for Gamebreaker. He is back up at a healthy total at 16 HP total now in the Nexus, but looking at the resources, looking at kind of everything that Sir Donald has working for me, as a homecomings as well.
Yeah, like you can just develop the Mourn tier, just go for another wide swing. There's no combat tricks, there's no Ari, so it's just going to be another, like, if you just swing like this, it's not even that bad. So the twin coming through does change things a little bit, right?
Sign-in is too good here not to play, though.
Yeah, exactly. Just play Sign-in, get the AoE buff, you draw more cards, so you have more. There's the Absolver. Even if you're opening up the opportunity for
yeah, I think this is over.
Living Legends, it's going to be over with the Overwhelm.
Minimorph is the only thing that you can be played now at burst speed. A Serpent was that one. I'm not sure if the Serpent was the right play either. I don't know if you have to play the Golden Sister there to get the 2-for-1 blockers. I think that might have been a bit of a...
Because if you go for Golden Sister, you can block something, I guess. There's just so much reactivity from Sir Donald that if you play Golden Sister, they just sidestep your lifesteal very easily.
Yeah.
If you're relying on that to, like, take some damage to dip down, and then somewhere along the combat chain, the Golden Sister puts you back up.
I think it was pretty doomed overall. It looks like there's not much you could do to stop, not just this current attack with the current board right now, but the Absolver, like you mentioned. There's the Homecoming. It's looking rough.
And here's preemptive Twin Discipline.
Just to guarantee you can't just pass and take the hit.
Yeah.
You have to, force blockers now, and then you can react once again if you're Sir Donald.
Here we go, surviving with 4. Absolver does let you spread the love just a little bit. And then we have Minimorph as the response. And I wonder if Sir Donald's just going to say, okay, this is good enough, right? Because again, your Gamebreaker's so far behind in terms of board advantage. The only thing that can save you from here is something crazy like a Sky's Descent, which is not in the list.
To consider how to split these buffs, you want to probably put the Overwhelm onto either the Dancing Droplet or the Cannon, but then they make them very easy targets for, things like Hush, things like the Minimorph. So it is a bit difficult. I don't think there's any spread that guarantees you any kind of a win, especially with again, the 10 mana still to go for Gamebreaker here. Yeah, this was, I think, the way I would have done it as well.
And then because you're forcing Minimorph, such an expensive spell, out of your opponent just to stay alive, they don't have anything to develop with post-combat. The Living Legends is really going to waste here.
The Trickster. The ultimate defense. One tricky boy.
Versus only one elusive attacker, right? Like Sir Donald once again showing that the deck can get a lot of mileage from elusives, but with a wide board and Sign-in, you can still put a ton of pressure on the opponent. And it's always a shame when you have this deck and you're really confident that it has a good matchup against what you're trying to target. You get the matchup you want. It's paid off before, but when the chips are down and you're in the grand finals, it just doesn't show up for you.
Destroyer can come down with a whole lot of overwhelm damage. But yeah, this is going to be you have the mark there for the spell shield and then the homecomings as well. So that is going to be it. Game 1 yet again goes to Sir Donald. Now on match point, ready to win it all. We've been here so many times, Scarzig, and every time we see all of a sudden a huge reverse sweep into a bracket reset into a second reverse sweep. So I'm not going to say anything just yet. But Nami Aphelios out of all the decks in this game, has a chance to win it all here for Sir Donald. How likely is it? Considering the pilot is very, very good player, pretty likely. But
Oh
we'll have
man,
to
and
see.
yeah, Gamebreaker needs to staying on the Zoe Diana, and we saw how difficult it is for this deck to keep up with the threat potential of Nami Aphelios, because you have to worry about Aphelios sticking to the board, Nami sticking to the board, Admiral Shelley sticking to the board. Just so many things you have to account for, and I'm not even sure what the mulligan would even be in this position. Are you going to try to go for tempo? Are you going to try to just hope you can answer everything that Sir Donald throws down? There is no Crescendum in hand, but because you just want to float mana anyway for Nami's sake, you don't really need to do a lot in the early game. And Gamebreaker with no Zoe to exploit this is also forced to just pass and pass.
No Nami in the hand currently for Zidane, but he has a Shelly, he has a Aphelios, so he has a lot of, again, these key engines that you have to deal with sooner rather than later.
Getting a fearsome unit off of the double trouble. Very nice touch. Meteor Shower makes a lot of sense. We could get Written in Stars, try to fish for Zoe, and get her leveled up and snowball from there. I think that's got to be the play for Gamebreaker.
Mm-hmm. But Zoe is just so hard to really get going with Boxtopus being a thing, and the consistency of finding it through normal means, but also through Gifts from Beyond with the Crescenda means that challengers have always been one of the biggest problems for Zoe, even going past kind of this usual spell interaction with Pill Cascade, etc.
And so Gamebreaker is probably going to wait on the Zoe, save up for like Zoe, Blinded Mystic, Pale Cascade, give her as much tankiness as possible so she can set up, and wait for maybe a lot more cards like Lunari Duskbringer, where you can just generate a lot of very cheap cards and then level up Zoe incredibly quickly over like 1 or 2 turns. That's probably the line you need to go for, but that's very dependent on how much time Sir Donald is going to give you. We see Aphelios in hand. We see Admiral Shelley as well. With Aphelios hitting the board, this means you're going to have access to Crescendum to activate your Boxtopus and just start getting the train rolling. 3/3 Aphelios in a control matchup like this with no direct damaging removal is incredibly safe.
Graviton being picked here. And Anna now coming down, but with a group shot actually. Just enough to take down the Aphelios here. There is no combat whatsoever to help out Sir Donald here, so pretty heads up play here, controlling the board, and this is actually a massive swing in the control of this game. Aphelios going down so early without really doing much of anything.
So here comes Crescendum, gets the Boxtopus down. Does have a way to answer the Zoe, but we have Blinded Mystic in response. It's finally worked out for Gamebreaker, right? Getting the Written in Stars, playing towards the Zoe here, and now trying to just save the day. Now, Boxtopus does lose Challenger, but it's still the 3/4 that needs to be dealt with.
And there is no mana whatsoever for Gamebreaker, but just not really enough for Sir Donald to do anything with his 2 mana either. You can play out the second Boxtopus, but it wouldn't kill the Zoe. We just leave it at 1. And I don't think it's so important to kill Diana, for example.
Yep, and Gamebreaker taking the damage. This we've seen over and over again. Keeping a wide board, waiting for bigger threats to show themselves. You have to pass, keeping Minimorph up in case there's a Nami played here. Sir Donald also has Admiral Shelley in hand. If you can just get AoE buffs cooking on this board, then, you know what I mean? Eventually, Gamebreaker will be forced to block or lose.
Pass there from both players, so we're back to attack token on Sir Donald's side. Not much has changed here in terms of this Zoe still being a very big problem that Gamebreaker will, I think, try and play as reactively as possible to try and get a level up and have that be the win condition.
We're on our way. Like, Zoe is a 4/4 right now, and these stats are permanent, so she's very safe. We could see Pale Cascade probably coming through to save the Zoe from this Boxtopus.
There's double Pale Cascade even.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the line. Misses the attune on Shelly. Has to mini-morph that. So
Now
with
one mana
Dust
off.
Petal Dust,
Ooh.
Pale Cascade. No. Shelly
it's not
died. I
enough.
mean,
It's
Pale.
still
It's,
one off,
so
yeah.
yeah, not enough for double Pale Cascade to threaten the Zoe properly.
It's still a big attack. It's still going to force block from both Diana, and anything here does kill both of these units. And if the Zoe does survive, she has no board to kind of get the value off of the new keywords, then it's really irrelevant anyway. So I do like this. I do like forcing at least that you have to have the second Pale Cascade.
Yeah.
If you want to keep the Zoe alive. It is unfortunate that you're forced to commit these spells without having anything on the board that's buffing.
Group Shot's an excellent pickup. Just saving yourself a little bit of damage here. Getting the board clear before the next Nami or the next Admiral Shelley comes through. And now I talked about how Sir Donald has like a very diversified threat spread in the list, but the Aphelios was answered, the Admiral Shelley was answered, there's no Nami in sight. Gamebreaker has Diana and Zoe working in tandem to further their win conditions. The only threat now that Gamebreaker needs to worry about is Boxtopus number 3, or like if you swing it with the Zoe and get hushed, right? Meteor Shower, maybe picked up by Solari Priestess, is a big threat. There it is!
It is going to be Meteor Shower. There is also the Spell Thief into Group Shot, for example, is a card that we've seen for damage on the Zoe, and that would go over a second Pale Cascade if it was played out, for example. So there's a few options to take on Zoe if you consider this to be kind of the biggest right now, which I do think it is. There's another Shelly, though, and with so much mana to work with, the second mini-morph is going to have to come down immediately the moment it comes down.
And so Sir Donald's going to open with the Meteor Shower, just setting up for a wide swing by removing a couple blockers. So Star Shaping going to save the Zoe from this 1 damage ping. What's the pick here, Panda? Gamebreaker's been a huge fan of Living Legends, but goes for the Supernova.
No more denies in this matchup playing against Targon Bilgewater, so it allows you to go into these very powerful, very mana-heavy.
Yeah. And also picked up the Flying Comet. Cosmic Rays is very cute.
But now has
3 or less
pushed...
power, catches up Aphelios and Nami, but responding to it with like the buff probably means it doesn't work out, but...
has gone under Minimorph mana, and that opens up for Shelly to come down. So maybe a bit of a bait play from Sir Donald playing out the Meteor Shower first, maybe making Gamebreaker overcommit certain things. And now you don't have that much mana to work with, but you still have a little bit of mana here to get the buff at least once on everything.
The Shelly's going to get some value here with the buff, but you've got enough blockers that maybe you aren't worried about it. And you've got enough value in hand to just keep responding. As you're trying to chump down this board, Sir Donald's deck really functions when you get a wide board that's alive for several rounds and it gets bigger and snowballs and snowballs. But with an attack like this, where you're able to maybe block it a little bit more effectively, that effect maybe doesn't come through for you. This is very spooky, though.
Ooh.
3, 4, 5... This is one off.
Has the Pokestick been played? On Gamebreaker's side for the Spell Thief next turn?
I think we've only seen group shots, actually. So we've got Pale Cascade that procs the Admiral Shelley, and then you can put that extra attack power on the Boxtopus, or whichever you'd like, to force through a lot of damage here. Gamebreaker dropping down very low. Just about to level up this Zoe, however. Solari Priestess into Golden Sister could be the answer.
I think it was too greedy not to block the 4/5 there. We've seen it many times today with players just taking, I think, a little bit more damage than they should be.
Having a chump blocker and then wanting to save it for down the road where it might be a little bit more of a better block. But Gamebreaker is straddling the edge, knows that this is how Targon needs to be played. Only one Aphelios played so far. This is second Shelly. There's still 3 Nami in the deck. all major threats that need to be responded to. There it is. Priestess into Golden Sister. So now we've got AoE lifesteal. And Sir Donald's board isn't that wide. We've got Double Trouble, Guiding Touch to get a proc. We've got Written in Stars. If you wanted to play Written in Stars first, you can play a champion before the next spell resolves. So it gets buffed.
And the Zoe level up changes everything here, with everything getting lifesteal at this point. Was there a chance for the Spell Thief to hit the Minimorph last turn? That would have also been a pretty good out. And dealing with the Zoe immediately.
Take the Minimorph into an open Minimorph. Definitely could have been an idea. But I think maybe Sir Donald is saying, I have so much of an advantage here that maybe I don't care about the AoE lifesteal. Even though you're healing back up to full, as long as I can have bigger stats than you and force your board to get traded away, your deck can't redevelop as easily as mine can, right?
And he does have a really big HP buffer to deal with. That's one of the good things here, that he's not, because he doesn't really have any elusive blockers, he's still able to take quite a bit of damage here, get the value trade. The Pokestick here will deal with the Shelly, but you do have the Pill Cascade anyway and the Guiding Touch, so you're feeling pretty safe here.
So we got Pale Cascade for more card draw, Guiding Touch to just heal your Nexus, just open heal your Nexus, proc Nami twice at burst speed, go in, and Star Shaping. Sir Donald taking advantage as well of the Targon healing package to dip down to a low amount of HP and then buoy himself right back up to a safe level.
And this Pokestick, number 1, being committed onto the Shelly here, but the Pill Cascade will answer and keep it still at 1 HP after everything resolves. But being forced to use Spell Mana on a turn where you can get the Shelly activation is pretty good, at least for Gamebreaker. Although this hand is, ripe for just burst speed activations on everything. You have 2 Star Shapings, you have a Guiding Touch as well to cycle.
All right, so here we go. We've got a lot of healing, just burst speed, activate your Shelly, get a bunch of buffs with Nami, and then swing in before Gamebreaker has a chance to give this board any more keywords. And then once they're traded away, you're maybe in the clear. As I said, when your opponent is...
You definitely can develop just because of all the we talked about the very expensive slow speed spells you got from the Invoke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just goes for double Guiding Touch. Buffing the Shelly there, rather than sending even more healing to the Nexus. I don't think it really matters in the long run. You've got 8 more points of healing ready to go. And so I don't think you're going to get like one shot by like a Giant Destroyer or anything like that. But I think this is a pretty safe attack. This is the same Boxtopus that was silenced by the Blinded Mystic so long ago. It's still alive.
He's still fighting. He's in round 9 of the fight, waiting for the bell to ring.
Right? He's going ham. You can't take him down.
The trade here going to happen onto the Shelly. And thinking here with a lifesteal on all these units that you can essentially maybe not block with all of them, and then just keep a few elusives alive with the Trickster coming down as well to try and go for lethal next turn.
Yeah, you've got to try to maintain some semblance of a board here.
And just we saw it last turn, the HP totals basically flipped. It was 3 HP on Gamebreaker's side and 20 on Sir Donald's, and now all of a sudden it's 20 and then 5, and now back up to 7 now for Sir Donald here.
Gifts from Beyond gets Crescendum, fishing for that third Boxtopus out of the deck. Start getting that buffed up by Nami. This also buffs Admiral Shelly so that it survives the combat. Get to keep your elusive defense in play. And you've got enough in play to maybe go for group shot here while you still have 4 units. So you get the bonus +2.
We need more Fonami to make sure that no other buffs can change the outcome of these combat tricks. And now the Poke Stick onto the Shelly before anything else can be done. The Star Shapings can be used to heal here because it's happening before damage goes through.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually, what's his HP at? The total HP from before, because he did take damage and he has kind of gone up and down.
Ooh, so now Sir Donald's the one who's thinking about maybe taking a Supernova.
Yeah.
It does block. It does get countered by Spell Shield. Gamebreaker has the Behold Infinite in hand. So Great Beyond or Immortal Fire seems like a very strong idea. Immortal Fire, just the ability to chump block 2 elusives if the game goes for several more combats, versus Great Beyond that can, you know, not get obliterated by a big celestial spell.
Will be the Shelly being taken down finally. And only Zoe and the Trickster surviving with elusive right now. Gonna have maybe a few more unit plays with elusive next turn.
Living Legends is a bit rough because your hand is somewhat full, but you can empty it here.
It's all about the elusive at this point.
Mm-hmm. Because Sir Donald only has the Great Beyond. Searching. Maybe gets the Trickster? No, just the Messenger, drawing more cards. The board is too wide and too big, so either you kill or you are able to swing for lethal this round.
I think you're not quite there if you're Gamebreaker. I mean, it's you can play out 2 units here. You can give elusive to everything with the Trickster, but there's going to be either a Hush or an elusive blocker in the Great Beyond.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Hush is the option here. Ooh, Gifts from Beyond as well now into a Gravitum.
Yeah, Gifts from Beyond into Gravitum stops the attack from the Trickster, and then it can't block next round as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Hush for the Zoe to stop the lifesteal as well.
Yeah, so it's just not enough damage coming through, unfortunately. We're just in this really clunky situation. Gamebreaker has these fantastic answers, but they're just too expensive, and Sir Donald is in such a tempo-oriented position where just the open attack comes through. You almost have to not do anything here.
Well, that's going to be the pass there. And now another huge swing can come in from Sir Donald. Draws the Aphelios there as well.
Now, Blinded Mystic, its effect does go through Spell Shield. Important to note. Instead goes for Supernova Group Shot.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very, very strong pass from Gamebreaker to go into the next round, knowing that I'm not at an advantage. I'm only building up my advantage and needs to play a little bit more reactive, forcing the situation to escalate for a few more rounds so that you have the opportunity to take advantage of these really expensive spells that you do have. Also, taking down the Fearsome unit, very smart.
Really considering the options here.
Giving the attack buff to the Yordle Captain is maybe just a little bit more efficient because it spreads its buffs a bit more easily. We still have lifesteal on the Zoe. Gamebreaker's effectively at 20 HP still. A lot of stats coming down from Sir Donald, but not a real one-shot. As long as you have an elusive chump for the Great Beyond, you're okay. And you can see how both players are feeling the pressure here Sir Donald taps out into the big Great Beyond play, but that's just for the sake of getting a big body down and also an elusive blocker. It's not actually threatening a lethal from this position. And now Gamebreaker has a lot of utility to be responsive. That's been, I think, the theme of today's broadcast, is how strong it is to be the one that forces your opponent to go first and then either respond to disrupt what they developed, or they tap out and you're able to develop everything that you want to without fear of repercussion for that round.
He's from Beyond into Infernum here for the Overwhelm.
Sir Donald very confident in the spell shield here, and now with absolutely no mana, we have Group Shot to pop the spell shield into the resolution of Supernova.
Well, you don't have the mana for it now.
Oh no!
You're one off.
So it is still enough though, right? Because Zoe has lifesteal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't die here, but
Yeah.
it's maybe a line that Gamebreaker wasn't considering, the Infernum being added now for that huge amount of extra damage, and obviously now there's no mana for anything like a Hush, for example, to stop a Zoe lifesteal. But expending a lot of your key cards here, again, having Living Legends there as a kind of a failsafe for that one turn, you're going to have a lot of value in hand. But overall, much of those key answers that we're seeing from both players coming on the board and slowly being, well, I'm not going to say wasted, but used up at this point, slowly getting to the point where players are going to start running out of value. Still one more Star Shaping in Sir Donald's hand.
Just thinking about going down to 3 HP.
I mean,
Zoe's gonna get blocked by the Great Beyond anyway, so maybe you just get your lifesteal this round just to keep yourself safe. It's a very interesting thing, because it's like you can't die to anything in Targon Bilgewater, right? In these matchups where your opponent has effectively 0 burn, you just drop down, go back up. Living Legends maybe gets you Golden Sister, you get more AoE lifesteal. We have AoE Challenger now, granted by the Warrior. And still leaves up mana for Crescent Strike. I think that this could finally be the swing that Gamebreaker was looking for. Overcoming the matchup where he got annihilated in the first matchup between these two players earlier in the bracket, where the Shelly and the Nami was just too much to deal with, but finally had the answers to line up against that mid-game threat, dropping down to sub 5 HP several times over and over and over again, playing around the Zoe with the Blinded Mystic play, with the Written in Stars to get her tanky, keep her safe, and now reaping the benefits here in the second game of the Grand Finals.
the pass from Sir Donald, now the challenges are coming through. Opting not to
even
challenge
with
the
Hush on the Zoe, we're still presenting lethal. It needs to be Hush into a block, into Star Shaping to survive. I'm surprised that Gamebreaker didn't go for Crescent Strike, but wants to keep the mana open. There's still Group Shot. There's still the Messengers to be played. Everything is still going to have Challenger. And so now what's going to happen is Sir Donald is going to play the Aphelios, get another Infernum.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and there is not a direct answer to this.
And the Group Shot goes through to save Zoe because she has lifesteal, but now you have to play Conch to get another ping here to pop the spell shield.
And you don't find it.
So then you could have Crescent Strike this turn? Oh no. So now it's Messenger to draw into Pokestick. Actually, you can't Messenger. You need to float the mana so you have enough for, Wait, I'm just trolling. He already used the Supernova. I'm losing my mind, Panda. This happens every time.
Even if you take off a spell shield, there isn't an
answer.
answer.
That's a Cosmic Rays, not a Supernova.
Yeah, there isn't an answer for the Great Beyond regardless. So it would have to be Hush. It would have to be... As long as that is the line that Sir Donald goes for. Once again, the Aphelios into Moon Weapon, into Overwhelm, which it might just be the case. And in this case, it would be way too much damage to stop, I think, with only 3 HP on the Nexus.
because Sir Donald has to play the Aphelios, it does still give room for Gamebreaker to respond with something to pop the spell shield, to get a way out, to find maybe Blinded Mystic number 2.
I think it's not possible. You have to find a Falling Comet with something to pop a spell shield as well with Solari Priestess, so it's just not enough mana to do it all. If you had the extra mana for Pale Cascade to find another group shot, for example, maybe, but...
There's still a couple mini-morphs in the deck. One copy of Hush, I think, was already used, if I'm not mistaken.
Destroyer can also come down, but I think Destroyer is not enough. I think it has to be just Aphelios.
Yeah,
coming down to the final moment
here. Into Aphelios, into Infernum, to go for another Overwhelm swing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so much upfront damage. It swings through against the lifesteal.
Or Shelly. Shelly's actually the best option. We'll see if you can find a Moonsilver off the Spacey Sketcher. Well, I think it would. Yeah, it wouldn't matter too much, I guess. Ooh. No, doesn't matter. Overall, coming down to the very edge here, but I think Sir Donald is going to have what it takes to win it, even though the board looks so lopsided in Gamebreaker's favor. There isn't just anything, there's nothing that can stop this exact line from occurring once again. Deja vu from the last act token turn from Sir Donald. Aphelios comes down, Infernum is picked out once again, and riding on this great beyond to a victory possibly here for Sir Donald. Despite losing control of the,
so you've got a Pale Cascade, your Zoe.
Oh, been a while since I've seen this one.
You have the Aphelios level up. You've got a Pale Cascade Zoe. See, that's 14 minus 5 plus 5 with the lifesteal. So is it not attacking for lethal here through the Zoe?
You could min-max even more with the Spacey Sketcher, right? To discarding Destroyer, into Moonsilver, into Gifts from Beyond.
One HP with the Pale Cascade.
Yeah, no, he also has the extra HP here as well.
And then stand together. Okay. Whew!
And that was it. That was the Hail Mary for Sir Donald. If this didn't go through, if this isn't lethal, because there is still the lifesteal on the Zoe, there isn't, obviously the Hush was already used and there's not mana for it regardless. I'm not sure if there's anything from Spacey Sketcher that could have done, there probably was, right? Even a Crescent Strike could have changed things.
Oh, if you
instead of instead of playing the Shelly,
go for Spacey Sketcher for Crescent Strike so that there's no lifesteal, but that you still get the Overwhelm. Yeah, it's like when the game goes that long, it just, your brain starts to melt a little bit, even trying to cast it. And it's been a while since we've had to go into like some grindy Targon mirrors,
thankfully.
But that does mean that Gamebreaker does hang on, and we go into
reverse
game
sweep
3.
It's slowly happening. It's always the case in the EU Fight Night tournaments. We're going to see bracket reset every time. Sometimes, you have to go through all these different loopholes to get there, but we're getting there. It's game 3 now. It's going to be Ari Kennen now.
This late into the tournament, playing these, like, Ari Kennen, like, is a very strong deck, but it does require
I believe
a
that
lot.
Was a wrong cue. It couldn't possibly be an Ari Kennen mirror. We don't deserve that.
Yeah, wrong.
There has to be a Nami Aphelios.
DQ'd. Call it. We're going home.
For Sir Donald.
Yeah, like I said, I was just about to make that point. The players are mentally fatigued at this point because Ari Kennen, they've been playing it all day. They've been playing against it all day. It forces you to make a lot of decisions, and even on defense, you have to make a lot of decisions regarding what your opponent might have. So it drains the mental energy of both the pilot and the opponent. And then both players also brought these Targon units, these Targon decks, in order to run these grindy value games to value Ari Kennen and also try to grind their way through a lot of other decks as well. And at this point, we can definitely see the cracks starting to show. Gamebreaker going to try to take game 3 with Ari Kennen and Sir Donald. Going to get set up. And this is the strategy here is it's not as direct of an answer as Gamebreaker's Targon's list with lots of pings, but it's more about just I'm generally value oriented and I know you can't disrupt my board setup as much as you would like. So I'm just going to get Nami in play and then get so big that you're forced to trade away your elusives and then you'll lose.
Great hand here for Gamebreaker. A lot of the key pieces he wants to have early on. Has the Wayfinder as well for turn 4, where Sir Donald doesn't really have Double Trouble, doesn't have the Nami, doesn't have the Aphelios, has the Boxibus from hand, so really not the same in his case. Kind of the opposite, not the ideal hand at all.
Yeah, I can go for Solari Priestess maybe here. You maybe want to spend some spell mana if you can. Just go for Crescendum. Thinking about it.
See what the final
And
option
so
will be.
you can see the hesitation here. Sir Donald just knows that a lot rides on this decision to take this line. Do I go for Gravitum, get the Boxtopus in play, Crescendum, and I'm not floating as much mana to level up my Nami, but I'm getting a challenge unit down that I can use to maybe control the board a little bit.
And right away, Mark going down onto the Boxibus. Don't think it'll be lasting as long as our friend in the last game. But there's a Dancing Droplet being recalled. Another Dancing Droplet being found. So a lot of cycling happening already. Has the Wayfinder as well. Maybe missing the Ari. Really is the only thing. Everything else he seems to have ready to go. Has even the Homecoming later down the line for a reset on a possibly very buffed unit.
Yep, just attacking. Just a very clean line. Just getting that chip damage through. Sir Donald is going to end up potentially in a position, like we've seen over and over again, where the early damage from Ari Kennen gets you to a point where they can combo you down from a point where you just can't survive. Even with like Star Shaping and Hush, they just have lethal in so many different ways. So I do like the attack with the Boxtopus here. Forcing a recall onto the Kennen.
Well, I don't think you can play Homecoming. I think it's just going to be the Wayfinder and move along. I don't think they want a Homecoming and reset the mark on the Boxtopus either.
Yeah. So Donald might pass here. Second Boxtopus.
And now you have this mark already that can take down the Boxtopus. Once the damage goes through from the Kennen, then you can just get the easy trade. Still, very awkward start for Sir Donald. Doesn't really have any of the key pieces, doesn't have any elusive blockers whatsoever. Really just a Shelly when it comes down.
So we got Boxtopus taking down the Wayfinder. We've got the other Boxtopus maybe sniping the Kennen. Honestly, a lot of options here about what you want to remove from the board. And we've said this before, that because the Ari Kennen deck draws so many cards, even when you're answering threats, the chances of your opponent just developing a new one is very high. But Triple Challenger is, supposed to be one of the weaknesses of this list. So let's see if it comes to fruition. 2 Kennens down is very huge.
More than Triple Challenger, Triple Boxtopus. A scary sight to see for sure.
I like that as well, pulling with the marked Boxtopus onto the elusive unit because the Kennens are the true targets you want to go down.
Still not the right top decks for Sir Donald. Still no champions. The Shelly has really no spell support whatsoever.
I mean, you could certainly just play it down, set up for a lot of spells for the next round. It's not that bad, right? I guess Homecoming would be a bit sus. But going for Solari means you get to fish for Written in Stars or Meteor Shower, which is very important for this deck too. Golden Sister picked up. A little bit of lifesteal, dig yourself out of the hole, and an elusive for defense. So Sir Donald, again, you can see even though there's like 2 or 3 different lines, Sir Donald has to find the one that's just very defensive and very value-oriented, sticking to his idea of I need to try to outvalue this deck.
Well, that is a full elusive attack coming through here.
Fortunately, Ari is not leveled, but this is very spooky indeed. If you go mourned Ari Droplet, does that level her? I don't think she's that close. We've only had 1 recall on the Kennen, I think, at one point, or on a Droplet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it's not quite there.
Wait, she does level? Oh man, she's a bit closer to leveling than I thought. Note to self, Ari Kennen, I've got to use the pen and paper in this matchup because holy smokes, I'm keeping track of Kennen's level up, but Ari's level up
after the recall on when she recalls on the Droplet.
Okay,
that was the 3rd one.
I thought she was at 2 and not 3, so there we go. And because of the chump block, you don't die immediately, but holy moly.
Down to 2, Lightning Rush is now.
And then you can play the droplets back for 3, so Sir Donald's just going to say, holy crap.
Bracket reset.
What a line.
As we all anticipated and knew. We pretended we didn't. We pretended that game 2 was going to go in Sir Donald's favor, but it was all in the script. We knew it since the very first moment this tournament started off that we would have yet again a bracket reset and Gamebreaker. He heard it.
That's the first time we've seen that line of a hyper Ari level combo with no response from the opponent.
I think we've seen Ari Kennen in all kinds of positions today. It played out in so many different ways. Maybe the first time we saw just such a huge, just unblockable attack there. Sir Donald just could not set up for. I think he had a very clunky start. With no elusive blockers, no Zoe, and overall just a bit of, just a clunky game there. We've seen a few non-games happen today with just the wrong hands to start things off. And right away
here we go. The players are running it back. We've got a Targon mirror, Panda. They're going to shuffle the cards and try again. Gamebreaker dipped down so low over and over and over again in this matchup, and now has Zoe on turn 1, putting him in a much better position to get the ball rolling here. So Donald does have access to Boxtopus, but it's going to be a little bit slow.
And Diana is there as well. We saw Diana taking down Aphelios the last time these two decks matched up in game 1 of the first series. So we could see the same happening again.
Yeah,
without the right protection.
You can save the group shot here.
Yeah.
Because you use it to kill the Aphelios like we saw before. But no, it just cashes it in, playing fully for defense. Opens up for an open attack with the Zoe. And that way you don't have to worry about Hush into a block.
The Poke gets hit as well, though, so now it does have the protection here. And this is a perfect priority pass to really bait Sir Donald into playing out something here that can be sniped by the Diana.
And if Aphelios is developed here, then you can get you can get Crescendum to set up for a bigger swing on your attack, but you're still wary. Yeah, you can see the just backing out of the play.
It's the classic with when I was playing deep a lot with Jaw Hunter, where you just give the opponent priority, like, wait a minute, I sense there's a trap, but most players will just fall for it every time. So Donald knows better. He learned from the last series. It's very fresh in his mind still, and takes the pass there.
Yeah. And we saw towards the end of the series how powerful Aphelios can be when he stays in play. But by delaying, you just keep it so that your opponent isn't leveling up Zoe, isn't generating another star chart, and you get your Boxtopus, and you try to, fight from here. Zoe goes down. Still a lot of invokes to be had. Written in Stars was a great pickup in the first coming of this matchup, and we'll see if we can get another Zoe and have a repeat of just a very tanky Zoe with the help of Blinded Mystic. Pass, let's go. These players, this is so important, where as long as Sir Donald isn't developing any of those really ridiculous threats that forces Gamebreaker to respond, then he can just keep passing and getting to the late game, because eventually you're going to generate enough fodder that you can just level up the Zoe again in like 1 or 2 turns.
Will Gamebreaker be able to resist the temptation of hitting this big blue button once again? Oh, it looks like he's found the way to play a card out instead. Written in Stars goes down, leaving him with only 3 mana. So no mana is being burned in this case, but still has Diana as a possibility to come down, and Zoe as well, actually. So
I could just imagine this game playing out with like 2 people sitting across from a table from one another, and they just stare your opponent lovingly in the eyes and go, I do nothing. And then my opponent's like, I play Dusk Petal Dust, and then I do nothing.
Aphelios coming down now finally, has the backup of 1 Pale Cascade.
There's still mana open for Hush, so Gamebreaker can't yet take the risk of developing the Zoe.
Now it's the same thing, but the other way around. You want to not attack until the Zoe comes down so the Boxtopus can snipe it. So just a constant cat and mouse game. Shelly comes in to just
really shake things up.
Open up the party
no Falling
here.
Comet, no mini morph yet. There's the Falling Comet, thank goodness. But now you can proc the Shelly. Get that buff. Aphelios is now safe.
And another Boxtopus coming down. Falling Comet, we talked about it yet again. These spells that are great, but it's always going to be a tempo disadvantage here, and we're seeing it again. You get the buff from the Shelly, and it's a 1 mana in favor of Sir Donald as well, so you're able to really speed up the process here with these buffed up Boxtopuses. So again, 3 great units to get the buff as well, not just little chump blockers and random 1-drops that you got from Double Trouble, but instead 2 Boxtopuses and the Aphelios here.
Oh baby, Admiral Veiled Temple Shelly coming through with this buff. And a lot of strong moon weapon options there, to be honest. Like we've seen Infernum, Calibrum really have payoffs, but Gravitum comes through instead. Burble Fishes are already discounted and hitting the board.
Uh-oh. Jettison and Bloodbait, not really the hot sauce that you want to see for Sir Donald, so maybe all is balanced yet again.
It's for Spacey Sketcher. It's
True,
okay.
True. 16 HP, but more importantly, you're staring at a very scary board, and you don't have Ruination in your deck if you're Gamebreaker.
Hey, there's Boxtopus. And so now Zoe is forced to hit the board and start putting in some work. And with the Pale Cascade, Sir Donald probably doesn't even need to use the Hush just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe you just take the damage, let your opponent get the super cool star chart, and just use the Boxtopus to kill Zoe. And then you're pulling the elusive blocker, your Burblefish get to hit. And we've seen players get these sorts of board advantages, right? Where they're in a good enough spot that they feel they don't need to start using the tools they have at their disposal to get further and further ahead. And because they aren't pressing their advantage as much as they possibly can, it does open up these very low percentage lines for players to claw back in. And versus Gamebreaker, that's certainly not an opportunity you want to give him. Stand Together being offered once again from Conchologist.
This can help the Zoe survive.
Walker's in shambles right now. We do have Moon Silver to discount the stand together, but just puts the Diana down with the attack token here. Trying to even things out now that there's no mana for Hush. Just going to block with the Burblefish instead. And so, do you try to force kill the Aphelios? Take down the Boxtopus? A lot of good options here. Because if you don't kill Aphelios and he levels up, then the Boxtopus suddenly has Overwhelm. You've got Gravitum. That's just stunning things.
Sir Donald does run one copy of Sunblast Vigor though as well.
But yeah, Pale Cascade just to take down the Zoe. So that win condition is no longer on the board, and Sir Donald is fully set up with 3 challengers, going to have a commanding control of the board for the rest of the game. And now here is Nami. That's sealing the deal in this game. I'm calling it now Impetuous Panda.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be a huge swing in favor of Sir Donald. He was already dominating, but this now even more so, forcing yet again another huge tempo disadvantage in a position where you're already behind. Just makes it even worse. As we mentioned, and
now you do Gifts Beyond, Jettison, Bloodbait, Hush. You throw everything on the pile. Throw out the kitchen sink to buff your board before Nami goes down. You've got enough resources that you could draw a Snapshot Swarm next round if you wanted to.
Well, let's not go.
And who cares about Jettison? Those cards are at the bottom of your deck anyway. Just gives you more information.
It brings the Nami closer. The next Nami, that is true. Any amount of, one more spell is quite important here because it does end up getting this Boxtopus out of range if it does want to challenge any of these units here as well.
And then Pale Cascade draws a Gift Beyond. Do it. Keep going. Get Overwhelmed. Oh, never mind. Doesn't want to go that ham. I would have procced it one more time.
And very heads up play there. Moon Silver into the We Stand Together, the handshake. Trying to keep things alive here for Gamebreaker. Aphelios level up as well now. Twice in one day, Scarzig.
Aphelios. How nostalgic.
A lucky day for any Aphelios enjoyers out there getting to see him level up twice in a tournament. Quite in a grand finals of a tournament. Even more exciting. But right away, the board will be decimated here. Although now with Stand Together, the trades do go a little bit more in favor for Gamebreaker. It's actually quite important, but still so much damage coming through here.
Blinded Mystic is in hand. It only works on followers, however. So Aphelios is going to survive to continue his reign of terror, generating more resources. To be fair, Aphelios just running solo here, no other threats available in the hand, could spell disaster. If Gamebreaker is able to pull off the miracle here, Sir Donald with the blessed Solari Priestess off the top.
And there are actually no more Boxtopus, so the Gifts from Beyond can actually pull out more units from the Crescendum.
Right. And gets the Golden Sister.
With 6 mana to spare. But I can go for the Traveler instead.
The Traveler. Okay, wants to keep looking in the box. Very interesting indeed.
And this is the reason why I think I wanted to be able to play out both the unit and the Moon Weapon here to get a stun on 2 different turns now. Going wide as possible here with only 3 damage means that it's going to try and push through as much damage as possible on this turn. There is going to be a Star Shaping to answer. But you're going to have to block the Aphelios with the Yordle Captain here.
So, a lot of strong opportunities here. Equinox. I think you want to take the Trickster, perhaps. Elusive is Gamebreaker's, idea of trying to win the game, so having the extra Elusive blocker just really helps out. More Moon Weapons being drawn. And the Gravitum carrying over. Blinded Mystic is still stunned. and has to develop into this board to cover star shaping. It's not quite enough just yet. And so Sir Donald actually has a lot of like junk in hand, right? You've got to keep spending your mana just putting keywords on your units, but they don't have the big stats that really make those keywords super threatening. But because your opponent is already so low, I'm pretty sure this is just enough.
And very heads up for the development to happen here, because if not, your opponent is just doing everything reacting anyway. So I think, it's definitely the better play here to double Gravitum here.
And then phasing with the Felios, right? So you're generating extra moon weapons every time that you play 2 cards in a round. So it's just tons of options. The one-man army of Aphelios here. At the height of his power, Aphelios would seriously like 1v5 sometimes against enemy boards.
And we'll also force surrenders, as we saw here. Gamebreaker losing this game 1. Nami and Aphelios already getting the win to start off the series, and now it's only Ari Cannon that has to do it for Sir Donald. So things have kind of been flipped around from the last series. We saw the opposite happen. Ari Cannon won first, and then Nami and Aphelios wasn't able to do it 2 games in a row. But now, in theory, the easier or the stronger deck in the lineup here for Sir Donald is left to try and close out this tournament once and for all. Another match point for him, or another chance for a reverse sweep from Gamebreaker.
We've seen this deck work and then not work versus Ari Cannon. Like, you have a lot of pings available, but Sir Donald is in a position where he can play incredibly grindy because of Sign-In, which is already in the opening hand. We've got Kinko Wayfinder on 4. We know Gamebreaker's not going to be doing a lot in the early game in terms of aggression, so even though this hand would be disastrous in other circumstances, you can just pass until you get to Wayfinder, and then just put you right back in the game.
The mark being used up. There, no attack coming in from Gamebreaker. Dancing Droplet coming down on this next turn. 2 Dancing Droplets actually in hand, so it could go for both and then still have the space for the Wayfinder to go in.
Purpleberry Shake is cute for blocking. Quicken is very hard to connect onto an enemy just because they recall their own unit. They draw a card because you're recalling it if you have to use it on a droplet, or they just use Twin Disciplines because it's like Culling Strike. But yeah, just a little bit of ship damage coming through. Gamebreaker does have Hush, but you don't really want to use it at this early in the game just to answer a droplet when your opponent can just recall. And so this is a different stance that the matchup adopts, where you have the answers against Ari Cannon, but you have to be very specific about when you employ them. And then when you're waiting and not using your means of disrupting your opponent because it's not getting you enough value, then they just keep drawing cards and just hitting you, right? Because you aren't responding to what they're doing effectively. So I believe right now we're at 2 droplets and 2 cannons for the level up.
Block here from the Wayfinder onto the 2/2, trading away one of the Dancing Droplets, maybe opening more space for the next Wayfinder, so I think it's perfectly fine to do as well.
If you go for the recall here, you are opening yourself up to Mystic Shot, and I think, or not Mystic Shot, Group Shot. And so Sir Donald might just let this go through. With Wayfinder waiting in the wings, you've got a droplet that's already in the back line that you can keep cycling. You don't necessarily need multiples. And
not
so
really
Purpleberry Shake getting a little bit of value here.
Maybe thinking about the fact that you might want to recall this Wayfinder, and that's why he's, you know, so adamant on killing it, but there is a second one in hand regardless, so even through that line, it's not going to be as relevant.
So then here's the other Wayfinder, and a whiff!
Oh, that is a big deal.
This is going to give Gamebreaker a lot of leeway here.
If that
Kinko Wayfinder goes off, that puts Kennen very close to leveling up.
We've seen it a few times today. This is definitely a whiff. There were more one drops in the deck this time. We are sure of it. I can guarantee that. I didn't count, but I still know through common sense.
And so no recall on the droplet. No need to do it yet, even though it's silenced. You can still use it to block something before you put it back in your hand.
And the whiff and also the information for Gamebreaker to know that there is now an Absolver in hand.
Great Beyond. So here's the thing. Great Beyond is normally really good. It's easy to pop the Spell Shield in this matchup because of Mark of the Storm. So I'm wondering if Immortal Fire is a little bit better. Just because it can block, especially like big combo turns, and still survive as a body. But now Sir Donald just goes for Sign In. Gets a buff, punishing development, making the trades a little bit worse for Gamebreaker to take, drawing 2 cards.
Another Wayfinder as well has been found. You don't have, you don't really have the space though to go for it unless Diana comes in and cleans something out, which will be the case here. Kennen being challenged and once again being killed by Diana.
We do have recall here.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the buff of Sign In, Group Shot doesn't cover anymore. So, Sign In is a 6-drop with a 3/5 body, and Lecturing Yordle is a 4-drop with a 3/5 body. But Sign In draws you 2 cards and then buffs your board +1/+1. So it's Elmheart and Salvage and Lecturing Yordle stat line, but for 6 mana. I'm surprised. I thought that card wasn't going to be good, Panda. To be honest,
Looking
maybe
pretty
I
strong
am a
to
fraud.
me as maybe like a 1-drop. Definitely looking very, very strong here. Kenny coming down from hand. A lot of chump blockers to answer here. Equinox could be a possibility. The Messenger to continue cycling. I think it's probably what, Gamebreaker will almost always gravitate towards. Just the value.
Very consistently, we've seen Sir Donald not really going for these really crazy elusive swings. It's been a lot more just good stats, quick attack kind of things that are still able to be blocked, but just have really favorable trades in general, and using that sort of pressure to whittle the opponent down. A very Demacian playstyle almost.
Oh, I was thinking, okay, so it's going to be, again, Sir Donald adopting this, much more late game oriented game plan, going for the landmark onto
God
the
Willow Seedling lining up to Sign In has been his signature move on today's broadcast. This is like the 3rd or 4th time we've seen it, and it looks so good every time. Once the God Willow Seedling pops, you just get another Sign In a few rounds later for an AoE buff, more card draw, and it just leaves you with so many options. Because Gamebreaker doesn't have Sir Donald under enough pressure, you don't need to keep a bunch of mana open for combat tricks and buffs. The Sign In buff is enough to cover.
It's probably maybe even a reason why this card was included in the deck in the first place for this synergy, especially as a way to pivot into kind of a more late game oriented game plan against decks that are trying to go late game, like this Targon version of Zoe Diana.
And Gamebreaker is going to take the damage from the Ephemeral Sign In. This has also been his signature move on defense. Not giving his opponent as much value as they want after getting the Ephemeral Body. So now what's the play? We've got another Star Shaping. Gamebreaker has to keep going for Star Shapings. It's nice, actually, to see these not just sitting in the hand and trying to bail him out of combo, like, finishing attacks that Ari Cannon players are going for against him, and using them just out of necessity, but keeping himself flexible, allowing you to float more mana down the road. Too much mana available, too many cards available to try to go for anything tricky with the Diana here. There's no elusives in play, just keep chumping down. No, threatening elusives in play.
Too much mana for both players. No space now to develop any further for Sir Donald, and no reason to really either. So Hoping to just accept the pass here, I think, on his side and on Gamebreaker. But Gamebreaker still has the attack token, still has the chance to come in with Anna and go for an attack. But of course, there's going to be a homecoming to stop that.
Mm-hmm. Just going for the Pale Cascade, drawing a card, using your mana efficiently, threatening the Ahri. They have Twin. You have Group Shot to maybe try to answer that. You've got Hush as well. So the answer from Sir Donald needs to be specifically Homecoming. Ooh, putting the Godwillow Seedling back in the hand.
Making sure
out
that
on the sign-in, but getting that ability to just reset it with the real one you have in hand.
and no interaction from the group shot. You know, no possibility of going in and attacking and trying to kill off the unit.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, we've seen Sir Donald do this multiple times where there's a sign-in inside the Godwillow Seedling, but he just overwrites it anyway because you got the doubled value of playing it and then bouncing it and creating the ephemeral summon and getting more value. You don't need to wait and wait and wait and triple down. Just having this wide board is a lot better.
And there's a point where you get just too much value and you have to instead rearrange, you know, how you get that value and at what point and you know, where the tempo is really, because you want to have the space to play out more things on the board and not have a landmark there, for example.
And despite everything we've seen from Sir Donald's side, having this full hand, tons of mana still to work with on this swing, Kennen and Ahri still aren't leveled. And I believe Kennen is at 3 out of 5 on droplets. Actually, and ironically, 3 out of 5 on sign-in. So if you can summon sign-in 5 times and level your Kennen, I think the client just closes.
I think then you deserve any kind of win.
You played 5 of the same 6-drop? Like, you get Giga Kennen at that point.
You win and you get the riot card back at the end of the game as a reward to say, well done, my friend.
I know, you get the sign-in card back, like a new Kennen board. And again, it's just the stat lines from the sign-in buff, and you're just attacking so safely. Nine damage coming through versus Gamebreaker. He's already cashed in both star shapings. There's no Zoe in sight that's going to do any level up, AoE elusive, AoE lifesteal shenanigans to come back from this point in the game. And there's just no threat on Gamebreaker's side, unfortunately.
And the recall coming in. The chance for a group shot here. There can be an absolver to respond.
Yep, we got group shot. Its attack, its damage is boosted because there's 4 allies in play. And we could just see homecoming, maybe even a deny at this point. Because you only get punished by the other group shot.
Yeah, I guess he does have two copies.
Your opponent's drawn so many cards, I don't know if it even matters anymore. There just comes a point, Panda, where your opponent has drawn so many cards that denying them one more card doesn't seem it. I guess by killing the droplet, you're delaying the Ahri level up, you're messing with Kennen's level up, and you're forcing them to fight you directly on the board. And if you go toe-to-toe with Targon, where they want to just play chump blockers, then things get pretty dicey. 4 out of 5, we saw a glimpse there on Kennen.
And there's a Mark of the Storm. There is now, once again, the spell shield being taken off of the Great Beyond. It is now, once again, available to be homecoming into hand.
All right, Dust Cuddle Dust, Diana. It's so difficult to keep the board under control. Once you've fallen far behind against Ahri Kennen, anything that you do to take the board back from them, they have something to respond. We can have Godwillow Seedling come down to level up the Kennen. Even like Ahri's Charm is great. Sir Donald runs 2 copies of Concussive Palm as well. So there's a very high chance that you don't even need to homecoming the Great Beyond. You can just stun it.
Although Homecoming is a bit cleaner in terms of, you know, having to replay that for so much mana again when you're so far behind, it means you can't really play it again this entire game, really, and that just changes things completely. So I think Homecoming is a very clean tempo advantage answer for Sir Donald to commit to if he finds the right opportunity to do so.
Thinking about Godwillow Seedling on the Kennen, just not having to...
He's going for it. He's going for the right card back, Scarzig. He had
Go
the
for
stream
the
open.
card.
He's like, what did they say? All right, I'm getting this fist bump no matter what.
Sided? I got you.
More card draw, more buffs. And we
And
thought
with the Ari
Targan...
level up, Sign-In is now 5 mana. You can overwrite the Ephemeral one and level up Kennen by playing Sign-In. Sir Donald's going to run out of cards, right? That's the strategy from Gamebreaker at this point, is deck out.
You know, I have to say, Sir Donald playing this deck makes it seem like it just has a lot more to it than just what I initially thought with just Kennen and elusives. It seems a little bit more complex the way he plays it.
And again, he's got that next step of developing the deck versus its counters. Like all the decks that are trying to beat down Ari Kennen, you either go really extremely aggro.
Oof. This is a desperate play from Gamebreaker. Deny easily coming in, stopping the Cosmic Inspiration.
Yeah, the stat lines just aren't there. Pale Cascade drawing more cards, looking for another Hush, looking for something to stop this next swing that's about to come through.
You can't take down the R here, but there's another one in hand, regardless.
Yeah.
And
Ironically, there is no Twin Disciplines to stop this. So you just let this go through. You can even trade in the Droplet versus the Great Beyond at this point.
I think you're fine just taking the damage. It's not going to be too relevant either way.
True.
And yeah, this is a scary board to look at with 7 HP now here. Ooh, Equinox for 0 mana.
Not too shabby.
The overwhelm on the paper would have been scary with the Absolver on the next turn. So heads up play by using the Equinox there.
Mm-hmm. And so now next turn, you've got Sign-In. Do it. Level up the Kennen with Sign-In. Oh my god, it's only 5 mana. You still got plenty. Oh, my count. Oh, okay, I thought my count was off. Holy cow, Panda. What a value showcase.
That was a historic game for Ari Kennen here. Even Gamebreaker, who he was one of the princes of value in the Runeterra scene. He's even amazed, like, damn. He's really squeezing all the juice out of this lemon.
And there's a Godwillow Seedling in hand.
The lemon is the skin of the lemon has gone down to a pulp.
I know, you made lemonade and now he's making some zest.
It's just like One Punch Man going in on it.
Just going absolutely ham. Sided. Imagine like this big majestic fox forest deity comes out and then disappears and then comes back and then disappears and just keeps blinking in and out of existence. It's just too strong.
Still 6 mana to work with here, so can use
Gonna bounce it with Ari! He's gone mad with power, Panda. Remind that there is 1 copy of Sided in this deck.
What do you mean? It's like the 6-1. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Scarzig.
I mean, Fox spirits are masters of illusion. So at this point, I can't even be sure how much of anything is in Ari Kennen. And as we've seen, like the number of 1-drops, the number of Kennens, it's just all theoretical.
I think Sir Donald, before playing this deck every night, he reads, up on his Japanese mythology. He knows all about all the folklore. He knows all the rituals to bring forward before the tournament starts.
And there is no Twin Disciplines in hand. Now that we've seen so many card draws happen, there's still just the Absolver and a Hush to counter that. So what do? You put the +2 attack on the unblocked sign in.
You
and
have
then
the
it gets
lightning
hushed,
rush. It doesn't
and then
matter.
you put it down.
You have the lightning rush still. You just
Mm-hmm.
commit this one. Now you see the hush come down. It's already the lethal. And then if hush comes down, then you have the lightning rush to guarantee the lethal. I think.
Yeah, so Sir Donald going to take the grand finals after a bracket reset. The matchups just lined up a lot better for him, and this version of Ari Kennen seems to have, secured its spot as perhaps the premier tournament variant.
The hush will put the droplet back onto 1 actually, so it is
Yeah,
actually
you
not.
have to. That's why I said you had to put the absolver on sign in.
Oh, it doesn't matter either way. You have the second absolver. Yeah, it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, I guess so. So anyway, to finish my point, this variant of Ari Kennen is probably going to be a mainstay in the tournament scene. We'll have to see with a little bit more tweaking if players can find a way to counter it. I think in a lot of formats with 3 decks and a ban, it's probably getting banned a lot. And again, Riot has already said that it really rose to prominence while they weren't looking. And so now they have a lot of data, however, to pour over that accumulated over the holiday season to see how they want to change the deck. And but overall, despite the power level of the deck, you already said how impressed you were at how intricate it is to play. And the players are finding these really fancy lines and just pushing the deck to the next level, which tends to happen with almost every high level deck in Runeterra, where once we take it to the tournament scene, the EU players get a hold of it, they make it look like a completely different beast.
Yeah, huge congrats to Sir Donald. I think he, I'll go ahead and say I think a lot of us have been seeing or have played against Ari Kennen a lot, and I wasn't thrilled to watch 6 players bringing it for this tournament. But this last game I think was a spectacle. I think it was great to watch, and really, I think showed me like the deck in a different light. So definitely, huge props to him for piloting it that well and really showing how strong it is to play on sign-in as kind of this one-of copy that can really do so much for your deck and for your game plan against a deck that you're facing that has that kind of infinite value with target, and you go infinite and beyond with sign-in instead. So really, really impressed. We're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to get an interview with Sir Donald, who is our back-to-back Fight Night winner. Won it the last one of the year and won the first one of this year. So definitely doing things right in the past month. Huge Spanish bias for me, but also I think it's very clear and easy to highlight how well he's been doing with tournament results in the past 3 or 4 months now, with seasonals included as well. So huge props to him. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the winner's interview in a few minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We have just concluded a jam-packed grand finals here for the tournament today, brought to you by Metafy, by the way. And looking at the bracket for today's tournament, our newly crowned champion, Sir Donald, just dominated through the winner's bracket, only dropping a game to Karashi, and that's because I think the Rumble deck, the aggressive Rumble deck he brought, was just really just snarling up people. Took down Gamebreaker to secure his place in the grand finals, and then Gamebreaker was able to fight his way back up into a bracket reset, as is traditional EU style, but wasn't able to take that final set. So we're here once again with back-to-back Fight Night EU champion, Sir Donald. How are you doing, my friend?
Congrats, Donald, on the great win. I think you really showcased, the power of Sinan and Arikanen as well. Can you just guide us through your lineup a little bit, your decision to obviously bring Arikanen, but most importantly, bringing Aphelios and Nami back into the meta?
Yeah, like there is no much to say about Arikanen at the moment. I really think the deck needs to be nerfed because it's really way over everything else. I think 6 or 7 players maybe brought it.
Yeah.
And since we had the balance patch 3 days ago, I think, it's been a really short time. So I haven't had the chance to think about matchups and matchup tables. So I was looking for a deck to go with Ari. Like Ari was kind of an obvious choice here, and I wasn't finding anything I was like having fun with and feeling it had a decent chance to do something, right? Like the best decks against Ari are usually Born decks that try to win before she can get the gameplay online. But I I can play those, but I don't usually love to play those. And to be honest, I like if I play a tournament like Fight Night, I want to enjoy the games. So I was looking for something, and like last night, it's been like very last minute. I found this list. I had been toying with Aphelios Nami in the past, but I didn't like the older list, and it wasn't doing that good into Shellfolk or other decks that were quite common before.
Yeah.
But with this one, I played a few ladder games, and like it was not a big sample size. Like I didn't know what matchup tables the deck was going to have or anything like that. You can have that in like a few hours, right? But the feeling I had while playing the deck, it was that like I think it's going to be a really good deck. Like obviously the meta can change. Maybe you can never say for sure. Maybe the comes a new way to use the new cards or the change cards in the patch. But right now, I feel it's a strong deck. Although I don't think it's the easiest deck to play. There are many decisions all the time.
But even some amount of copium for Aphelios enjoyers is definitely going to be great. For them to see it, winning a tournament is already enough. So you've done enough already. Now we'll see where that gets. All these pro players that have been, begging to play Aphelios again, I think that might get the ball rolling for them.
I really think the deck is good, so I think it has a chance to be good enough. We'll see.
And regarding Arikanen, Nami, Aphelios, is there any of the decks from the new patch that you maybe have your eye on, something that is very strong that you'd like to maybe explore in the future, or something that you are already looking into as a counter?
Yeah, like to be honest, I am surprised that no one has brought any. What's the name?
Poros.
Like the Poro deck with the Spider deck with the Iceborne.
Legacy.
What's the name? Yeah, the Iceborne Legacy. It's almost a new card, right? Because what it has nothing
for many
to do
players
with,
it is.
Yeah, it's like a new
Aphelios
card,
too, right?
Well, yeah,
New
kind
champion.
of.
They also added Kindred to the game.
Sick
Finally.
expansion.
Yeah. Yeah, but like I expected a few of those. Like obviously I still have no idea about the matchup of those decks, like how good they will eventually be. But it feels like that card specifically can create some very strong synergies. I personally think that the spider one will eventually be too strong to handle. Like it's too much value. There are many
Mm,
ways to build that. Like there is like a first version of the deck, but I think
It can be optimized more,
yeah,
and
it
become
will
a bigger
be
threat.
like obviously like you can't expect people to build a perfect deck like in the first 3 hours of a format, right?
mm-hmm.
But I think the card has crazy potential and it will change the meta a little bit. Still, if Ari does not get nerfed, I can't imagine something is going to beat Ari, like
Yeah.
to be a better deck against the gauntlet than Ari.
And talking about the Ari deck specifically, you did bring sign in one copy. A lot of players did not bring one copy. Overall, what do you think about the inclusion of this card? Do you think it really is as important as it seemed in this last game we casted?
Well, like once I missed Allegiance, because that's the game I missed the second Allegiance, right? Uh, I was kind of behind in the board and the value game
Mm-hmm.
because and that's one of the cards that allows like one of the few ways that you can get back into a lost game from a value standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Like for some players, Ari is a deck that is like very all in the plan of killing you with elusives and Ari,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think that's the right way to play it.
Mm-hmm.
It's really
Mm.
like you can go really long with Ari and get lots of value. And I wasn't sure about running one or two. Like I wasn't sure.
You
Like
ran like
the
6 in the
meta.
last game. You're good.
Yeah, I like
One is enough.
I actually leveled Kennen with it. So
Yeah,
Yes,
we noticed.
yes, we were
Believe
keeping
me, we
track of that.
noticed.
yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, I know. But like, I mean, with the landmark, like you get the landmark back, then you get the the 3-5 pack again, and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
the value is crazy because you get value both from the obviously the two cards you draw, but also from the +1/+1 even during their turn because you get way better blocks. It kind of messes with like his deck,
Like all the
the
pings
soy
and
one.
stuff.
Yeah, all
Mm-hmm.
the pings they get really much more difficult for him
Mm-hmm.
to get good value from. And like the landmark is good enough that you actually never expect to come down fully and actually,
Yeah.
I don't think
I did notice
I've
that
done
as
that a
well.
single game. Yeah,
Yeah, you were
it's really
overwriting the
unlikely.
landmark or just
Yeah, or
recalling it.
recalling
It was
it. Yeah.
greatly, yeah, it was really heads up to recognize that you've already gotten enough value. Even though the deck seemed so value oriented, you were cutting off the greed. You weren't going completely into the abyss of drawing tons of
Yeah,
cards.
like overdrawing, like at some point you don't have more space in hand anyway.
I think, as you mentioned, you really, at least for me, opened up the idea of Arcane not just being a tempo elusive deck, but also being kind of a value driven and more
Yep.
kind of controlly list almost, a list that just plays for value. So definitely huge props to you on showcasing that in this last fight. I think we were casting over it and definitely commenting on all the different plays you made. So huge props on that, on winning the tournament, on winning it with Arcane, but also kind of showcasing it in a different light and maybe having some more players try and play it in a different way as well and change their play styles with it. So again, huge congrats, Donald, on the back-to-back Fight Night wins. We'll see you again next week as well. And thank you so much once again for showing up and doing it in such a great fashion like you did today.
Okay, thank you for inviting me, and I hope I can do the same next week.
Absolutely.
I'll give you the Spanish bias.
The Spanish bias will be waiting for you, sir. So you have a good one, Donald. Congrats once
Okay,
again.
thank you. Bye.
All right. And so, again, that was our newly crowned back-to-back Fight Night champion, Sir Donald. Hopefully, he'll be able to pull off the Forbidden Three-peat next week. But overall, just a fantastic tournament. Next week is going to be a completely different meta. As the players optimized and shift and get even more experience on the matchups, Aphelios Nami may be being picked up in a wider stance and optimized. That's usually how it happens, right? A deck, once hundreds of players are playing it and getting more data and optimizing it, maybe it comes back even stronger. But if you want to get optimized and come back even stronger, you can hit up our sponsor, Metafy. Find a coach for yourself in a competitive game of your choosing, and also take advantage of our special discount code on your coaching sessions. Fresh Lobster is also a Metafy coach, and Sir Donald is as we've said over
Cool.
and over and over and over and over again on the broadcast, his student who has just been reaping the benefits. And maybe you could be the next success case. So check them out, see if it's right for you. And any other last shout outs from you, Panda?
Well, I think just I think Sir Donald has to evolve from student to coach himself.
Exactly.
And show the people the ways, because his prowess on this Ari cannon and the way he played it out, I think definitely is something that can be taught, can be cultivated, and can be maybe spread like the plague on ladder as well. But definitely just, I think, a great tournament, a great finals, especially the grand final. I think definitely lived up to expectations, and very excited to see what the meta looks like next week. As you mentioned, a lot of constant evolution happening. It's always the first fight night after a big expansion or patch that is a little bit exciting, but the next one is always the one that really shows a much more clean idea of what the meta looks like. But we have an America's tournament coming up after this. We have possibly different meta, possibly different deck lists, and maybe Poro's actually making a splash there in that tournament in just a few hours.
Yeah, so that is going to be really exciting to see. That's going to be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 6 p.m. Eastern. That's coming up in just a short while. So it'll be enough time for everyone to get up and stretch, collect their thoughts, reset their mental, and get prepared for the incredibly volatile Wild West of North America, because they just do whatever they want. It's really excited for their spice. But that'll be it for us today. Thank you so much for joining us of the first Fight Night EU of the new year. And there's going to be many more to come. Have a good one.